morning. Let's go. Cleaned up, freshened up. Time to roll. Day today, we want to recap, which means we're only running what we got last week. We're going to start the day off right, like we always do, with the right message.
Over 2.9 million barrels, creating
6 months. That is all it takes to completely change your life. Not years, not a lifetime. Just 6 months of focused effort, intense discipline, and unwavering commitment. Most people never realize how quickly they can turn everything around because they are stuck in the mindset that transformation takes forever. But it doesn't. 6 months of doing the right things, 6 months of moving with purpose, 6 months of executing at the highest level, and you will look back and barely recognize yourself. Most people waste 6 months without even realizing it. They drift from one thing to another. They let distractions steal their time. They start things and never finish them. And because of that, nothing changes. But the people who understand how momentum works, the people who know how to focus, the people who commit fully, those are the ones who experience breakthroughs that seem impossible to everyone else. Imagine if you decided right now that the next 6 months would be different, that for the first time in your life, you would lock in completely, that you would eliminate every distraction, every excuse, every weakness that has held you back. That you would wake up every single day with a plan, execute that plan with precision, and refuse to slow down, no matter what. If you did that, if you truly committed to that level of intensity, where would you be 6 months from today? How much stronger, how much sharper, how much closer to the life you want? Most people never ask themselves this question. They tell themselves they will change someday. They say they will get serious when the time is right. But the truth is, someday is not a real day on the calendar. And the right time never comes. There is only now. And the people who succeed, the people who rise to the top, the people who separate themselves from the crowd, those are the ones who understand that every moment they waste is a moment they will never get back. So here's the decision you need to make. Are you ready to take full control? Are you ready to stop waiting? Are you ready to give yourself 6 months of relentless execution? 6 months of becoming the most disciplined, focused, and unstoppable version of yourself? Because if you are about to experience a level of progress most people will never see in their lifetime. And once you see what you are capable of, you will never want to go back. This is not about motivation. This is not about feeling inspired for a few days and then falling off track. This is about a system, a structured step-by-step plan that, if followed correctly, will guarantee success. A plan that will force you to grow, to evolve, to push past every limitation you thought you had. A plan that will transform your habits, your mindset, your discipline, and your results. So if you are ready, if you are serious, if you are willing to do what is necessary, then the next 6 months will be the most powerful, productive, and transformative months of your life. And once you start, once you commit, once you see the power of consistent execution, there will be no stopping you. The first step in this 6-month plan is to take full responsibility for where you are right now. No more blaming circumstances. No more pointing fingers. No more waiting for things to change on their own. If you are not where you want to be in life, there is only one reason. Your decisions from now. You need to start making better decisions today. Most people never take full ownership of their life. They blame their past, their environment, their upbringing, the people around them. They convince themselves that they are stuck because of external forces. But winners do not think like that. Winners understand that no matter what has happened in the past, they are in control of what happens next. They do not waste energy complaining about things they cannot change. They put all their focus into what they can control. And that is what you need to do. From this moment forward, you must adopt the mindset that everything is your responsibility. Your results, your progress, your habits, your mindset, your success. If something is not working in your life, it is your job to fix it. If you are not where you want to be, it is your job to do something about it. No more excuses. No more waiting. No more wasting time. The next thing you need to do is get crystal clear on your goals. Most people fail because they do not have a clear target. They say they want success, but they cannot define what success looks like. They say they want to improve, but they have no idea what that actually means. If you do not have a precise, measurable goal, you will never make real progress. So ask yourself, where do I want to be 6 months from now? What do you want to accomplish? What skills do you want to develop? What habits do you want to build? What areas of your life need to improve? And be specific. If you want to get in shape, what does that mean? Losing a certain amount of weight, gaining muscle, running a faster mile. If you want financial success, what does that look like? Earning a specific amount of money, saving a certain percentage, building a business. Vague goals create vague results. You need a target that is so clear, so precise, that there is no confusion about what you are working toward.
If you want to start a profitable business or make more money at your job, you already know that
Confusion about what you are working toward. Once you have your goals, you need a plan. Because setting goals is not enough. Anyone can say they want something. The difference between winners and everyone else is that winners create a roadmap. They do not just set goals. They break them down into daily, weekly, and monthly actions. If your goal is to get in the best shape of your life in 6 months, what does that require on a daily basis? What does your training plan look like? What does your nutrition need to be? How many hours of sleep do you need? If your goal is financial success, what are the exact steps you need to take? Do you need to increase your income? Cut unnecessary expenses? Build a new skill? Start a business? You need to get specific about what needs to be done every single day to move you closer to your goal. And then you need to execute relentlessly. Because this is where most people fail. They set goals, they make a plan, but then they do not follow through. They let distractions get in the way. They let emotions dictate their actions. They let inconsistency ruin their progress. But that will not be you. For the next 6 months, you will show up every single day and execute your plan with discipline. And this is the key. You must stop negotiating with yourself. Most people fail because they give themselves options. They wake up and ask themselves, do I feel like doing this today? And the moment you ask yourself that question, you have already lost. Because your mind will always choose comfort over effort. It will always take the easier route. It will always look for an excuse to avoid doing the hard work. But winners do not negotiate with themselves. They do not wake up and ask if they should work out. They just do it. They do not wonder if they should follow their plan. They execute their plan no matter what. They have made a decision in advance that their actions are non-negotiable. And because of that, they succeed. And this is the mindset you must develop. Your success over the next 6 months depends on your ability to take action, even when you do not feel like it. Your discipline must be stronger than your emotions. Your commitment must be stronger than your excuses. Your focus must be stronger than your distractions. Because if you can do that, if you can build the habit of executing without hesitation, you will achieve more in 6 months than most people do in years. And that is the power of this plan. It is not about motivation. It is not about hype. It is about systematically changing your life through consistent, disciplined action. It is about making decisions that force you to grow. It is about pushing yourself beyond your comfort zone every single day, so that 6 months from now, you are not just a little better. You are unrecognizable from the person you are today. So this is your challenge. No more hesitation. No more inconsistency. No more waiting for the perfect moment. From this point forward, you are all in. Every single day, without fail. Because if you commit to this level of intensity, nothing can stop you. The first step in this 6-month success plan is to establish complete control over your time and priorities. Without this, nothing else will work. You can set all the goals you want. You can make all the plans in the world, but if you do not control your time, someone else will. Your days will get eaten up by distractions. Your energy will be drained by things that do not matter. And before you know it, 6 months will have passed, and you will still be in the same place. That is why the first commitment you must make is this. Every single moment of my time will serve my mission. Most people let their time slip away. They wake up and immediately react to the world. And before they even start their day, their mind is already scattered. This is why they stay stuck. They live on autopilot. They do not have a system. They do not have a structure. And because of that, they never make real progress. But you are not going to live that way. From this moment forward, you will take control of your schedule. You will wake up with a plan, and you will execute that plan without hesitation. You will not let distractions dictate your day. You will not waste time on things that do not serve your mission. You will treat every single hour like it is the most valuable resource you have, because it is. And that means setting boundaries. That means eliminating wasted time. That means refusing to engage in anything that pulls you away from your vision. Because here is the truth. Every single thing you do is either moving you closer to your goals or pulling you further away. There is no neutral. There is no, I'll do it later. There is no, just 5 more minutes. There is only forward or backward. And if you are serious about transforming your life in 6 months, you must move forward every single day. This is where most people fail. They start strong, but they do not protect their time. They allow themselves to be pulled in too many directions. They give in to distractions. They waste hours doing things that do not matter. And because of that, they lose momentum. They lose focus. They fall back into their old ways. But that will not be you.
I've been following you, Russell. Since I read the books, you've inspired so many people. I was stuck in musicianship waiting for a simple...
That will not be you. You will create a schedule that forces you to succeed. You will wake up at the same time every day. You will structure your mornings to maximize your energy. You will dedicate blocks of time to deep work, to training, to growth. You will not allow meaningless distractions to interfere with your mission. And most importantly, you will stick to your schedule no matter what. Because once you start negotiating with yourself, once you start making exceptions, once you start skipping things, because you don't feel like it, you lose. This is not about working harder. This is about working smarter. This is about eliminating wasted effort and focusing on what actually moves the needle. Most people are busy, but they are not productive. They fill their day with things that do not matter. They trick themselves into thinking they are making progress, when in reality, they are just staying in motion without actually moving forward. But you will not fall into that trap. You will not confuse movement with progress. Every action you take will be intentional. Every effort you make will be measured. Every single thing you do will serve a purpose. And if it does not serve your mission, you will cut it out of your life immediately. And this is where your biggest breakthrough will happen, when you realize how much of your time is actually being wasted. Because when you start tracking your days, when you start measuring how you are really spending your time, you will see the truth. You have far more time than you think. You are just not using it correctly. And once you fix this, once you remove every distraction, once you create a system that keeps you locked in, everything changes. Your productivity goes through the roof. Your progress speeds up. Your results multiply. And what used to take you months to accomplish starts happening in weeks. This is how you create massive success in just 6 months. By taking control of your time with absolute discipline. By removing everything that is not serving you. By eliminating wasted effort and replacing it with relentless execution. So from this moment forward, there are no more wasted hours. There are no more distractions. There are no more excuses. Every single second you have is valuable. Every single decision you make matters. And if you commit to this, if you protect your time with the same intensity that winners do, 6 months from now, you will not even recognize your life. Now that you have taken full control of your time, the next step is to master discipline. Because time alone will not change your life. How you use it will. And this is where most people fail. They set goals, they make plans, they create schedules, but they do not have the discipline to follow through. They rely on motivation. They wait until they feel like doing the work. And that is why they stay stuck. If you want to change your life in 6 months, you must eliminate this weakness. You must stop letting feelings dictate your actions. You must become the kind of person who executes no matter what. Because here's the truth. Discipline is the bridge between goals and results. Not talent, not luck, not intelligence, just pure relentless discipline. The ability to show up every day and do what needs to be done, whether you feel like it or not. And this is where your real transformation begins. Because once you train yourself to act without hesitation, once you eliminate the habit of overthinking, once you remove the need for motivation, you become unstoppable. Most people never get here because they never push past the resistance. They let discomfort stop them. They let small obstacles break their momentum. They quit when things get hard. But winners, they thrive in discomfort. They do not run from struggle. They embrace it. They understand that pain, fatigue, doubt, none of it matters. The only thing that matters is execution. And that is the mindset you must adopt. No more excuses, no more negotiations, no more waiting for the perfect conditions. From now on, your actions will not be based on how you feel. Your actions will be based on what needs to be done. This means waking up when you say you will, without hitting snooze. This means training your body even when you feel tired. This means working on your goals, even when nobody is watching. This means eliminating the phrase, "I don't feel like it" from your vocabulary. Because here's the truth, your feelings do not matter. Your actions do.
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is Buddy. We're the founders of the Farmer's Dog.
Actions do. Most people let their emotions control them. They wait for motivation. And when it is not there, they do nothing. Get caught up. And this is why the first will be the hardest. Because your mind will resist. Your old habits will fight back. You will want to quit. You will want to slow down. You will hear every excuse in your head trying to pull you away from what you need to do. But this is the moment that separates the successful from the ones who fail. What do you do when you feel like quitting? That is the real test. And the answer is simple. You keep going, no matter how you feel, no matter how tired you are, no matter how much your mind tells you to stop. Because every time you push through resistance, you get stronger. Every time you do what you said you would do, you build trust in yourself. Every time you show up when it would have been easier to quit, you create momentum that cannot be stopped. And that is why the next 6 months will be different than anything you have ever done before. Because this time, there will be no breaks. This time, you will not slow down. This time, you will not make excuses. This time, you will train yourself to execute like a machine. And here is the secret. Once you master discipline, you will never need motivation again. You will not need someone to push you. You will not need external pressure. You will not need to feel like it. Because action will be automatic. Most people never reach this level. They stay stuck in a cycle of starting and stopping. They work hard for a few days, then take a break. They push for a little while, then slow down. They get excited about success, but they never develop the habits that create it. And because of that, they live in a constant loop of frustration, always trying, but never achieving. But that will not be you, because the moment you stop relying on motivation, the moment you eliminate the need to feel ready, the moment you turn discipline into a habit, you will win. Every single time. So here is your challenge for the next 6 months. Remove emotion from your execution. No more debating. No more waiting. No more stopping when it gets hard. If something needs to be done, you do it. If you made a commitment to yourself, you follow through. If you set a goal, you execute until it is achieved, no matter what. This is the mindset of champions. This difference between the... It is not about luck. The kind of person who does not stop, who does not quit, who does not slow down. And if you stop you, 6 months from now, you will not even recognize yourself. Now that you have eliminated distractions and built unshakable discipline, the next phase of the 6-month plan is to raise your standards in every area of your life. Because discipline alone is not enough. You can be consistent, you can show up every day, but if you are operating at the wrong level, you will never reach your true potential. The goal is not just to work hard, it is to work at the highest level possible. Most people stay stuck because they set their standards too low. They tell themselves they are doing enough, but they are really just doing what is comfortable. They put in effort, but not the kind of effort that actually transforms them. They get stuck in a pattern of just getting by instead of demanding the best from themselves. And that is why they never break through, because what you tolerate becomes your reality. If you tolerate excuses, you will live in excuses. If you tolerate mediocrity, you will stay average. If you tolerate half effort, you will never see full results. But if you raise your standards, if you demand excellence from yourself in everything you do, everything changes. This is the mindset of the elite. They do not settle. They do not cut corners. They do not allow themselves to move at the same speed as everyone else. They operate above the standard. They train harder. They execute better. They expect more from themselves than anyone else ever would. And because of that, they rise to the top while everyone else stays the same. And that is exactly what you must do for the next 6 months. You must raise your standards in your work, in your discipline, in your habits, in your mindset, in your physical and mental toughness. You must hold yourself to a level of excellence that forces you to grow.
$500. That's all it takes for you to partner with the world's richest man, Elon Musk.
That forces you to grow. This means no more doing the bare minimum. No more just enough. No more working when it is convenient and stopping when it gets hard. If you commit to something, you go all in. If you set a goal, you give everything you have to achieve it. If you wake up, you attack the day like your life depends on it, because it does.
Let's go.
This means training hard, not showing up, but pushing yourself past your limits. Not just doing work, but demanding more from yourself every single day.
One more.
If you used to stop at 10 reps, you go to 12.
We'll do 13.
If you used to work for an hour, you work for 90.
We'll do
If you
120.
used to set small goals, you start setting massive. Only happens under pressure.
Damn right.
If we're not uncomfortable, we're not growing.
Damn right.
If you are not being challenged, you are not improving. If you are not struggling, you are not evolving.
Push through.
Comfort is the enemy of progress. And if you want to change your life in 6 months, you must chase discomfort. You must seek out challenges. You must force yourself to grow every single day.
I only want problems.
Most people do not do this. They avoid struggle. They look for the easy path. They want to change, but they do not want to be uncomfortable. And that is why they never reach their full potential. Because true transformation requires pain. It requires sacrifice. It requires pushing yourself past the point where most people
Let's go, Jim. Talk that shit.
And that is what you must do. You must become obsessed with pulling up. You must demand the way you train,
Unlock
the way
life
you
and
work, the way you
I want
everything.
better.
There can be no gaps in your discipline, no areas where you accept mediocrity.
Because I do the
If
work.
something is not at the highest level, you fix it immediately.
Hold that money.
This is how you create massive results
Keep the wrong
in a
people out
short
of my
period
life.
of time. By removing every weakness, by strengthening every part of your life, by making sure that every single move you make is moving you forward. And this is where most people fail. They set a high standard for a little while, but then they let it slip.
Every
They
day.
make progress, but then they slow down.
Never slow it
They
down.
think they have done enough, so
Speed
they
it up.
relax. And before they know it, they are back where they not let that happen.
Damn right.
You will keep raising your standards every single day.
Another
You
one.
will not just maintain, you will accelerate.
Keep this shit going.
You will not just settle for what you have done. You will demand more.
I
You
want
will
more.
never let yourself go back to who you
I
used to
ain't
be.
going back.
This means you must constantly evaluate. You must hold yourself accountable. You must ask yourself every day, did I give my absolute best today?
I gave my best.
Did I push myself further than I did yesterday?
Hard.
Did I hold myself to the highest standard possible?
I want it.
And if the answer is no, then you fix it immediately.
Motherfucking game, baby. Step it up.
There is no room for average anymore. There's no room for hesitation.
Ain't no room for that.
There's no room for slowing down. You are in full control of your future.
Can't be up here
And for the
messing up.
next 6 months, you will operate at a level that most people will never reach.
Pushing through.
Because once you raise your standards, once you demand excellence from yourself every single day, you will never go back.
I ain't never.
You will never settle. You will never accept anything less than your absolute best.
I know what I want. I know what I can do.
At this point,
Because I'm doing
you
it.
have taken control of your time, mastered discipline, and raised your standards.
I'm on top of my
Now,
game.
The next phase of this 6-month plan is to develop an unshakable mindset.
Can't stop me.
Because success is not just about working harder. It is not just about grinding every day. It is about building a mind so strong that nothing can break you. A mind that does not give in to doubt,
Steel
does not
trap.
surrender to fear, and does not get shaken by
Ain't nobody
obstacles.
scared.
Most people never reach their full potential because their mind is weak.
Weak-minded.
They let fear control them.
Scared
They
every
let
damn
small
thing.
failures discourage them. They get distracted by negativity, by what
Can't
others
put no
think,
weight on their back.
by temporary setbacks. And because of that,
Always complaining.
they never stay consistent long enough to see real success.
Quitting before they start.
But you will not fall into that trap.
Damn right.
Because from this moment forward, you will train your mind to be stronger than your emotions,
Bench strong.
stronger than your fears,
Stay strong.
stronger than any obstacle that comes your way.
Hurdle right
You will
over.
develop the kind of mental toughness that allows you to keep moving forward no matter what.
Blast right through.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
What? And this is where the real test begins. Because over the next 6 months, you will face challenges. You will have moments where doubt creeps in. You will have days where everything in you wants to slow down. But those are the moments that separate the winners from everyone else.
Get
What do you
excited
do
about life, Steve.
when things get hard? The weak mind breaks.
Let's go,
It
Steve.
looks
Let's
for an
go.
escape. It starts
I'm
making
yelling at you,
excuses.
Steve.
It starts blaming
Let's
circumstances.
go. Get
But
excited
the
about
strong
life.
mind, it keeps moving forward. It does not break. It does not complain. It does not waste time feeling sorry for itself. It simply keeps going.
That's right. We keep going around here.
And this is the mindset you
Turn
must
your volume
adopt.
down, Steve. It's too
Nothing
loud
can
for
stop me. Not pain, not fear, not struggle, not failure, nothing. Most people are controlled by their thoughts. They allow negativity to take over. They feed their fears. They focus on problems instead of solutions. But from this moment
Fuck that
forward,
problem.
you will control your mind. You will be intentional about what you allow into your head. You will remove negative thoughts the second they appear. You will refuse to give power to fear, doubt, or hesitation. This means being ruthless with your self-talk. No more saying, I hope I succeed. No more thinking,
every time. Here we go. My son better make it to school.
I'll try my best. No more entertaining thoughts of failure. From now on, you will only speak and think in absolutes. I will succeed. I will execute. I will dominate.
Domination.
Because fear can stop you.
Nothing can stop me.
But if you allow even a little bit of doubt in, if you let fear take up space in your head, if you hesitate for even a second, that is all it takes for weakness to creep in. And once weakness enters your mind, it spreads.
Like a virus.
And that is why you must protect your mindset, like your life depends on it, because it does.
Put on the
This means
full armor
eliminating
of God.
negativity. If something does not serve your growth, it does not belong in your mind. If people around you are negative, if they doubt you, if they try to pull you back to their level,
They gotta go.
you remove them from your
They
life.
gotta go.
If your environment is filled with distractions, if it is keeping you from operating at your highest level, you change it immediately.
Immediately. No ifs, ands,
Because
or
your
buts.
mind is like a battlefield. And every day you are either winning or losing the battle inside your head. You're either feeding strength or feeding weakness. You're either reinforcing the belief that you are unstoppable or allowing doubt to slow you down.
Want to know how Tom, Mike, and Luke went from feeling stiff, sore, and injured every day to doing things like this in just 3 months? Well, first of all, let me show you what they didn't.
And this is the secret that most people never understand. Your life is a reflection of your mind. If your mind is weak, your results will be weak. If your mind is strong, your results will be strong. It is that simple. So for the next 6 months, you will train your mind with the same intensity that you train your body, your skills, and your discipline. You will strengthen it every single day. You will eliminate weakness from your thinking. You will not allow distractions, negativity, or fear to control you. And here's how you do it. You expose yourself to struggle on purpose. You put yourself in difficult situations. You change yourself. You do things that scare you, that make you uncomfortable, that force you to grow. Because the only way to build a strong mind is through resistance. Most people avoid struggle. They look for the easy way out. They try to escape discomfort, but that is why they stay weak. Because strength, real strength, is built by pushing through things that would break other people. And that is what you must do. For the next 6 months, you must seek out the things that make you uncomfortable. You must chase difficulty. You must put yourself in situations that test your limits. Because the more you do this,
Test
the
your
stronger you
metal
will become.
against metal.
And once your mind is strong, nothing can stop you.
Nothing can stop me. Not a thing.
So ask yourself, are you ready to control your mind?
I'm ready.
Are you ready to remove fear? Are you ready to eliminate doubt and hesitation forever?
That's what I've been doing.
Because once you make that decision, once you fully commit to this level of mental strength, you will never go back to your
My
old way of
life.
thinking.
I'm gonna have it my way.
Now that you have built discipline, raised your standards, and developed an unshakable
I
mindset,
deserve the best.
the final piece of this 6-month success plan
And I'm gonna
is relentless execution. Because all the discipline in the world means nothing without action. All the right habits, all the right thoughts, all the right strategies are useless if you do not execute consistently at the highest level without hesitation.
Call me Action Jackson, baby. I'm
Most
about
people
it.
never reach their full potential because they overthink instead of execute. They wait for the perfect moment. They tell themselves they need more time, more preparation, more information. And because of that, they stay stuck. They plan, but they never move. They think, but they never do. And eventually, they look back and realize they have wasted years waiting for conditions to be perfect, when all along, success was waiting for them to take action. But you will not make that mistake, because from this moment forward, you will become a machine of execution. You will not hesitate. You will not wait. You will not let fear or doubt slow you down. If something needs to be done, you will do it immediately.
Do it right now, right now. Not now, but right now.
And this is the biggest shift that will separate you from the majority.
Get this shit
Because
cracking.
most people talk about what they are going to do. They dream about success. They tell themselves that one day they will finally take action. But winners, they do not talk. They do not dream. They execute.
Let's do it.
Every single day. No excuses. No hesitation. No waiting.
Oh, if fans of butts, just do it.
This is how you make massive progress
Do
in
it!
6 months. Not by moving when you feel ready. Not by waiting until conditions are perfect. But by taking action right now. Even if you do not have all the answers. Even if you are not 100% prepared. Even if fear is screaming in your head. Because here is the truth. Action kills fear. Action builds confidence. Action creates momentum. Most people think they need to feel confident before they take action, but it is the opposite.
You take
Confidence
action,
does not
so
come
you
from
feel
thinking.
confident.
It comes from doing. The more you act, the more you push yourself, the more you step into the unknown, the stronger you become. And before you know it, the things that once scared you, the things that once made you hesitate, the things that once felt impossible become easy. So from now on, you will operate with urgency. No more procrastination. No more delays. No more, I'll do it later. If something needs to be done, you do it immediately. If there is an opportunity, you take it without hesitation.
Period.
If a challenge arises, you face it head on.
That's right, Ramshackle.
You created an
Period.
environment in which I could discover who I really am.
You face it head on. This means you will move faster than everyone else. You will work harder. You will push further. And because of that, you will separate yourself from the crowd. While others are still thinking, still debating, still making excuses, you will already be 10 steps ahead, building momentum, gaining ground, creating success. And this is the secret that high performers understand. Speed matters. The faster you move, the more opportunities you create. The more momentum you build, the easier success becomes. Because once you are in motion, once you are locked in, once you have momentum on your side, nothing can stop you. Most people never experience this because they never move fast enough to build real momentum. They stop and start. They take action, then hesitate. They make a little progress, then slow down. But winners, they do not stop. They do not take breaks. They do not slow down once they start seeing results. They keep accelerating. And that is what you must do for the next 6 months. You must become relentless. You must execute at a speed and intensity that most people cannot keep up with. You must remove hesitation, eliminate delays, and train yourself to move forward without fear. Because this is how success happens fast. It is not magic. It is not luck. It is not some secret formula. It is just massive, relentless action every single day. It is making sure that not a single moment is wasted. It is pushing forward no matter what. It is refusing to slow down, refusing to take take your foot off the gas, refusing to settle for anything less than maximum progress. And once you do this, you will realize something incredible. You are capable of far more than you ever thought. The limits you thought you had, they were never real. The doubts in your head, they were just illusions. The things you once feared, they were only obstacles because you hesitated. But now you are moving. Now you are executing. Now you are proving to yourself that nothing can stop you. And this transformation happens because once you start operating at this level, once you make execution your default setting, you will never go back to the way you used to be. Slow them down. Someone who is sharp, someone who is fast, who dominates in every area of life. So ask yourself, am I ready to execute like never before? Am I ready to move faster, work harder, push further than I ever have? Am I ready to eliminate hesitation, to remove fear, to take massive action every single day until my success is inevitable? Because if the answer is yes, then the next 6 months will be the most powerful months of your life. You have made the decision. A decision that most people will never make. A decision to take full control of your time, your discipline, your mindset, and your execution. A decision to commit to 6 months and now the only thing left to do
it.
Because here is the truth. 6 months of extreme focus can put you years ahead. 6 months of eliminating distractions, eliminating excuses, eliminating hesitation can change your entire life. 6 months of executing every single day with no breaks, no wasted time, no stopping, can take you from where you are right now to a place you never thought possible. But only if you commit fully, not halfway, not with a mindset of I'll try, not with excuses about why it might be too hard, fully, with everything you have. Progress, then let up. They get excited, and because of that, they never see what they are truly capable. But you are not like most people. Because now you know the truth. You know that success is not about luck. It is not about waiting. It is not about hoping things will change. It is about So from this moment forward, there's no turning back. You are all in. Every day, you will wake up and attack your goals with intensity. You will protect your time. You will push yourself beyond your limits. You will eliminate every weakness, every distraction, every excuse. With focus, with a kind of hunger that separates winners from everyone else. And 6 months from now, you will look back and realize that this was the moment you stopped waiting, the moment you stopped making excuses, the moment you decided once and for all that nothing was going to stop you. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. Because the person you are becoming, the person you are building over these next 6 months, will never go back to the way things used to be. Once you reach this level, once you develop this kind of momentum, once you see how powerful you truly are, you will never want to slow down again. So go. Move with speed. Move with purpose. Move with the kind of intensity that forces success to happen. Because the next 6 months are yours. And when they are over, the world will not recognize you.
Thank you for that, Jim.
If you feel like your brain craves pleasure from us just as much as it craves being a man of integrity, it's
instance, like God from you right now. What I did in the incognito tab made me feel like a hypocrite and a fraud as a husband, as a father, as a business owner. I felt trapped in this cycle of resisting temptation and then failing.
What's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick's Bank of Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, in addition to the announcement earlier that we got from Arnold Schwarzenegger himself that he's increasing the prize money for men's open bodybuilding first place to $750,000, the Arnold Classic has also announced that they will be paying out $100,000 to first place of Classic Physique. So now, both Men's Open Bodybuilding and Classic Physique will be paying more at the Arnold in 2026 than at the Olympia. Now, we still don't know if the Olympia is going to raise their prize money, and if so, how much, if they're going to match the Arnold, if they're going to exceed the Arnold. But right now, the Arnold is currently the leading bodybuilding show in prize money for arguably the two most popular divisions, Men's Open Bodybuilding and Classic Physique. And I think this is just awesome. I said this in my previous video, but I think this is the exact type of thing, and probably the only thing that is going to force change and raise the bar across the board in bodybuilding when it comes to things like prize money. Again, in that other video, we kind of looked back, and there were like these long periods of time, including like the last decade, at the Olympia, which is the biggest competition in bodybuilding, or maybe now you could say was. But there were these long stints of time where the prize money virtually didn't change at all for a decade, 2 decades, and in some cases, you know, in those multiple decades, maybe it came up $10,000, $20,000, $50,000. But Arnold bumping it to $750 for Men's Open Bodybuilding. When you bear in mind that Derek Lunsford, when he won the Olympia, he won $400,000. That was just 2 years ago. So if by Arnold raising his prize money to $750 forces the Olympia to surpass the Arnold if they want to be considered the #1 show, in theory they would be going over $800,000. So because of this move by Arnold, the prize money at the Olympia will have effectively been doubled in a 2-year span of time. And again, that's if they decide to raise it and try to continue to match or exceed what Arnold is doing. But that is like real, legitimate change. And it's the same thing with Classic Physique. I mean, Chris Bumstead's almost his entire career, the Classic Physique prize money was $50,000 or less for first place. And by Arnold raising it to $100,000, it effectively almost doubles the Classic Physique prize money. At last year's Olympia, Chris Bumstead won $60,000. So the Arnold is literally almost double that amount. So this is not small changes, and that's why I think it's such a big story, is in a sport and an industry where you see the prize money just creep up and increase extremely slowly over decades.
You want to get dropped, you got to be able to drop somebody to drop somebody.
Or maybe $100,000 increase over decades. You're seeing in a couple of years, $250,000 increases from year to year. In the Arnold's case,
Young fighter like it's
this year. Next year, it's a $250,000 increase. These are things that you just don't typically see in bodybuilding, and Arnold is forcing that change.
You want to go night-night?
And that's why I think this is such a big deal. And even beyond that, the total prize money at the Arnold will be $1.5 million across all the divisions. And I believe even third place, so second place will probably be something like $250,000. We'll get the exact numbers here soon. But I believe even third place, so even if you're top 3 at the Arnold, even third place is a 6-figure payday, which is bigger than most bodybuilding shows for first place by a lot. And then on top of that, the UK show is coming back. It's going to be just weeks after the Ohio show. And that's going to have $250,000 for first, which I think is especially pertinent now. We're having this conversation about the Triple Crown. What is the Triple Crown in bodybuilding? We just had the Pittsburgh Pro. A lot of people consider that to be the Triple Crown, as winning Pittsburgh, winning the Arnold, and winning the Olympia. But if there's a UK Arnold Classic that has a $250,000 prize money for first, I think you're going to see a show like Pittsburgh have to increase their prize money significantly to still be in that conversation as one of the top 3 biggest shows. Otherwise, I think the logic would say it would be the UK show. So I think not only will you see this impact on the Olympia, but you will see it on other shows as well. And then you've got the Dubai show, which I believe is $140,000 for first this year. I think when they see the UK show at $250,000, they're probably going to increase theirs as well because they want to be one of the top shows. And again, just think about the fact that only a few years ago, just a few years, there was not a single pro show outside of the Arnold or the Olympia where you could win a 6-figure payday for first. And now look how many different options there are. where you can win $100,000 plus outside of the Arnold and the Olympia. This is a massive change in a positive direction for bodybuilding. It's huge. It really is a big deal. Yep.
Looking to get jacked, man, boy?
I'm just looking for some clean protein.
Clean. King's bodybuilding. It's huge. It really is a big deal. And I think that you're going to see this directly reflected in the lineups. I think the UK and the US Arnold Classics being that close to each other, I think the Ohio show will have an insane lineup. And with that big of an incentive, the next week or the next couple weeks at the UK, I think you'll probably see most of that lineup return for the rematch. So I think you will legitimately have an Olympia caliber lineup at the Arnold Classic Ohio. And then you'll probably see most of that lineup return for essentially a second Olympia caliber lineup rematch just weeks later. I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that. It's like getting two Olympias in the same month. Because the prize money at this point is just so undeniably insane. $750,000 is just so far beyond what we've seen in bodybuilding up to this point. I really can't imagine that Samson or even Hottie or Derek or Nick, I mean any of these top guys, whether they're Mr. Olympia champ or not, I can't see anybody skipping this because the money is so insane. I mean, look how far we've come. If you go back to the 80s, I mean, we talked about the different eras of the Mr. Olympia, but in the early 80s, they finally bumped the prize money up from $15,000, which was the all-time high in the late 70s, 15 grand, to in the 80s, $25,000. That was like a massive step forward for bodybuilding, and it remained that way for Arnold in 1980, Franco in 81, Chris Dickerson in 82, Samir Bannout in 83, and then eventually bumped up to $50,000 for Lee Haney. But look how far we've came, and this was 40 years ago. From $50,000 for winning the biggest show in bodybuilding to now $750,000 at the Arnold Classic. This is real progress. And I think that the criticism will probably be this. I think the Olympia, especially in that recent interview that we saw from Dan Solomon, I think their response is going to be, well, we have all the divisions, and we're leading in prize money for divisions that the Arnold doesn't even have. And I think that Arnold, his response to that, and he talked a little bit about this at this year's Arnold Classic at the Sunday seminar, is that one of the things that he believes in for the bodybuilding competition, for the show itself, is he wants a manageable show that's a reasonable amount of time that people will actually sit and watch. And that's a big reason why he doesn't have all the categories in his show. He doesn't want a 7-hour night show. He wants a more manageable 3-hour night show that people will actually sit, watch, and enjoy and not get tired of being there. So I think that will probably be the biggest criticism against Arnold from the Olympia when I'm sure there's going to be some kind of response, some type of comment from them in response to this. And I'm sure it will include that based on the recent interview that we saw from Dan. But I gotta be honest, I don't think anybody really cares about that. Would you rather have the Arnold be a 7-hour long show with all the divisions and way less prize money for classic physique and men's open bodybuilding, because then they have to spread out that prize money amongst all the divisions? Or would you rather see a more concise, manageable show that's more like 3 hours long and insane prize money attached to it? I think 99% of bodybuilding fans would rather see a shorter show with the most popular divisions, crazy prize money that's going to attract a crazy lineup. I think that's what most fans want to see. And actually, I just talked to Brian Powers from the Arnold, and he told me third place at the Arnold Classic, $150,000. Second place, $250,000. First place, $750,000. So literally, third place at the Arnold Classic is more than winning any other pro show, including Dubai and Pittsburgh. To place third, it pays more than winning any other pro show outside of the UK and the Olympia, of course. So again, I ask you guys, which bodybuilder do you think is going to pass this up? Even if you don't think you're going to win, which I'm sure most people are competing thinking they're going to win, but How many bodybuilders think they can take third and get $150,000? I would say all of them. And if you win, it's almost the same as winning 2 Mr. Olympias at Derek Lunsford's rate, $400,000. It's almost twice what the Olympia was paying up until 2023. So winning the Arnold is almost paying as much as winning 2 Olympias. And second place at the Arnold is $250,000. I mean, it's pretty crazy. But anyway, I think we've talked enough about the Arnold thing today. Let's get on to some other stories here. I want to do a little bit of a New York Pro preview. So Sauce Harati, this is one of the most interesting guys that I think is doing the New York show. And this is a posing video from Sauce just days out. Now, the reason why I say I think he's one of the most interesting guys in this lineup is because we haven't seen him against Nick Walker. He's had an incredible start to the season so far. He really pushed Bonac in Detroit. He really pushed Andrew Jack at the FIBO show. He brings incredible condition, and the version of Sauce that we've seen so far in 2025 has been maybe the best he's ever looked. And in this lineup, where nobody is really seeming like somebody that's going to push Nick for the title. I mean, I think on paper, Bonac is probably the favorite to be the number 2 guy, or the guy that pushes Nick the most. I mean, he was just top 4 at the Pittsburgh show, and Martin and Derek are not doing it. So Bonac was the closest to Nick, but Sauce, I would say, has some of the most wild card potential here because of how crazy he's been looking.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever
wild card potential here because of how crazy he's been looking. And I really do think that he's going to be a top 3 guy here. I think he's got a really strong chance at being in a call out, potentially a top 3 call out with Nick and Bonac, which will be a huge look for him. This video here, it looks like he's bringing that insane conditioning that he brought to FIBO, that he brought to Detroit. I mean, he's really impressed me, and I think he's really impressed a lot of you guys as well. And I think he's going to put on a pretty amazing showing in New York and probably be pretty close to wherever Nick Walker lands, which I'm assuming will be first. But I really like Sauce for top 3 here, and potentially top 2. I mean, like I said, you can look at this update from Bonac. This is the most recent update from Bonac, but obviously we just saw Bonac on stage in Pittsburgh. We saw him on stage in Detroit. We know how Bonac is looking. He's been looking incredible. And on paper, like I said, he was the closest to Nick. They were separated only by Martin, and Martin's not going to be there. So on paper, he's the most likely guy to be top 2. But I think you could see an upset from Sauce Harati, or maybe not only is Sauce top 3, but I think he's got a chance at being top 2. And how huge would that be for him if you got a top 2-man call out with Nick Walker, who just tied a former Mr. Olympia at the Pittsburgh Pro? That's a meteoric rise for Sauce's career, if he pulls that off. And that's a big if, because like I said, Bonac is pretty much, it seems like Bonac is going to be the guy that's closest to Nick on paper. He's probably the favorite to have Nick the most. I mean, we saw Crizzo's doing the show, but with the conditioning that Sauce brings, I can see him beating Crizzo. And Regan Grimes is kind of a wild card here too. We don't really know what he's going to look like. I like Regan. I like his physique. He just hasn't really seemed to hit the nail on the head. Every time that he's looking crazy on Instagram and then he competes, it just doesn't seem like he's really put it together perfectly yet. And then considering the fact that Regan really kind of last minute decided and announced that he's doing New York, doesn't make me super optimistic that he's in the best shape of his life here, because he just announced it like a week ago. And in the video where he announced it, he said he just made the decision that he's doing it that day. So it seemed kind of last minute, and that doesn't really lead me to believe he's in like world beater condition. But I don't know, who knows? He's kind of a wild card for me here. Maybe Regan comes in looking incredible and Regan could crack the top 3, but my eyes right now are really drawn to Sauce, and I'm very curious to see what he's able to do here. And I'm kind of curious to hear what you guys think in the comments below. Who do you think in this lineup for New York? Let's pull up the competitor list again. Who do you think in this lineup is the biggest threat to Nick Walker? Who do you think has the biggest shot at being number 2? Or do you think anybody is a threat to Nick Walker in this lineup? Do you think anybody here is really giving Nick a run for his money for that top spot? Or do you think this is Nick's show all day long unless he comes in off? I'm very curious to hear what you guys think in the comments below. And also about the Arnold thing. I know we've talked a lot about it today, but I'm curious to see what you guys think about the classic physique prize money now. The $750 for first, $250 for second, $150 for third, $50 first at the UK show just weeks after the Ohio. I mean, this is an insane week for bodybuilding. And beyond bodybuilding, the world's strongest man is also this weekend. I mean, this is a great time to be a fan of bodybuilding, fitness, strongman. This is a crazy month. So this week, the new pro, we just got the Arnold announcement. We've also Wheels trying to get his pro card. If he gets his pro card, we might also have the Larry Wheels pro debut in Ireland. You might also get the Larry Wheels Olympia qualification in Ireland. That's a big if. We've also got World's Strongest Man this weekend. I mean, how much better does it really get? And this is all following the Pittsburgh Pro, which is one of the closest shows we've seen in arguably years. And I really thought that after the Arnold Classic, Derek beating Sanson at the Arnold would be one of the most talked about bodybuilding results in a very long time, because it was such a big, it was such a big deal, the fact that a reigning Mr. Olympia was defeated, and people talked about that for weeks to come. But I mean, you look at the conversation after the Pittsburgh Pro, people are still talking about it. All the podcasts are still debating on the Nick versus Derek thing, and it's almost been a week ago. This is a hell of a year for bodybuilding, and I'm loving it, man. And the final Raphael Brandau posing Steve Weinberger's gym for Steve. And Raphael has been a guy that we haven't talked about much really at all, as far as him being one of the top guys going into the Olympia this year. And that's really because he qualified very early for the Olympia. He's already qualified, and he doesn't need to compete between now and the Olympia. So that's why we're not talking about it. He's not doing any shows. He doesn't need to do any shows. And he's kind of just focused on that. And as you can see in this video, he looks bigger than he's ever looked. And it's crazy to think about, because we've talked about all these guys. I mean, you're seeing all the top guys at the Olympia, again, with the exception of Hadi. All the top guys are doing all these shows, even though they're qualified. So you're seeing all these crazy lineups ahead of the Olympia. So we're talking a lot about these guys that are doing the Olympia. But Raphael, having qualified so early, I feel like has fallen a little bit out of that conversation, but he's still one of the best bodybuilders in the world, and he could make some noise at the Olympia based on these updates.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. Every time you slice your food on a plastic board, it releases small toxic particles that eventually land in your food. Some research has raised questions about the potential effects of microplastics on reproductive.
And based on these updates, to me, it looks like he's added a ton of size since the last time we saw him on stage. And I think we're going to see a really good version of Raphael at the 2025 Mr. Olympia. And I feel like he's going to be in that top 10, really making some waves. And another thing, too, to consider, I want to touch on the prize money thing again, because I'm thinking about this, too. I wonder if there's any possibility that this prize money at the Arnold is so crazy that you could see, maybe a big comeback. I mean, Chris Bumstead seems like he's done. And 100K probably doesn't really move the needle for the classic physique, but to do an open show, if Chris wanted to do the open Arnold, even taking third place would be 150, but that 750 number is just such a big draw. Could you see a massive comeback for like a retired bodybuilder, like a Phil Heath or a Kai Green? I mean, 750 is big money for a bodybuilder, no matter how rich you think these guys are off a supplement deal or sponsorship. $750,000 for winning one show. That's big money to almost anybody. Chris Bumstead and Sam Sulik might be the two exceptions to that, because they are making such crazy money. But $750 to really anybody else is a huge deal. And I don't know this for sure, but this is a rumor that I heard. Like, to put it in perspective, I heard that Sam is making over $1 million a month, and he has been for a couple of years now. So, I mean, that's kind of crazy perspective with the 750, but That's what I mean when I say maybe Sam and Chris are the exceptions, because they're making crazy money. But anyway, this video is getting a little bit long, so I'm going to wrap it up there. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, click that bell notification icon if you have not already. And as always, I love you guys, appreciate you guys. Nick Strength and Power signing out. Alright guys, don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to this channel if you enjoy the content. Also check out my Instagram at Nick Strength Power. My Facebook page, which is simply Nick Strength and Power. My secondary YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Vlogs, for vlogs and bonus content that you will not see on this channel. And consider subscribing to my third YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Pokemon, which is all things Pokemon and trading card games, completely unrelated to this channel. So if you're into that, give that one a look. And all links to merchandise and social media will be in the description box below. If you guys want a Nick Strength and Power t-shirt, that will be in the Shopify link below. Have a great day.
Oh, what's good, guys? Thank you for joining me today. I know y'all busy getting money, so let's get money together. Hit that like button, hit that sub button if you haven't already. You're in for a good time. Let's go.
It's not. Wait, just a second. So, okay, no, I just want you to look at it from my, because I hear you, and I apologize because it sounds like you don't even know what I'm talking about. So I came up with my man that day, right? We were walking to the elevator. I gave you a smile. Look, I saw both of them. I saw both of them. You said, well, that's not. Yeah, you were looking at me. You were like, yeah, okay. So after that, then I came down here to finish out my workout, and then we were done. And she brought that up, and I was like, oh, did she have races? I saw you brought cars, and you were like, you slowed down, like right up the corner, and you like wiped your butt. And I understand you can't get workouts, but I was like, why would she slow down right there? Like, I'm standing right there. She's seen us both walk in together. So I'm just trying to think the picture.
Ma'am, you did not bring enough ownership attitude to the party, bro. Like, it's a gym. First and foremost, you know, people look at other people. We in a gym environment, bro. It's a group environment. It's an atmosphere where people are working on their body. Especially look at what people are wearing. The girl sitting on the floor is barely leaving anything to the imagination. I can only imagine that they locked eyes. She's probably looking at every man that comes by to see if that man is looking at her. I bet you. So, other than that, she probably finds your man attractive. All right, she's probably disrespectful. We don't know these questions, but I'm glad you're asking. You don't seem enticing enough, bro. Like angry enough. All right, you know was white for him. Like you ain't dicked out enough over your old man right now, bro.
Did you know that if you can't pay your mortgage for any reason, the bank is protected, but you're probably not? The banks believe it's so...
Up over your old man right now, bro. You would have been scrapping on that floor.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You're gonna be about to go right now. You need to go. Hey! You see, I need to look at you like, yeah. I'm like, oh, hey, you gotta pull it up. They see me right here what to do. Oh, what did it do? I passed the check.
She definitely passed the check. Good for you, brother. You gotta go. One better hold on tight to that one.
And over $30. And yet I'm the one sucking your and all this other. I gave you so can you shit. I'm on that. You're weird. You would never get it. I mean, I was such a damn.
Hold on, wait. She did it so good, you dookied on yourself?
Hey.
She did it so good, you dookied on yourself, brother.
That's crazy business.
How you dookie on yourself, man? Bro, I don't know if it's a good thing. She popped you out so good, you dookied on. She was trying to, dude, did you have to fart or something, bro? Like, what was going on, bro? Like, did you have a stomach ache and you just didn't want to turn it down? I don't know, bro. Like, I can't imagine that that's a real thing that's happening, though. Like, y'all gotta tell me, fellas, if this is, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just need to know, have y'all ever got to a point where you had to just tuck in your butt cheeks and clench them to a point where you didn't dookie on yourself, man? Because I don't think this has got to be something, an issue with him at this point, dog. And I don't know, man. It kind of seems like she needs $30 for some groceries, dog. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I just can't get over that one point. I just can't.
I asked you if you ever smashed into one of my homes. I asked you that. I asked you that before you moved into this house. What you mean ain't no man wanna date no woman who smashes homie, bro? Some of these dudes out here weird like that, but I'm not the one, bro. Like I'm a vouch for my homies and everything. Like if my homies smash somebody, I'm not dating. You ain't care about me. You didn't care about me when I was riding the car with you around town and everybody looking at me laughing. And
look, at the end of the day, some dudes just value that. They can't really see themselves being with you, getting married to you, all right? Long-term commitment things. If you didn't been around the block and smashed any of the homies, if not more than one homie at all, like what is it? How
you know it's taters.
At the block party when y'all pull up, all right? When y'all
from Easton ME to Idaho, you know it's taters.
To each other at the barbershop, dog.
My man know what's up.
And then it's a little bit hurtful.
Hey, yo, much love, yo. Keep trucking, baby.
Same thing, too. Just saying, dog. They just really trying to keep it to themselves. I get it. Yeah, with them. All right, now you done fell into a relationship with a guy from the same community and neighborhood as you. But that's what you want to come across, dog. Like, and I know a lot of men right now that refuse to date women from their own neighborhood just for that very reason.
No sex for 2 years, and you get 700 million. Can you do it?
Damn right.
Be honest.
Brother, I think somebody owed me like $700 million. That's possible, very possible. Alright? For some of y'all went longer.
You go to work, you can do
that's
that.
Possible. You ain't had to ask me the question. Shoot, that's easy work.
Is it just me? Do we all have that one friend that be trying to put you on to somebody and then you see that person and you like, hell to the no. I don't just don't go with anybody.
This is a setup so he can run the two-man sub because he already know it's a refrigerator that gotta protect the snacks, right? You sort of speak, bro. If her friend can't get no love, you not getting no love. So you're gonna sell the dream to your friend to
yo, I hope it works out for you and your bill.
Bro. You're not looking
your bill ain't too high, man, because I was on warranty and Freightliner held my shit for a week and a half in Illinois. I had to pay for the hotel for a week and a half, and they only honored 3/4 of the warranty. They wanted me to pay for the labor. It was like, we'll pay for the parts, but not the labor. I was like, that's the warranty. Yo, it's craziness, man. It's craziness out here, yo.
That thing is squeaky clean. That thing is fresh. That is fresh meat on the bone. That meat is fresh. I want my meat fresh and clean, yes. Come here. Let's not play no games. What are we playing for? Like, bring that thing over here, Daddy. What you wanna play for, Daddy? Bring that thing over here, Daddy. No, for real, like, put the thing in my mouth. Smack it in my face. Tell me do I want it, because yes, I do want it. Yes, I'm about to eat it. Yes, I'm about to devour you. Yes, I am. So, like, what are you playing for? You know we get out of this shower.
Damn! And yo, people don't understand, yo, if the truck ain't moving, we making money, so having to sit still and pay the bill, and there's regular expenses involved, which are daily activities. Good trucking is great. But when shit fuck up, god damn. That shit be giving you the Tyson punch to the pockets. I know all about it, my boy. I know all about it. Listen, I had 6 new tires put on yesterday, my guy. And before that, I had 2 tires. And what else happened? I had a wet service. Yo, all within a week and a half, man. This shit is killing my pocket. But guess what though? Guess what though? I'm still rolling, so it'll be all right. And I hope you get rolling soon. And Peterbilt. IRS is always do, man. They gotta wait. IRS gets paid last. I'm tired of them. From now on, IRS gets paid last. The mechanic gets paid second. Matter of fact, the gas guy, the diesel dude gets paid first. Pilot and petrol and all that, they get paid first. I get paid second. The mechanic get paid third, and IRS get paid last. But they get paid. Everybody gonna get paid though. But I'm good and goddamn ready. What up? 2 fuel pumps and ABS warning harness. 3 weeks to troubleshoot, and they still have my truck. God, tell me which Peterbilt this is, so I know to never go there. And you know what, yo? They be sitting on their hands with a lot of shit too, cause they know that you gotta pay it, and they know if you can't pay it, they can hold your truck. Yo, they be on some grimy shit sometimes, man. Messing with people's livelihood. In Virginia. Woo! I hope you went home. Or do you live in Virginia? Hope you didn't get stuck there in a hotel or something, man. I know that shit is cooking your pocket. Feel that shit sizzling as you walking down the street like a mouthful of pop rock. Just click, 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 click. Vicky, what's up, baby? Yeah, my guy, I'll be alright though. You be rolling soon. Put that money back real quick. Couple good loads, you right back at it. It'll be alright. Cause that's what we do. We gotta pay the cost to be the boss. And you know, I like being the boss. I ain't never going back. Ever, ever. I got enough money to spend on a couple repairs. You know what I'm saying? Moving to Holton, Maine? To haul them taters. Yes, sir. Yep, we out of Presque Isle. I've been over here for like, it'll be 2 years in November I'm here. So a little over a year and a half. I can't wait too, because I got about 3 years until my truck is fully paid. Yeah, man, and we're making good money over here, man. Come on down. Let's move these taters, man. We got all kinds of taters. Sweet potatoes, tater tots, French fries, lettuce. All the taters, my guy. We even got smiley face taters. McCain got them all. I didn't even know McCain gives taters to McDonald's. Merrill. Ooh, nice. 158 acres. You doing it. I want to be like you when I grow up. Yes, sir. Let's go. Vicky, you chilling? What's this, your off day? You got off today, baby? Good for you. Gotta get out here and get some trucking done. Hey, Vicky coming hanging out with the boys. What we talking about today, Vicky? What you got going on? What's on your mind, baby? Talk to me, tell me something. Let's have a conversation. Damn, 158 acres. I need something like that. Sound like four-wheeler dirt bikes and good fishing. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm hauling for Falcon right now. Vicky just hanging out. That's what I like to hear. Vicky, come give us come. You know, join us, do a little company. Take your shoes off, relax. You know, take your jacket off. Make yourself a nice drink. Come chill out with your boy. Keep us company.
And I don't know if you get past this, dude. Other than you finding another job, my God, other than you actually having money right there in the present, like right now, I can't really see y'all getting over this hump. This conversation is powerful and it's going to be a pivot in your relationship because it's not boosting you forward. She's actually being honest on how she feels. She think you're a bum-ass husband that won't give her any money, that don't love her or treat her nice. Now it wasn't you not getting any money paying the bills because she has to. She was blaming your job being weak. Now she's also throwing in the fact that you ain't got money to treat her and stuff. To make it look like you love her because it's money now. Yeah, you're in a tough position, my guy.
I sound realistic. You ain't gotta sell dope. I'll sell dope and I still got $10 to give. I don't have what you mean. I got to give, but I'm not wanting to my savings. The same point that you just don't have to give. Bro, the point that you just tried to make, bro, I don't even know, bro. No. Everybody have it right in there. I still, that's give you the money that I pay. Because I already had plans for all of the spending money before you asked me that. I don't give a fuck. I'll be having questions for money that I work every 2 weeks. Okay, but at the same time, though, I still go home and I can get this in if I ain't having that.
Oh, no, I can't listen. Arguing? No. We do not do people arguing. Had a friend at Falcon, he liked it as well. Yeah, Falcon's okay, man. As long as they keep you moving, as long as you keep moving, they'll keep you moving. You know, like any other company, man, if you want to take off, you can take off and chill out, but I don't get down like that. I'm moving, baby. Let's go get this paper, boy. I ain't playing no games. Look at these guys. Well, why are we doing 45 right now? Because the guy in front don't want to speed up, or can't speed up. You know how it be. Some of us don't got enough pull to get by. When you're too heavy and your motor don't got enough motor. Come on, let's go. Got some work to do. Snyder eggs. Yo, eggs pay good too. They're expensive as shit right now. Man, the loads from Idaho, the loads from Maine to Idaho keep dropping, man. Like every 6 months they drop like $100. That shit ain't cool, man, because the fuel keeps going up, but the load prices keep going down. I feel like the brokers keep paying themselves as we take the hit, man. This shit is crazy. How we doing all the work but ain't making all the money? I call bullshit. They be trying to get us, man. But that's all right, because I'm going to outwork the system. What? What's he talking about?
Hey there. Welcome to Train Station 2. This is the perfect game for anyone looking to relax and explore.
What's going on, Mud Truckers? Welcome to Mud Truck News. Email us on mudtrucknews@gmail.com. I want to get into this right here. I had a mother trucker send me this video and was very confused because they're new and they just got their CDL, so they're having confusion why this truck driver, which has a CDL, is driving a box truck and getting put out. So
I guess so. If we ain't making
and then out of like Penske and
educated over at Falcon, so they've been running alright. I can't complain.
So why?
And I shouldn't be talking for nobody else either, honestly, because life is good on this side of the street. You know what I'm saying? Grass is green over here.
Not having a CDL because he did have one. What he did get put out of service for is because on the truck it had DOT numbers, but it did not have the word US. No, and the DOT officer even stated that. So when I look at the FMCSA website, it states, no, you cannot display a US DOT number on your truck without the US prefix. The US DOT, United States Department of Transportation number, is a federally regulated identification number required for commercial motor vehicles and requires the US prefix. This prefix indicates that the number is issued by the U.S. Department of Transportation and is crucial for identifying the motor carrier. So if you have a truck that has a DOT number on it, but doesn't have the prefix U.S., then yes, that could be an offense for fines and being put out of service.
Okay. So the first violation is where the DOT number is displayed on the side of the truck. Yours just says DOT. It has to be displayed, say, U.S. DOT. As a requirement, because we need to be able to know that that is the United States DOT number, because some states have their own individual DOT number, so we have to know that.
The second reason why this truck driver got put out of service in a box truck is because, you know, he stated that, you know, usually
I'm working towards my own authority. As soon as my truck gets done, I'm gonna do my own authority, and I'm gonna still run with Falcons, because their loads be paying, man. Like, I used to run out of Chicago, and their consistency over here, my take home for the year, well, my gross for the year went up by about 33%. So I was like, man, I'm staying. As soon as the truck's done paid for, you know what that's like. I'm sure you do. If not, if you have your own authority, I'm pretty sure you're not paying this high-ass bill that I'm paying every week. But either way, that's give myself a raise again. And once I get authority, I'll keep running, and then I'll grab another truck.
They're assigned to the carrier, you have to explain on the side. It's not assigned to me, right? No, because I'm not writing tickets. If I wrote you tickets, those would go against your driver's license. I'm signing all the violations.
I need to know, when you went in there, did you run my name?
I did. After writing the DL, make sure you have a valid driver's license.
Okay, but why did you run my name?
You have a driver's license. Because you have one doesn't mean it's valid.
If you're driving out of state, hauling freight in state of more than 150 miles from your base or subject to FMCSA, you likely need an ELD. So this driver thought because it was a box truck and he did not have to have an ELD, and that's why he's getting put out of service. So the big things here are, just so you can educate yourself, right? The definition of a commercial vehicle. A commercial motor vehicle is defined as any motor vehicle used on highway and interstate commerce to transport property or passengers when the vehicle has a gross vehicle weight rating of 10,001 pounds or more, a single or combination of vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 26,001 pounds or more, and is designed or used to transport more than 8 passengers for compensation or more than 15.
Yeah, you're right. Right now I am in a good place because the way things have gone since the pandemic, where we can run exempt and make like exorbitant amount of money if you got the stamina to keep going, because it was really good. And then right after they put us right back to the restraints, the handcuffs back on us, where it's crazy because we should be able to run like that all the time, because you didn't hear about nothing happening when they really needed us. I mean, they really needed us regardless. But it wasn't nothing going on, and I was renting a tractor trailer and a trailer and running. Was making good money then. I was like, man, I felt like I was keeping everything. But I still want more. Like, I wanna get further along, and I want some trucks under my belt, man. And I know the work it takes to get there, but I don't want the debt to go along with it. I gotta be able to survive in the hard times, because what I've learned with trucking, there are periods where you will break even or even lose money to keep going, but then when it's good, it's good. And when it's good, it's real good, and it's good enough to support you through those times. So right now I'm trying to position myself where when I do get another truck, I'm not overextending myself, and I can take care of both of them with the efforts of just myself. You understand what I mean? Like, as long as I can do that, I can make something profitable as long as I can keep going. And I can keep going for a long time because I'm young. But I also need to make sure that when I get to a point where I can't physically do what I'm doing, itself is sustainable, that I built something that's perpetual. And I know these things take time. That's why I'm in this marathon, man. I'm doing my best with what I got. With the cards that's been dealt, I'm gonna play this shit to the last chip. Let's go. And right now, chips is up. Just gotta stay smart. Don't drink too much when you're at the table, so you don't miss an important move. Yeah, yep. Gotta be debt free, man. I'm working on it. I'm close. Man, it's rough, man, because you be out here doing these things, and then life is happening all at the same time, and then business, which is part of life, is your livelihood, but it's not your life. You know, there's always room to pivot. But you know, when life happens too, man, like, yo, people be going through it. I know I went through it after the pandemic. I had a divorce, man, lost the crib. I didn't have to pay alimony, thank God. But yo, it's all a building back, man, and I'm still going. So for people out there that are going through it, yo, keep pushing, keep pushing. You gotta roll with them punches, and if you get knocked down, just don't let that 10 count catch you. Get up. The coach is hitting the mat. Get up. Let's go. Let's go. You gotta keep swinging, baby. Get up. Ain't no TKOs over here. We going all 12. We going to the decision at the end. Yup, almost got sunk, man, but I was in a good place when all that happened, so just gotta keep your mind right. Stay healthy, stay happy, stay positive, look for opportunities, and prepare yourself for opportunities. And it'll all be alright. It'll all work out. Because I said it would. Truth is what I say it is.
Passengers did not receive a compensation for the transportation. Any size vehicle that transports hazardous materials that require federal placarding. You know, it says here now.
What's going on in the playoffs? What's going on with some basketball this weekend?
I was selling crack on a private jet up in the hell of back. But no confusion, it's a reunion. Hello y'all, welcome back. In murder here, counting money, he said, can me in the hell with that. I'm only here to shit on niggas and piss on bitches. Welcome that. Support jewelry and bikes, nigga. Black Benzes and white Vegas. Now I'm out here and I'm looking for more chandeliers and light fixtures. Nah, I don't like niggas. What's wrong? I'm a right nigga, but this 44 turn to Michael Jordan. Now I'm looking to say take flight.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is sponsored by Underdog. The app is an easy way to make some cash just by taking picks on your favorite players. Underdog is available in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, and Missouri, just to name a few. Y'all, the WNBA is back tonight, and Underdog is running a free pick for Peyton Beckers. Join the Underdog Discord to claim her free pick live now.
You be safe too, driver. Thanks for checking in, man. Check in from time to time, man. It's nice talking with you. Stay safe out there. Keep your pockets filled.
And Angel Reese for Saturday's game. Can't wait to watch the matchup. You guys can see my picks on the screen now. Make sure y'all support the show by hitting the link in the bio and downloading the Underdog app. Use code BASECAMP or SAT to get up to $1,000 in this month with your first deposit. I'm Trevor Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your host Mace, and we'll be here soon. And we have our analyst Maurice Claret.
Hey, Stat, you would start the show with the WNBA. We like the WNBA, but that's not how you start this show, Stat. You just keep doing your own thing. I don't know why, but Mo, what's going on with you, Mo? I can't do this anymore, you know? I can't do this anymore. Every day is a different spin. One day she comes in, Mo, she got on a New York jersey. Am I correct, y'all? A New York jersey.
It's crazy.
She got the whole 25 on. She got, I think it was Derrick Rose. Could be Maurice Cheeks, Balls, one of them jerseys she had on. I don't know what New York team it was. And then she comes in and jinxes it. And then, you know, the Knicks lose. But we're going to get on to all of that. Mo, how you been doing? How you doing, Mo?
I've had a phenomenal week, man. Maybe that blonde hair.
Man.
Hey, Stat, the blonde hair that fried your brain, man. What's going on?
Hey, cool, let's go. And they're not playing with that. Stop playing with that. Treat her like an adult. Stop playing with that, man.
I told her we be
man.
Got a headache. I'm throwing blows. This is for all the times. This is for all the times that they jump over balls and you'll never switch the segments. So
go ahead,
we all got it. all gonna take the heat. I always support you. But yeah, in those cases, there's not much I can do.
Listen to me, hey, so Mace, like, so I thought me and Stat were poor, right? Yeah. That up, so my camera's improved, so I'll be paying attention to the comment section. They give me compliments, right? Hold on, no, yeah, hold on. I hit Stat up like, yo, Stat, do you want to know the products so you can go ahead and grab them? Stat ain't even respond to the message. So
I probably forgot.
Yeah, that's that woman, you know, the woman, non-accountability, you know. When she's ready, she'll work on it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. What is up with the hat? What is you doing now? What?
Hey, Title Town. What was the?
Oh my goodness, Mo. We've been going through this all week. First Cam got on Nick. I hope you're recording this, Nick. First Cam shows up with the Celtic green on, Celtic green jacket. I can't do anything by myself anymore. Now, you know, now they're running with my wave, you know, jumping from team to team. Now he got this St. Louis Cardinals hat on. Shout out to Nellyville. Shout out to Kingy.
Oh, you just
shot right there.
Shout out to this is Mark McGuire though. This is
okay. What's my boy named Tipsy? Everybody in the club get tipsy.
No, what are those two? No offense if I don't. This
you don't even. That's what I'm trying to share. You don't even know his name, Mo.
So Chingy was right there, and Jaquan was.
Man.
I got my names right.
Come on, man. Shout out to the Lunatics, Murphy, Lee, all of that.
Yes.
Come on. The rapper from St. Louis. Hitman. Shout out to Hitman. Come on, man.
So my dude from St. Louis is Corey Spinks. So if you want to go back, boxer,
okay.
Come on, man.
Shout out to Cuffy.
Yeah, shout out to Cuffy.
Apparently, we can't shout out to Nick. So.
Shout out to Cuffy. Man, chill. I don't know what they put in your Gatorade. Chill, man. Chill out. Go ahead, man.
Real quick, I just want to say because yes, I can take accountability. Maurice, I apologize for not getting your message because I quite literally don't even remember seeing it, but I will go back. Because you know me, every time you call me, I answer. And every time I call you, you answer. So,
I was what I said to apology, we'll show how the black people do. Black women apologize, black men accept the apology. I was trying to say, hey, since I'm getting these compliments on the camera, I just want to, hey, even Mace called me from the store, got all the equipment, and I said, hey, this is so we all as a family can look legit, A1 professional.
In unison, of course.
Yes.
We're getting there. The equipment is coming through, so I just got to put it all together. Y'all bear with me, and all of us, we're going to be on top, because we are.
Appreciate everybody who commented, appreciates the video and the stuff that we got.
What are you doing, man?
Appreciate you all watching.
What are you doing?
For sure.
I'm shocked. Y'all might think I'm frozen. I'm frozen.
Get Marvel's most infamous symbiote for free. Unlock Venom now. Use promo code Venom.
Y'all might think I'm frozen. I'm
frozen.
That's taking accountability.
Yeah, I do that.
Black woman too. No, a black woman is taking accountability.
That's not a rare thing that happens.
You know how many people see that video? You know how many people see that video?
Oh my goodness, that.
Yeah, you look gross to me. I'm about to work.
That's a good one, GoPros.
It works. It looks real.
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta get into this game because the Nuggets forced Game 7 after being 119 to 107. The next game will be this Sunday in OKC. So, Maurice, what were your thoughts on the game? And then how do you think this will end? This is the final moment. What do you think of the moment?
Yeah, well, first, I just love playoff basketball, championship basketball, and when basketball is being played for a trophy, a championship or something, right? Just because I enjoyed the effort from both teams. But as I watched this game, and I was talking about it to Nick prior to this game, there was a time like in mid-second quarter, the game starts off fast. And both teams look like, hey, you know, we're trying to compete, one to push it to a Game 7, and the other team in the first quarter initially to say, hey, man, we're trying to put you guys in the trunk, be done with you, and move on. But in the second quarter, from both teams, it felt like the game just kind of like fell apart. I don't know if anybody else felt that same way, but between turnovers and missed layups and missed bunnies and fouling, and the game just felt like very clunky when I felt like OKC had the advantage to sort of like, hey, we're about to jump on you guys, pause, and basically stretch the lead, and like they had it. And when I start looking at it, I was saying to myself, I'm like, are these guys struggling to put these guys away because they don't have older guys or veteran leadership, right? And I thought to myself, you know, Denver's been in this position before, going on championship runs, being deep in the playoffs, and having the experience or the wherewithal to basically understand the circumstance, then put the team away. And OKC, for whatever reason, just couldn't do it. You seen Shea coming down with a lot of 1-on-5. He had gotten into foul trouble, but it was just like the entire team knew whatever it was. And it felt like they got to halftime. And then once they got past halftime, Denver made whatever adjustments that they needed to make. And from there, they start basically playing championship ball. And to me, I was thinking to myself, I said, man, you just woken up a sleeping giant with Denver. They've been in this position before. You're a young team. I don't know if it's like the mental capacity, because I've never played basketball at this level and been in deep in the playoffs, but I'm pretty sure there's commentators out there who will give their opinion. And I just thought to myself that this was their window. And what my prediction is, I don't think even in OKC on the road, I don't think that they'll have enough to put it away. I think Denver's going to say, hey, we're this close. We've been here before. We have the experience. We have the wherewithal. And we realize that Shea himself can't beat us. So even if it is up to him, even when we're playing bad, Shea can't do enough to beat us, R5 that we have on the floor.
Yeah. Mo, that was a good take. Yeah, you've been doing well. I've been looking at your notes. You've been turning your papers in on time in Titletown. You're doing really well, Mo. You're doing really well. Yo, when it came to this game, just think about it. Every time that Murray goes crazy, they're gonna win. It's boiling down to Murray. Which Murray shows up. You know, like you said, the Murray's grease. The Murray's grease. Murray's can straighten out anything. Pause. You know, Jamal Murray, when he shows up balling, it's just hard to beat them. You know, Jokic is gonna be Jokic. I think he may be the most dominant big man I've ever seen in basketball. I'm ready to go on the line and just say it. Like, the way he imposes his will on the game is crazy. To think of every night he goes out is a triple-double. He's like a pinch away from it. Pause. It's like he may have 27, then have 13 rebounds and have 8 assists, or, you know, just every game he's right there, almost like he's better than everybody on the floor. Yes, Shea Gilchrist, how you say Gil Alexander? Say it for me, Stack, because I'm tired.
Gilchrist Alexander beat SGA.
Gilchrist Alexander, you know, I'm tired of being urban on this, you know,
Everybody else says SGA. They're lazy. Say it again. Shea Gilchrist. Gilgis Alexander. Yeah, you know, with me having a 1100 to 1200, you know, SAT scores, I should just say his name, you know, Shea Gilchrist Alexander. He's playing phenomenal, but like Mo said, it's not enough. Especially when Michael Porter gets double digits, this team is almost invincible if Murray and Michael Porter Jr. shows up. Everything else, it seemed like they had balanced score. Ron had about 23. So everybody was playing their game today, and I want to agree with Mo. I hate to agree with him, you know, but Mo is, you know, our title town, the expert got to be right first. It's okay if we come in and co-sign the expert. The experts can't be confirmed students, you know. I'm gonna go with this, you know. The title town summer school, because the way how the winners think, you know. And I want to help you with that. I think we could do something about it, because your vantage points come from a struggle. It doesn't come from a winner's mentality. And I would love to help you with it. You know, all of you watching out there this year, I might have my mentorship, put it out there, you know, teach you guys the winner's ways. You know what I'm saying? I like that. You like that, Nick? The winner's ways. You know, I might have to open up my summer school to more people. But to make a long story short, I see Denver winning. It's the blue that I've always been repping. I told you I got two teams. I had Golden State and I got Denver. You know what I'm saying? I'm not switching up, Stat. I don't know where Cam get this from. He shows up with the Celtic green on. And I'm talking behind his back, you know? It's a classic Harlem thing, you know? Talk behind a nigga back when he ain't there.
I don't really... I don't know.
I accidentally kissed a dragon, and now the dragon's father wants me to sleep with her. And if I refuse...
Yeah.
What do you think, Stan? Who do you think got this game 7 coming? Who do you think?
Who I think is gonna win? It's like, this is hard because it's like, again, OKC is a great story, but Denver is like that. It's really, like we always say, new hotness versus like the OGs. And I think in this game in particular,
I like that.
That's how I'm seeing the matchup. It's like which one
versus OG.
I'm not sure yet, but I will say on the Nuggets side, not just from Jokic, and Mace, you mentioned it, and Maurice as well. Obviously, Jamal Murray played really well. Christian Brown did well as well, in addition to him. But also, I think Julian Strawther, he usually doesn't get that many minutes. They made sure that this was kind of leveled between not just the starters, but the bench as well. He had 15 points and was making threes, winning, counting.
Billy, what up?
And I think that seeing this happen now could translate into Game 7, and if I think they're pumped and they're amped, and I know it's an OKC, that's just such a great story for Denver. So it's not going to be an easy game. I do think it's going to be a close game, but I'm going to put my prediction out there, and I'm going to say OKC wins this one, and I'm going to go with it being OKC.
New hotness.
No, too.
Yeah,
Sure. That's a good point. But being an OKC, I think with all the energy, and they've even had their crowd all in unison with the colors, and I just think SGA, this is like his moment to prove, like, yes, I am the MVP, not Jokic. This is that moment you need to when it counts. And this is one of those celebratory moments where I think that SGA can kind of go with that narrative. So I'm going to go with OKC. But it's going to be a tough one.
You're not going with OKC. You're going with new hotness.
We'll say that.
Basically, she wants SGA to do what Ant-Man is doing to LeBron and to Steph. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's time.
Yeah.
Why don't you just address that?
It's just like, are we really ready to admit that? But I think it's time. I do think it's time.
That's what you really want to say, Steph.
Say it with your chest, Stat. Say it with your chest is what we normally say.
Say it with your chest. I'm saying it with my chest. I think OKC's going to take this game, but at the end of the day, we never know. We'll see. It is going to be a close one, though, for sure. That's my prediction. So, y'all know Underdog got some picks for y'all. So, of course, this Sunday, the Nuggets will play OKC. Underdog has Jokic at 50.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Do you have higher or lower, Mace?
It's for all the dogs, man. It's for all the dogs, man. Go higher, roo.
Oh wow.
Let's go.
Shout out OKC.
Let's go. Joker, don't let me down. Pause, for real. It's for all the dogs, man.
No, not about it.
It's for all the dogs, the Cane Corsos, man. Too many pit bulls out there, man. Acting like they big dogs.
There we go. Oh, no doubt. This is for all the things. For one, he consistently performs when the titles on the line. Definitely believe that he'll have an all-star performance to go.
Yeah, DMX boys.
Okay. Jamal Murray is at 20.5 points. Do you have him higher or lower, Murray?
I'm gonna go higher. I'm going with all momentum. I'm going with the veteran group. I'm going with the guys who know what time it is, and I'm going with Denver. So I'm gonna say more.
Yeah, I'm going more. Coach Cam, man. Coach Cam. Let Coach Cam be right. Follow my lead, man.
Okay, and Mace Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is at 7.5 assists. You know, higher or lower?
Is Gil Kiss or Gil
Kiss? Gil Kiss.
Just leave me alone. Just
get the gist.
Just.
Yeah. G. It's two G's.
Just. Yep. Like a gist.
No, different things. Gilgeous.
Gilgeous. Is that right, Gilgeous?
Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Yeah, his name is Red Sea. That's probably why he's so fashionable, you know? That's probably why he's so fashionable. It's Gilgeous. You know, it sounds like you go like this when you say it, you know? Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Alexander. Yeah. How many points that?
7.5 assists. Higher or lower?
7.5, 6. I don't see him with assists. I see him scoring points. I'm not sure about the assists. I'm gonna go lower. Pause on the assists. I see him trying to win the game. He might try to go for 40.
No, the only way.
40 normally don't come with 7 assists.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. Why millions of repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most important,
no, the only way.
40 normally don't come with 7 assists.
I go higher, and my reason for saying that is that all of this came from driving, right? And when they go back to the film room, the coach has to say, hey man, somebody has to be more productive. And I just believe that it will all come from like just him basically getting us in the paint, you know, balls and distributing the ball and some backdoor cuts and things of that nature. So I'm going to go higher with the hopes that their coach influences him to get the ball out of his hands and get production out of the else.
That's a good point, boy. I ain't mad at that. Stat, what you think? Stat, the ladies want to know what you think. Go ahead. Since you've been accountable, you're part of the team today. Go ahead.
Always part of the team. I'm actually just gonna go lower. I think he's gonna just have more points and rebounds overall. 7, 8 assists is kind of high, but who knows? I think this is the game where he shows out. So I'm gonna go lower. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all download the Underdog app and you can make your picks too. So Tank versus Roach looks like they will be running it back on August 16th in. Otherwise, watching, you guys know that we had Roach as a guest. He's gonna let you go first. How do you see this match going, and what are you most looking forward to?
First of all, Tank, pull up to the show, Tank. You've been to every other sports show, Tank. We don't have anything against you. We definitely want to see a good fight. And let me say this, you know, I know there may be some things that are off screen that people try to put us against each other, but we're here to be unbiased sports analysts, you know, and we're here to give objective views. We're not here to say the same. No, I'm not copping a plea. Sometimes just go and say what's the truth, that you're copping a plea. No, we just want the right things out there. We don't want to sound like everybody else. We have no friends. At least I don't. You know, we don't have friends in our journalism to the point that we're gonna say something because we like this person or we like that person. Now, I would say we had Roach on our show. Roach is super cool. His pops was super cool. So in that case, there's a time when people want a particular person to win each fight. I think everybody that's watching a fight wants somebody to win. But that don't mean that we have to sway the journalists, you know? And I just want to put that out there before I even get into it. But now that I'm going to the fight, I think it's phenomenal that they're running it back. And this is where somebody said, "Mate, you shouldn't have said that if you wanted Tank to be on the show." I think Tank was pump faking him the whole time. I think Tank knew the fight was coming in August. He was just not saying anything so Roach can go out there and party and live his life.
We
when
got
he
us
already
a
had about
buddy,
3
yeah.
months now in training. I would not be surprised to think that Tank has been boxing and training at a high level for the last 3 months. While Roach has been out here just, you know, I want to fight. So that's probably 3 months going. And hopefully Roach has been preparing each month. I'm not saying he hasn't been, but that's how it looks. You know, Javante gets super quiet. Look like he's going from trainer to trainer, adding tips, adding wrinkles, pause to his game plan, while this other guy is just out there parading that he should have won the last fight and why he should have won the last fight and coming into his celebrity for the first time worldwide. And sometimes that could be a distraction. I remember Andy Ruiz ran around the whole world after he beat Joshua. And it was like, man, this guy, you know, he went and got Rolls Royces and all of that. As he should enjoy his win. But then when he came back, it was like not even the same fighter. And I pray that's not the case when it comes to Roach. I want this to be a phenomenal fight. I think it's a phenomenal fight. And I think this time somebody goes down. I don't know exactly who goes down, but this one will not go to the end. This one, somebody is going to have to impose their will, and it's going to be really interesting. I'm happy they're making this fight, and I'm glad I'll be there. I'll probably be there presently.
Yeah, I'm going to build on what you're saying. And I'm going to speak on it through the lens of mentality.
Yeah.
And so throughout junior high and high school, I grew up basically going to a boxing gym. Mm-hmm. And one thing that I seen from Tank that was different from all of his other fights, Tank had got to a point in his career where he was thinking more humane, thinking about his kids, talking about his mental health, talking about just personal stuff that you don't think about when you're on the path of trying to achieve something, right? It got more into like the personal development and who am I as a person and, you know, trying to separate who I am versus what I do. And I remember when he was talking like that, and I'm a huge proponent of always talking about mentality, just like I talked to y'all about Jimmy Butler. And I said, man, if your mentality isn't on a certain track, you can't produce a certain result. You like have to go into that tunnel and you have to refine and sharpen and gain momentum and then build up. And so when Tank was basically outwardly telling the public he wanted to get his mind right, he had all this conflict and all this stuff going on within his camp with him and Coach Calvin, who had brought him up, and switching trainers and all that. That's a lot to deal with, to your point, distractions. Tank had his own distractions, like, and I'm not saying distractions in a negative way, but like you dealing with yourself as a person and trying to be a champion, like those two may not coincide. You know what I'm saying? It's like the guy who says, hey man, I want to have a family life and be a champion. Even though both things are right, you're in the sport of being a champion, so that just requires a different mentality. And so even when they were at the, what was the presser, and he was talking about Lamont, and he was like saying disrespectful stuff, he was even apologizing to his mother. So that had let me know right there, his mind wasn't in killer mode. He looked at dude more as like his brother, somebody from his neighborhood, somebody from his home, or something like that. And dude had been in the gym watching him spar, studying him, and he was more amped to basically kill him. This is what stuff I was seeing going into the fight. So then by the time they fight, you have one person's mind who isn't in here, who's probably thinking he's a lot better and that he could just go ahead and punish Roach. And Roach is looking at this as like, yo, this is my Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson moment where I can go ahead and kill dude, knock him out, right? And Tank probably thought at some moment he would catch him and clip him. But to your point, Mace,
like every American achievement, GMC trucks are the result of dedication.
would catch him and clip him. But to your point, Mace, also getting new fame is a new thing. With Roach on around the world talking about he should have won, captured too much into that and going to do your road work and all that other stuff. And so I think you're absolutely right. I think Tank was like, okay, I'm about to hit this Underground Railroad again. I know how to be a champion. I'm about to go get this road work, and I'm about to show this dude the difference between me and him. It's just the same thing I was telling with Denver and OKC. I'm about to show you the difference. Like, we're real champions. You're trying to be a contender. And you know as well as I know, you can have talented people, but it's that little thing that separates people where you say, okay, this is what the real thing looks like, and this is what a contender who just might compete with you in the moment looks like. And I think that's just my opinion. I think that's the Tank and Lamont Roach deal.
Yeah.
Lamont fought a great fight. Love the dude. Love when he was on the show. Me personally, that fight, you can say, hey, he got out on Tank.
Yeah, he won that.
Yeah, but you have to knock a champ out, and it has to be so decisive that there is nothing, right? And we can take all that away. But I think Tank, just his pride, who he was as a person, and just the amount of strength it took to get to that place, there's no way he gets back on the stage and have that same performance. So that's just my take on it. But building to your point, I think that going around parading yourself as like, this is what happened and I really won, and you thinking like that's your belt versus Tank going back to the Underground Railroad.
We talking about boxing. Shout out to Keyshawn. Keyshawn wanted to win. Let's listen. And he answered it correctly. So I want to show some love and respect where that honor is due. They try to put him against me, and he was like, nah, and he answered it different. And for all of you guys out there, whether it's in boxing, whether it's in hip hop, which asks you a question about a person who's not there, don't fall for the trap, And shout out to Wiz Khalifa, because somebody tried to do it to Khalifa. What do you think about me? It's about you. And it's like, whenever somebody's name is not there, just know that they correct. It's time out.
Lead to Vegas, we can see what happens, and like May said, it'd be great to interview Tank too. You gotta have both sides. So
yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go to break. When we return, we will discuss this NFL schedule release. Don't go anywhere.
How's it going, guys? I got my brother's Burna SD I'm gonna install the 12-gram adapter into this K2O Tools or K Motor Performance 12-gram adapter. I've had this link on a different video from the past. I'll try to link it in the description before you get this. It's like $30 plus shipping. I have it on my own Burn SD and it works fine. So to install it, the people that make that, they have a QR code you can scan, and I'll probably also put the web address on the description. And this is how I installed it. I just used their install guide. It's just like a step-by-step how to do this type of thing, and that's what I'm going to do for installing this 12-gram adapter into the Burn SD. So basically what you want to do is take out the magazine, make sure there's nothing in here, probably, because you probably never have taken a Burn SD. I know I didn't take mine apart before I did this. You want to have some grease and you want to have some oil. It's not necessary, but it's nice to have. I'm gonna get my oil really quick. 1 second. All right, found it. So yeah, you'll want to have some sort of silicone oil and silicone-based grease. To take this apart fully, it's really complicated. There's a lot of random little springs and stuff in here, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do what the website tells me to do, which is basically to remove a couple screws, loosen one up, and then take this top slide and like pull the top part off. It's not that never discussed how to at that install thing, and it's pretty self-explanatory. So what it says is to remove this screw and remove this screw. So just completely take them out. It'd be good to have a little drawing or like get a piece of paper and trace out the left side or the right side of it, facing right, and trace the left side so you can put these screws where they belong on your little sheet. So this screw, I'm gonna push it through the paper right here, and this trigger screw, I'm going to push it through the paper right here, and when I flip this around, I'm going to put this screw right here and this screw right here on this paper so that I know where they came from, because they are kind of like different lengths. I don't measure stuff, I just know that they're different lengths. So you take this one off completely, and then you take off this other screw completely, the one right here on the trigger, according to their website, and this worked on my yellow one very good. So just completely take this off. It might be kind of tough because like I've never removed this, and we've had these for like 2 years. So yeah, you'll probably have to put a little bit of force into it, but it should come off. Just make sure you're not stripping off any heads or anything. So this will come off, and there's a nut on the other side of the Burn SD marker. There's a nut that holds in the other side of the screw on this trigger one. So that came out. This one's pretty long. The first one was really short. You can probably see it over there. And yeah, there's the nut in there. I'm just going to take it out so that I don't have a random surprise later and then I have to look on the ground for this nut, and then just attach it to it and put it on my little drawing over here. So front screw of this direction, and then this trigger screw is over here on this paper. Sorry it's fuzzy, and like I said, I've never done a video of this. And then you have to loosen this one. Don't take it out, just loosen it. So what I would do is start your Allen key either up or to the side. Just remember where it is. So it went in right here. So this is, if I go one complete
We're
turn,
in Ohio
it should line
right
back up
now.
right here. So I'm gonna do one complete, I'll do half a turn. Just because I know that it doesn't want you to take this out. And I can always loosen it up later, but you don't want to go all the way out. So just do half a turn. I think the website says, it just says unscrew only, do not remove completely for that screw. So yeah, just do half a turn. You don't want to overdo it because I think this is holding a bunch of stuff in there. So just loosen it half a turn. Don't remove it. Then these two you're going to take out. So I'm just going to take this one out.
hear it? God made Adam a suitable helpmate. And he made that helpmate not because she's weaker, but because God has given men a capacity and a responsibility that women do not. And we have to be honest about it. He's not a man, he doesn't know how to lead, he doesn't whatever. There's still a capacity inside of him that God did not give us as women.
And I think part of the issue with modern society is that women are trying to offset this. I think that women want to be treated as the weaker vessel in society by men, but if men outwardly acknowledge that women are the weaker vessel, it's seen as misogyny or the hatred of women, if you get what I'm saying. And I think that offsets the balance, because I think that when women understand that the job that the men are doing is more of a necessity than the job that the women are doing in society, especially currently, it gives the women more of a respect for the sacrifices that men have to make in order for society to keep on going. What I'm basically trying to say is that masculinity is necessary for survival, but femininity is the thing that makes survival beautiful and makes it worth it. But femininity has to be protected by masculinity in order for it to exist. This is why you see women, when they go into the workforce, they become a little bit more masculine, because masculinity is necessary for survival. If you want pure femininity, it has to be protected by masculinity.
And one of the biggest examples that I can give of that, imagine it's raining and you're in New York City. And if you've ever been to New York City or in France and it starts raining and people start selling umbrellas on the street, those $5, $10 umbrellas, they're not worth much, but they get the job done until you get home. True. Imagine you have that man. You have the man that gets the job done, isn't anything special, but he gets the job done. That man, no matter how little you view him, is made to handle the rain.
Exactly.
You were not made to handle the rain, but you were made to hold up that which can handle the rain.
Exactly.
If you didn't have that umbrella, you would come back home smelling like what you were poured on, what poured on you. When a man comes back in as that umbrella, he gets dried quickly, water repellent, it falls off of him, and no matter how equipped you thought he still was built for the rain.
Exactly.
The difference.
By the way, guys, I want y'all to know that all this is going on right now, but if you're a man, the rain is coming. All right, so if you're a guy, keep going into your financial stride, keep working on yourself, keep working on your. If you can stay thin, you are in RuneScape terms, black with gold trim armor. Now I know some people like the rune armor, some people like the dragon armor, blah 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 blue. Okay, fine. But I'm saying, if you can stay in shape as a man, you're moving into your financial stride, your beard growing in, working on your social skills. And you're the rarest mineral on the planet, because you do some of the jobs that another woman can do. But you can't pay a man to pay their bills. So the thing, men have been treated like they're disposable for so long that men forget that you are a rarity. You are a necessity in the world. Life is a two-player game, and a lot of these ladies who's trying to play it on one player, they hitting this age where it's starting to switch a little bit, and they're going through some struggles. I'm telling you right now, guys, if you just bear this, if you just be a little patient, keep working on yourself, it's coming. You are a rare necessity on the planet. You can see the writing on the wall. If you look at whatever side you believe in politically, it seems like they want to go to war with Iran. That might trigger World War III. Now, you may say that's a good thing. You may say that's a bad thing, depending on your politics. But at the end of the day, it seems like the rain is coming. You look at the economy. You look at tariff wars. You look at all these things going on in the world, and the rain is coming. For the past 60 years, we've been having a party, free sex. Everybody just have a blast. Transgenders, come on in. Now it's going to be time to buckle down, because things are getting harder. And if you think that you're going to be playing the game on one-player mode, especially as a woman, with this rain coming, you got another thing coming for you.
So, some of you want that Neiman Marcus umbrella. Some of you want the wood handle. Those things are heavy. And if God gave you a man like that, then you have to be the woman that can hold up that man. Because an umbrella that is not used, it could be for the rain, for the sun, it shields, it provides shade, it allows what's under it not to be touched. We are the vessel, not weaker. We are the vessel that was meant to let the one that God gave us be held up and used for what he was made. So now, as a wife, I want to say, I don't want to get wet. I don't want to sunburn. My skin's not built for that. So instead, I'm going to let the man be who he was meant to be. And if God gave me, which he did, my man's about as heavy as this table. That means God made me capable of holding him up. If my man is not doing what he was made to do, it's because I, as his wife, am not holding him up. One thing I will credit myself to is that man can come and do what God wants him to do. On the back end, he is being held up and held down. Not about me, but to say this about submission. If you think submission is because the man is doing what you believe is right for a man to do, then you've missed your assignment before God. God will bless your obedience as being a wife.
If you only submit when you agree with the man, then it's not submission. Submission is trusting his leadership because you chose him to be in a relationship, especially if you chose to be married to a man. You basically said you trust his leadership. So if you trust his leadership, stop going against the grain and trust his leadership. For example, I used to play for the USA national rugby team. I was the best scorer on the team, but I wasn't the team leader because the team leader was judged based on experience. And even though I had my opinions on what we should do, I was going to listen to the team leader in order for us to win, because if I wanted to lead myself and he was trying to lead us in a different direction, it would split the team up and we would get crushed. So just because you're not the leader doesn't mean that you don't have an important role, and a good leader can only be a good leader if you're willing to be a follower. And if you're only submitting when you agree, then that's not genuine submission. So what she's saying is absolutely true here. And I think also another thing you got to add in there is it comes down to the woman's appreciation of the umbrella. Don't matter what kind of umbrella you got, do you appreciate the umbrella that you have? And I think oftentimes there's not a level of appreciation for the umbrella that some ladies have. They think that they're better than these men, that they're actually equal to. And that's part of the issue.
The Bible's full of it. Ephesians and Corinthians in the Old Testament. Just start looking for them, and please read Love and Respect. It will change your life. Submission does not make you a weaker vessel. It just makes you the part of the machine that is needed to function, but entrusting somebody else them to do. So I value submission. Submit one to another is not in the same way. He is not going to submit to me the way I'm going to submit to him. That's not even biblical. As he submits to Christ, so I submit to him who has submitted to Christ. If God has made the man the head of the house to love his wife as it is to love the church, God is going to hold him to a standard. God is also going to hold you to a standard. And it's not going to be dependent on did you value him, or did you do right by him because he did right by you, or you did right by him because you did right by what God commanded you to do.
Exactly. And that's part of the issue with my
That has nothing to do with what you're doing now.
society. I'm going to leave a link to this video in the pinned comments and in the description down below, because I think that this is a good one. Regardless of if you agree with it or not, if you're not religious, I hope that you can get the message, picking up what she's putting down. In my own experience with...
You're an idiot if you're on Medicare and still haven't gotten your $900 reloadable senior card because it will pay for all the groceries you want for the rest of your life. Let me explain.
God made Adam a suitable helpmate, and he made that helpmate not because she's weaker, but because God has given men a capacity and a responsibility that women do not have, and we have to be honest about it. We can say he's not a man, he doesn't know how to lead, he doesn't whatever. There's still a capacity inside of him that God did not give us as women. And one of the biggest examples that I can give of that, imagine it's raining and you're in New York City. And if you've ever been to New York City or in France and it starts raining and people start selling umbrellas on the street, those $5, $10 umbrellas, they're not worth much, but they get the job done until you get home. Imagine you have that man. You have the man that gets the job done, isn't anything special, but he gets the job done. That man, no matter how little you view him, is made to handle the rain. You were not made to handle the rain, but you were made to hold up that which can handle the rain. If you didn't have that umbrella, you would come back home smelling like what you were poured on, what poured on you. When a man comes back in as that umbrella, he gets dried quickly, water repellent, it falls off of him, and no matter how equipped you thought he was, he still was built for the rain. The difference also, some of you want that Neiman Marcus umbrella, some of you want the wood handle. Those things are heavy, and if God gave you a man like that, then you have to be the woman that can hold up that man, because an umbrella that is not used, it can be for the rain, for the sun, it shields, it provides shade, it allows what's under it not to be touched. We are the vessel, not weaker. We are the vessel that was meant to let the one that God gave us be held up and used for what he was made. So now, as a wife, I want to say, I don't want to get wet. I don't want to sunburn. My skin's not built for that. So instead, I'm going to let the man be who he was meant to be. And if God gave me, which he did, my man's about as heavy as this table. That means God made me capable of holding him up. If my man is not doing what he was made to do, it's because I, as his wife, am not holding him up. One thing I will credit myself to is that that man can come and do what God has him to do, because on the back end, he is being held up and held down. Not about me, but to say this about submission. If you think submission is because the man is doing what you believe is right for a man to do, then you've missed your assignment before God. God will bless your obedience as being a wife. The Bible's full of it. Ephesians and Corinthians in the Old Testament. Just start looking for them, and please read Love and Respect. It will change your life. Submission does not make you a weaker vessel. It just makes you the part of the machine that is needed to function. But in trusting somebody else's responsibility, that's what they were made for, to do what God has made them to do. So I value submission. Submit one to another is not in the same way. He is not going to submit to me the way I'm going to submit to him. That's not even biblical. As he submits to Christ, so I submit to him who has submitted to Christ. If God has made the man the head of the house to love his wife as he is to love the church, God is going to hold him to a standard. God is also going to hold you to a standard. And it's not going to be dependent on, did you value him, or did you do right by him because he did right by you, or you did right by him because you did right by what God commanded you to do. You will see a dynamic transformation inside of your home when you begin to obey his word. Submission is our safety as wives. Submission is your safety as a wife. Whether you have, because I want to believe if you married him, he has good intentions. Even if he doesn't have, or if you're with him, or if you love him, it's because you believe that's a good person even if they don't have it together yet, keep trusting God, but allow your heart to not be tainted if he's doing right by you. God will make him do right by you. God knows how to reach the man that he gave you so that you don't suffer and cry, so your child doesn't suffer and cry, and so you don't house that is just like what you've always seen. The chain breaker of marriages and relationships and love in this life if you just do it God's way.
Amen.
Today we are setting up this Chick-fil-A employee for anything she wants. You can pick any item you want. I'll go get it for you. What have you always wanted?
Ooh. Honestly, I really want it there.
There's no such thing as overly submissive. So you decided to make it for real. You make so much sense. Decided to make it for real. Makes so much sense. So what you're saying is other people make you sin. Forced to do what you did. Instead of staying and walking the path you say you do. Words you write. Because you don't make sense to yourself. has so many other dicks inside you. Hot Rod, I wish you knew what the hell you was talking about. Corey knows what's up. You gotta go left to pass some people that are holding up traffic. You in the way, you in the way. Better about my son. Don't keep him out late. I don't care what you do, as long as it doesn't affect my son. decisions made you who you are. GK, you always come back with the same thing every day, huh? What's up? Come on here, farting. Come on here, farting, stinking up the place. Help him with his homework and get him to school. Help him with his homework and get him to school. And don't keep him out late.
Want to know how Tom, Mike, Luke went from feeling stiff, sore, and injured every day to doing things like this in just 3 months?
Burley D Live.
A fan is suing the NFL for $100 million over Shedeur Sanders' draft slide, citing emotional distress and trauma. I ain't got no problem with that, but some of y'all do, so let's talk about it. Former Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders was viewed as one of the top quarterbacks in the 2025 NFL draft, and many in the first. However, the son of NFL legend Deion Sanders fell all the way to the 5th round before he was scooped up by the Cleveland Browns with the number 144th pick overall. Shadour's draft slide surprised everyone. One fan so much that he is suing the NFL for $100 million in punitive damages for the harm caused to the plaintiff and the impact of the NFL's actions on his emotional well-being, according to court documents. In the lawsuit, John Doe says he is a dedicated Colorado Buffaloes football fan, and he has closely followed Shadour over the past 2 college football seasons. The plaintiff claims that the reports and leaked statements suggesting that Shadour tanked interviews, wasn't prepared, and was too cocky in the pre-draft process helped create a narrative that unjustly harmed his reputation. These slanderous statements caused emotional distress and trauma to the plaintiff as a fan and consumer. The plaintiff alleged several claims against the NFL: the violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act, collusion among NFL teams, violation of the Civil Rights Act, intentional infliction of emotional distress and trauma, and violations of consumer protection laws, in addition to the $100 million. The plaintiff requests the following: a formal acknowledgement from the NFL regarding the emotional distress caused by their actions and statements, a retraction of the slanderous statements made about Shadour Sanders, talented players recognized and given opportunities based on merit, any additional remedies the court deems appropriate, including compensatory damages. According to Jonathan Jones, was a reflection of how he carried himself through the pre-draft process. But this fan clearly believes there's more to the story. I get it, fam. I absolutely get it. So much so that I could represent the plaintiff. Yeah, I'd go in that courtroom, decked out and clean as I am clean up there. Yeah, fam. I'd look that jury directly in the eyes and say, Shadour's slide caused plaintiff frustration, disappointment, and psychological harm as a fan. These are feelings that any fan can relate to. Are you a fan? Who's your favorite player? What's your favorite team? Everybody got a favorite team. Even if they don't know anything about football, they like the colors. Yeah, man. I get them. They don't know nothing about basketball. They heard about LeBron James. That the fan is taking this seriously. I like that it hit the fan in the heart. But let's make no mistake about this, fam. This is a frivolous lawsuit. It's not going anywhere. It can't go anywhere because if it did, now you're going to have people coming out of the woodworks suing the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, when they lose bets. So imagine that. Because, you know, there are people who have lost everything, and I mean everything. They've lost their cars, homes, wives, families. Some people have even lost their minds gambling on sports. So that would totally shake up things to an extent where they would have to basically shut the doors. And that's not going to happen. So this case isn't going anywhere, but I did find it interesting that the plaintiff, that fan, felt compelled enough, got hot enough under the collar to want to do something, you know, even if it's just symbolic, do something. Because what happened to Shadour Sanders was wrong. We know it was collusion, but it's going to be hard to prove. I thought that he was suing because he had lost some money. You know, maybe he betted that Shadour was going to go as a top 5 pick in the first round, and he lost some money, and so he's suing because of that. But he is just suing because psychologically, it's done him damage. And I can relate to that. Man can't sleep. He can't eat. He don't want to go home. This is his song. Yeah, I think that's, what is that, Bosman? Well, I can't remember. But in any event, I'm picking up what the fans is putting down. Stop playing in our faces. Talking to you, Roger Dale, and the rest of the NFL. No more talk.
That's why you're not. The real reason you're suffering from neuropathy has absolutely nothing to do with anything as doctors and specialists talk about. The harsh truth is that the pain, tingling, burning, and numbness you're experiencing due to neuropathy is being caused by a plaque that acts like a sticky substance sticking to your nerves, suffocating them and preventing them from functioning properly. Just like a clogged drain with a thick, sticky layer that stops water from flowing, causing complete chaos in the pump. This is the true and only root of the entire problem. Even more surprising, Dr. Michael Bennett discovered a simple 10-second technique using pepper that anyone can start using today. This method has been clinically proven to be the only way to eliminate this toxic plaque from muscle fibers, restore normal nerve signals,
is the elbow lever. Let's go over the perfect steps to achieve it. Start off by placing your hands out in front of you. Turn your hands slightly outwards or even completely around. Next up, you want to place both of your elbows into your abdominal muscles. This will be your balance point. After placing your elbows into your stomach, stick your hands out. You're going to transfer this position to the ground. Before we go to the ground, make sure you stretch your wrist. One set of wrist rotations should be sufficient. As we lean into our hands, our first progression is the back leg elbow lever, except we're keeping our legs on the ground, progressing forward by adding more pressure to our hands by lifting a single leg off the ground. The next progression after this is going to be a rocking elbow lever. We're going to rock into the full bent leg elbow lever. This is exposure therapy for your wrist and body. By now, we should be able to hold the bent leg lever position. By this point, if we squeeze our glutes, we should be able to hit our straddle elbow position and even the full elbow lever. Now, where do we go from here? One of the best things you can do once you master the elbow lever is add it to your other skills. This is me adding it to a handstand, and this is me pairing it alongside a frog stand. It's great to have the elbow lever in your arsenal, but if you want to go even further, progress to a 90-degree hold by simply sliding your elbows outwards. You can see me sliding my elbows here. The strength required to master the 90-degree hold is significantly higher than the elbow lever. You can also progress to the one-arm elbow lever. With all of these possibilities, it's obvious that if I started calisthenics today, the first skill I would learn is the elbow lever. Let's go over the purple.
What up? Big Al, what up? GK, we all slip up sometimes. Especially as we get a little older. Might be bending over to pick something up. You might laugh a little too hard. You might sit down a little too fast. We might not be doing a damn thing. Let's take a break. Where am I? Where am I?
Here's a map of Franklin Township, Ohio.
Franklin Township, Ohio.
after Algamish had gone, he again returned and said to me, "Son, have you paid to yourself not less than 1/10 of all you have earned for the past year?" I answered proudly, "Yes, master, I have." "That is good," he answered, beaming upon me. "And what have you done with it?" "I have given it to Asmer, the brickmaker, who told me he was traveling over the far seas, and in Tyre he would buy from me the rare jewels of the Phoenicians. When he returns, we shall sell these at high prices and divide the earnings." "Every fool must learn," he growled. "But why trust the knowledge of a brickmaker about jewels? Would you go to the breadmaker to inquire about the stars? No, by my tunic, you would go to the astrologer if you had power to think. Your savings are gone, youth. You have jerked your wealth tree up by the roots. But plant another. Try again. And next time, if you would have advice about jewels, go to the jewel merchant. If you would know the truth about sheep, go to the herdsman. Advice is one thing that is freely given away, but watch that you take only what is worth having. He who takes advice about his savings from one who is inexperienced in such matters shall pay with his savings for proving the falsity of their opinions. Saying this, he went away. And it was as he said, for the Phoenicians are scoundrels and sold to Asmer worthless bits of glass that looked like gems. But as Algamish had bid me, I again saved each 10th copper. Later, Algamish scribes and addressed me. "What progress have you made since last I saw you?" "I have paid myself faithfully," I replied, "and my savings I have entrusted to Agar, the shield maker, to buy bronze, and each 4th month he does pay me the rental." "That is good. And what do you do with the rental?" "I do have a great feast with honey and fine wine and spiced cake. Also I have bought me a scarlet tunic, and someday I shall buy me a young ass upon which to ride." To which Algamish laughed, "You do eat the children of your savings. Then how do you expect them to work for you? And how can they have children that will also work for you? First get thee an army of golden slaves, and then many a rich banquet may you enjoy without regret." So saying, he again went away. Nor did I again see him for 2 years, when he once more returned, and his face was full of deep lines, and his eyes drooped, for he was becoming a very old man. And he said to me, "Arcad, hast thou yet achieved the wealth thou dreamed of?" And I answered, "Not yet all that I desire, but some I have, and it earns more, and its earnings earn more." "And do you still take the advice of brickmakers?" "About brickmaking, they give me good advice," I retorted. "Arcad," he continued, "you have learned your lessons well. You first learned to live upon less than you could earn. Next, you learned to seek advice from those who were competent through their own experiences to give it. And lastly, you have learned to make gold work for you. You have taught yourself how to acquire money, how to keep it, and how to use it. Therefore, you are competent for a responsible position. I am becoming an old man. My sons think only of spending and give no thought to earning. My interests are great, and I fear too much for me to look after. If you will go to Nippur and look after my lands there, I shall make you my partner, and you shall share in my estate." So I went to Nippur and took charge of his holdings, which were large, and because I was full of ambition and because I had mastered the 3 laws of successfully handling wealth, I was enabled to increase greatly the value of his properties. So I prospered much, and when the spirit of Algamish departed for the sphere of darkness, I did share in his estate as he had arranged under the law. Fortunate that Mish made you an heir. Fortunate only in that I had the desire to prosper before I first met him. For 4 years did I not prove my definiteness of purpose by keeping 1/10 of all I earned? Would you call a fisherman lucky who for years so studied the habits of the fish that with each changing wind he could cast his nets about them? Opportunity is a haughty goddess who wastes no time with those who are unprepared. You had strong willpower to keep on after you lost your first year's savings. You are unusual in that way, spoke up another. Willpower, retorted Arcad. What nonsense. Do you think willpower gives a man the strength to lift a burden the camel cannot carry, or to draw a load the oxen cannot budge? Willpower is but the unflinching purpose to carry a task you set for yourself to fulfillment. If I set for myself a task, be it ever so trifling, I shall see it through. How else shall I have confidence in myself to do important things? Should I say to myself, for 100 days as I walk across the bridge into the city, I will pick from the road a pebble and cast it into the stream? I would do it. If on the 7th day I passed by without remembering, I would not say to myself, tomorrow I will cast 2 pebbles which will do as well. Instead, I retrace my steps and cast the pebble. Nor on the 20th day would I say to myself, Arcad, this is useless. What does it avail you to cast a pebble every day? Throw in a handful and be done with it. No, I would not say that, nor do it. When I set a task for myself, I complete it. Therefore, I am careful not to start difficult and impractical tasks, because I love leisure. And then another friend spoke up and said, if what you tell is true, and it does seem, as you have said, reasonable, then being so simple, if all men did it, there would not be enough wealth to go around. Wealth grows wherever men exert energy, Arcad replied. If a rich man builds him a new palace, gold he pays out. No, the brickmaker has part of it, and the laborer has part of it, and the artist has part of it, and everyone who labors upon the house has part of it. Yet, when the palace is completed, is it not worth all it cost? And is the ground upon which it stands not worth more? Is there? And is the ground that adjoins it not worth more because it is there? Wealth grows in magic ways. No man can prophesy the limit of it. Have not the Phoenicians built great cities on barren coasts with the wealth that comes from their ships of commerce on the seas? What then do you advise us to do that we also may become rich? Asked still another of his friends. The years have passed, and we are no longer young men, and we have nothing put by. I advise that you take the wisdom of Algamish and say to yourselves, a part of all I earn is mine to keep. Say it in the morning when you first arise, say it at noon, say it at night. Say it each hour of every day. Say it to yourself until the words stand out like letters of fire across the sky. Impress yourself with the idea. Fill yourself with the thought. Then take whatever portion seems wise. Let it be not less than 1/10, and lay it by. Arrange your other expenditures to do this if necessary, but lay by that portion first. Soon you will realize what a rich feeling it is to own a treasure upon which you alone have claim. As it grows, it will stimulate you. The new joy of life will bring you. Greater efforts will come to you to earn more. For of your increased earnings, will not the same percentage be also yours to keep? Then learn to make your treasure work for you. Make it your slave. Make its children and its children's children work for you. Ensure an income for thy future. Look thou at the aged, and forget not that in the days to come thou also will be numbered among them. Therefore invest thy treasure with greatest caution that it be not lost. Usurious rates of return are deceitful sirens that sing but to lure the unwary upon the rocks of loss and remorse. Provide also that thy family may not want should the gods call thee to their realms. For such protection it is always possible to make provision with small payments at regular intervals. Therefore the provident man delays not in expectation of a large sum becoming available for such a wise purpose. Counsel with wise men. Seek the advice of men whose daily work is handling money. Let them save you from such an error as I myself made in entrusting my money to the judgment of Asmer, the brickmaker. A small return and a safe one is far more desirable than risk. Enjoy life while you are here. Do not overstrain or try to save too much. If 1/10 of all you earn is as much as you can comfortably keep, be content to keep this portion. Live otherwise according to your income, and let not yourself get niggardly and afraid to spend. Life is good and life is rich with things worthwhile and things to enjoy. His friends thanked him and went away. Some were silent because they had no imagination and could not understand. Some were sarcastic because they thought that one so rich should divide with old friends not so fortunate. But some had in their eyes a new light. They realized that Algamish had come back each time to the room of the scribes because he was watching a man work his way out of darkness into light. When that man had found the light, a place awaited him. No one could fill that place until he had for himself worked out his own understanding, until he was ready for opportunity. These latter were the ones who, in the following years, frequently revisited Arcad, who received them gladly. He counseled with them and gave them freely of his wisdom, as men of broad experience are always glad to do. And he assisted them in so investing their savings that it would bring in a good interest with safety and would neither be lost nor entangled in investments that paid no dividends. The turning point in these men's lives came upon that day when they realized the truth that had come from Algamish to Arcad, and from Arcad to them. A part of all you earn is yours to keep. Chapter 3. 7 Cures for a Lean Purse. The glory of Babylon endures. Down through the ages, its reputation comes to us as the richest of cities, its treasures as fabulous. Yet it was not always so. The riches of Babylon were the results of the wisdom of its people. They first had to learn how to become wealthy. When the good King Sargon returned to Babylon after defeating his enemies, the Elamites, he was confronted with a serious situation. The royal chancellor explained it to the king
Keep
thus.
moving forward.
After many years of great prosperity brought to our people because your majesty built the great irrigation canals and the mighty temples of the gods, now that these works are completed, the people seem unable to support themselves. The laborers are without employment. The merchants have few customers. The farmers are unable to sell their produce. The people have not enough gold to buy food. But where has all the gold gone that we spent for these great improvements? Demanded the king. It has found its way, I fear, responded the chancellor, into the possession of a few very rich men of our city. It filtered through the fingers of most of our people as quick. Then he asked, why should so few men be able to acquire all the gold? Because they know how, replied the chancellor. One may not condemn a man for succeeding because he knows how. Neither may one with justice take away from a man what he has fairly earned to give to men of less ability. But why, demanded the king, should not all the people learn how to accumulate gold and therefore become themselves rich and prosperous? Quite possible, Your Excellency. But who can teach them? Certainly not the priests, because they know naught of money-making. Who knows best in all our city how to become wealthy, Chancellor? Asked the king. Thy question answers itself, Your Majesty. Who has amassed the greatest wealth in Babylon? Well said, my able Chancellor. It is Arcad. He is the richest man in Babylon. Bring him before me on the morrow. Upon the following day, as the king had decreed, Arcad appeared before him, straight and sprightly, despite his 80 years and 10. Arcad, spoke the king, is it true thou art the richest man in Babylon? So it is reported, Your Majesty, and no man disputes it. How becamest thou so wealthy? By taking advantage of opportunities available to all citizens of our good city. Thou hadst nothing to start with? Only a great desire for wealth. Besides this, nothing. Arcad, continued the king. Our city is in a very unhappy state because a few men know how to acquire wealth and therefore monopolize it, while the mass of our citizens lack the knowledge of how to keep any part of the gold they receive. It is my desire that Babylon be the wealthiest city in the world. Therefore, it must be a city of many wealthy men. Therefore, we must teach all the people how to acquire riches. Tell me, Arcad, is there any secret to acquiring wealth? Can it be taught? It is practical, Your Majesty. That which one man knows can be taught to others. The king's eyes glowed. Arcad, thou speakest the words I wish to hear. Wilt thou lend thyself to this great cause? Wilt thou teach thy knowledge to a school for teachers, each of whom shall teach others until there are enough trained to teach these truths to every worthy subject in my domain? Arcad bowed and said, I am thy humble servant to command. Whatever knowledge I possess will I gladly give for the betterment of my fellow men and the glory of my king. Let your good chancellor arrange for me a class of 100 men, and I will teach them those 7 cures which did fatten my purse, than which there was none leaner in all Babylon. A fortnight later, in compliance with the king's command, the chosen 100 assembled in the great hall of the Temple of Learning, seated upon colorful rings in a semicircle. Arcad sat beside a small tabaret upon which smoked a sacred lamp, sending forth a strange and pleasing odor. Behold the richest man in Babylon, whispered a student, nudging his neighbor as Arcad arose. He is but a man, even as the rest of us. As a dutiful subject of our great king, Arcad began, I stand before you in his service. Because once I was a poor youth who did greatly desire gold, and because I found knowledge that enabled me to acquire it, he asks that I impart unto you my knowledge. I started my fortune in the humblest way. I had no advantage not enjoyed as fully by you and every citizen in Babylon. The first storehouse of my treasure was a well-worn purse. I loathed its useless emptiness. I desired that it be round and full, clinking with the sound of gold. Therefore, I sought every remedy for a lean purse. I found 7. To you who are assembled before me shall explain yours for a which I do who desire much gold. Each day for 7 days will I explain to you one of the 7 remedies. Listen attentively to the knowledge that I will impart. Debate it with me. Discuss among yourselves. Learn these lessons thoroughly, that ye may also plant in your own purse the seed of wealth. First must each of you start wisely to build a fortune of his own. Then wilt thou be competent, and only then, to teach these truths to others. I shall teach to you in simple ways how to fatten your purses. This is the first step leading to the Temple of Wealth, and no man may climb who cannot plant his feet firmly upon the first step. We shall now consider the first cure. The first cure. Start thy purse to fattening. Arcad addressed the thoughtful man in the second row. My good friend, at what craft workest thou? I, replied the man, am a scribe and carve records upon the clay tablets. Even at such labor did I myself earn my first coppers. Therefore thou hast the same opportunity to build a fortune. He spoke to a florid-faced man farther back. Pray tell also what dost thou to earn thy bread? I, responded this man, am a meat butcher. I do buy the goats the farmers raise and kill them, and sell the meat to the housewives, and the hides to the sandal makers. Because thou dost also labor and earn, thou hast every advantage to succeed that I did possess. In this way did Arcad proceed to find out how each man labored to earn his living. When he had done questioning them, he said, Now, my students, ye can see that there are many trades and labors at which men may earn coins. Each of the ways of earning is a stream of gold from which the worker doth divert by his labors a portion to his own purse. Therefore into the purse of each of you flows a stream of coins, large or small, according to his ability. Is it not so? Thereupon they agreed that it was so. Then, continued Arcad, if each of you desireth to build for himself a fortune, is it not wise to start by utilizing that source of wealth which he already has established? To this they agreed. Then Arcad turned to a humble man who had declared himself an egg merchant. If thou select one of thy baskets and put into it each morning 10 eggs, and take out from it each evening 9 eggs, what will eventually happen? It will become in time overflowing. Why? Because each day I put in 1 more egg than I take out. Arcad turned to the class with a smile. Does any man here have a lean purse? First, they looked amused. Then they laughed. Lastly, they waved their purses in jest. All right, he continued. Now I shall tell thee the first remedy I learned to cure a lean purse. Do exactly as I have suggested to the egg merchant. For every 10 coins thou placest within thy purse, take out for use but 9. Thy purse will start to fatten at once, and its increasing weight will feel good in thy hand and bring satisfaction to thy soul. Deride not what I say because of its simplicity. Truth is always simple. I told thee I would tell how I built my fortune. This was my beginning. I too carried a lean purse and cursed it because there was naught within to satisfy my desires. But when I began to take out from my purse but 9 parts of 10 I put in, it began to fatten. So will thine. Now I will tell a strange truth, the reason for which I know not. When I ceased to pay out more than 9/10 of my earnings, I managed to get along just as well. I was not shorter than before. Also, ere long, did coins come to me more easily than before. Surely it is a law of the gods that unto him who keepeth and spendeth not a certain part of all his earnings shall gold come more easily. Likewise, him whose purse is empty does gold avoid. Which desirest thou the most? Is it the gratification of thy desires of each day, a jewel, a bit of finery, better raiment, more food, things quickly gone and forgotten? Or is it substantial belongings, gold, lands, herds, merchandise, income-bringing investments? The coins thou takest from thy purse bring the first. The coins thou leavest within it will bring the latter. This, my students, was the first cure I did discover for my lean purse. For each 10 coins I put in, to spend but 9. Debate this among yourselves. If any man proves it untrue, tell me upon the morrow when we shall meet again. The second cure. Control thy expenditures. Some of your members, my students, have asked me this. How can a man keep 1/10 of all he earns in his purse when all the coins he earns are not enough for his necessary expenses? So did Arcad address his students upon the second day. Yesterday, how many of thee carried lean purses? All of us, answered the class. Yet thou do not all earn the same. Some earn much more than others. Some have much larger families to support. Yet all purses were equally lean. Now I will tell thee an unusual truth about men and sons of men. It is this, that what each of us calls our necessary expenses will always grow to equal our incomes unless we protest to the contrary. Confuse not the necessary expenses with thy desires. Each of you, together with your good families, have more desires than your earnings can gratify. Therefore are thy earnings spent to gratify these desires insofar as they will go. Still thou retainest many ungratified desires. All men are burdened with more desires than they can gratify. Because of my wealth, thinkest thou I may gratify every desire? 'Tis a false idea. There are limits to my time. There are limits to my strength. There are limits to the distance I may travel. There are limits to what I may eat. There are limits to the zest with which I may enjoy. I say to you that just as weeds grow in a field wherever the farmer leaves space for their roots, even so freely do desires grow in men whenever there is a possibility of their being gratified. Thy desires are a multitude, and those that thou mayest gratify are but few. Study thoughtfully thy accustomed habits of living. Herein may be most often found certain accepted expenses that may wisely be reduced or eliminated. Let thy motto be 100% of appreciated value demanded for each coin spent. Therefore, engrave upon the clay each thing for which thou desireth to spend. Select those that are necessary and others that are possible through the expenditure of 9/10 of thy income. Cross out the rest and consider them but a part of that great multitude of desires that must go unsatisfied, and regret them not. Budget then thy necessary expenses. Touch not the 1/10 that is fattening thy purse. Let this be thy great desire that is being fulfilled. Keep working with thy budget. Keep adjusting it to help thee. Make it thy first assistant in defending thy fattening purse. Hereupon one of the students wearing a robe of red and gold arose and said, I am a free man. I believe that it is my right to enjoy the good things of life. Therefore do I rebel against the slavery of a budget which determines just how much I may spend and for what. I feel it would take much pleasure from my life and make me little more than a pack-ass to carry a burden. To him Arcad replied, Who, my friend, would determine thy budget? I would make it for myself, responded the protesting one. In that case, were a pack-ass to budget his burden, would he include therein jewels and rugs and heavy bars of gold? Not so. He would include hay and grain and a bag of water for the desert trail. The purpose of a budget is to help thy purse to fatten. It is to assist thee to have thy necessities and, insofar as attainable, thy other desires. It is to enable thee to realize thy most cherished desires by defending them from thy casual wishes. Like a bright light in a dark cave, thy budget shows up the leaks from thy purse and enables thee to stop them and control thy expenditures for definite and gratifying purposes. This, then, is the second cure for a lean purse. Budget thy expenses, that thou mayest have coins to pay for thy necessities, to pay for thy enjoyments, and to gratify thy worthwhile desires without spending more than 9/10 of thy earnings. The third cure. Make thy gold multiply. Behold, thy lean purse is fattening. Thou hast disciplined thyself to leave therein 1/10 of all thou earnest. Thou hast controlled thy expenditures to protect thy growing treasure. Next, we will consider means to put thy treasure to labor and to increase. Gold in a purse is gratifying to own and satisfieth a miserly soul, but earns nothing. The gold we may retain from our earnings is but the start. The earnings it will make shall build our fortunes. So spoke Arcad upon the third day to his class. How therefore may we put our gold to work? My first investment was unfortunate, for I lost all. Its tale I will relate later. My first profitable investment was a loan I made to a man named Agar, a shield maker. Once each year did he buy large shipments of bronze brought from across the sea to aid, lacking sufficient capital to pay the merchant, those who had extra coins. He was an honorable man. His borrowing he would repay, together with a liberal rental as he sold his shields. Each time I loaned to him, I loaned back also the rental he had paid to me. Therefore, not only did my capital increase, but its earnings likewise increased. Most gratifying was it to have these sums returned to my purse. I tell you, my students, a man's wealth is not in the coins he carries in his purse. It is the income he buildeth, the golden stream that continually floweth into his purse and keepeth it always bulging. That is what every man desireth. That is what thou, each one of thee, desireth. An income that continueth to come whether thou work or travel. Great income I have acquired, so great that I am called a very rich man. My loans to Agar were my first training in profitable investment. Gaining wisdom from this experience, I extended my loans and investments as my capital increased. From a few sources at first, from many sources later, flowed into my purse a golden stream of wealth available for such wise uses as I should decide. Behold, from my humble earnings, I had begotten a horde of golden slaves, each laboring and earning more gold. As they labored for me, so their children also labored, and their children's children, until great was the income from their combined efforts. Gold increaseth rapidly when making reasonable earnings, as thou wilt see from the following. A farmer, when his first son was born, took 10 pieces of silver to a moneylender and asked him to keep it on rental for his son until he became 20 years of age. This the moneylender did, and agreed the rental should be 1/4 of its value each 4 years. The farmer asked, because this sum he had set aside as belonging to his son, that the rental be added to the principal. When the boy had reached the age of 20 years, the farmer again went to the moneylender to inquire about the silver. The moneylender explained that because this sum had been increased by compound interest, the original 10 pieces of silver had now grown to 30 1/2 pieces. The farmer was well pleased, and because the son did not need the coins, he left them with the moneylender. When the son became 50 years of age, the father meantime having passed to the other world, the moneylender paid the son in settlement 167 pieces of silver. Thus, in 50 years, had the investment multiplied itself at rental almost 17 times. This, then, is the third cure for a lean purse. To put each coin to laboring, that it may reproduce its kind, even as the flocks of the field, and help bring to thee income, a stream of wealth that shall flow constantly into thy purse. The fourth cure: guard thy treasures from loss. Misfortune loves a shining mark. Gold in a man's purse must be guarded with firmness, else it be lost. Thus it is wise that we must first secure small amounts and learn to protect them before the gods entrust us with larger. So spoke Arcad upon the 4th day to his class. Every owner of gold is tempted by opportunities whereby it would seem that he could make large sums by its investment in most plausible projects. Often friends and relatives are eagerly entering such investment and urge him to follow. The first sound principle of investment is security for thy principal. Is it wise to be intrigued by larger earnings when thy principal may be lost? I say not. The penalty of risk is probable loss. Study carefully before parting with thy treasure each assurance that it may be safely reclaimed. Be not misled by thine own romantic desires to make wealth rapidly. Before thou loan it to any man, assure thyself of his ability to repay and his reputation for doing so, that thou mayest not unwittingly be making him a present of thy hard-earned treasure. Before thou entrust it as an investment in any field, acquaint thyself with the dangers which may beset it. My own first investment was a tragedy to me at the time. The guarded saving here I trust to a brickmaker. Traveling over the far seas, and in Tyre agreed to buy for me the rare jewels of the Phoenicians. These we would sell upon his return and divide the and sold them bits of glass. Today, my of entrusting a brickmaker to buy jewels. Therefore do I advise thee from the wisdom of my experiences, be not too confident of thine own wisdom in entrusting thy treasures to the possible pitfalls of investments. Better by far to consult the wisdom of those experienced in handling money for profit. Such advice is freely given for the asking, and may readily possess a value equal in gold to the sum thou considerest investing. In truth, such is its actual value if it save thee from loss. This, then, is the fourth cure for a lean purse, and of great importance if it prevents the purse from being empty once it has become well filled. Guard thy treasure from loss by investing only where thy principal is safe, where it may be reclaimed if desirable, and where thou wilt not fail to collect a fair rental. Consult with wise men. Secure the advice of those experienced in the profitable handling of gold. Let their wisdom protect thy treasure from unsafe investments.
This ends Disc 1. The Richest Man in Babylon, Disc 2.
The fifth cure. Make of thy dwelling a profitable investment. If a man setteth aside 9 parts of his earnings upon which to live and enjoy life, and if any part of this 9 parts he can turn into a profitable investment without detriment to his well-being, then so much faster will his treasures grow. So spake Arcad to his class at their 5th lesson. All too many of our men of Babylon do raise their families in unseemly quarters. They do pay to exacting landlords liberal rentals for rooms where their wives have not a spot to raise the blooms that gladden a woman's heart, and their children have no place to play their games except in the unclean alleys. No man's family can fully enjoy life unless they do have a plot of ground wherein children can play in the clean earth, and where the wife may raise not only blossoms, but good rich herbs to feed her family. To a man's heart it brings gladness to eat the figs from his own trees and the grapes of his own vines, to own his own domicile and to have it a place he is proud to care for, putteth confidence in his heart, and greater effort behind all his endeavors. Therefore do I recommend that every man own the roof that sheltereth him and his. Nor is it beyond the ability of any well-intentioned man to own his home. Hath not our great king so widely extended the walls of Babylon that within them much land is now unused, and may be purchased at sums most reasonable? Also I say to you, my students, that the money-lenders gladly consider the desires of men who seek homes and land for their families. Readily may thou borrow to pay the brickmaker and the builder for such commendable purposes, if thou can show a reasonable portion of the necessary sum which thou thyself hast provided for the purpose. Then when the house be built, thou canst pay the money-lender with the same regularity as thou didst pay the landlord, because each payment will reduce thy indebtedness to the money-lender. A few years will satisfy his loan. Then will thy heart be glad, because thou wilt own in thy own right a valuable property, and thy only cost will be the king's taxes. Also wilt thy good wife go more often to the river to wash thy robes, that each time returning she may bring a goatskin of water to pour upon the growing things. Thus come many blessings to the man who owneth his own house, and greatly will it reduce his cost of living, making available more of his earnings for pleasures and the gratification of his desires. This, then, is the 5th cure for a lean purse. Own thy own home. The 6th cure. Ensure a future income. The life of every man proceedeth from his childhood to his old age. This is the path of life, and no man may deviate from it, unless the gods call him prematurely to the world beyond. Therefore do I say that it behooves a man to make preparation for a suitable income in the days to come, when he is no longer young, and to make preparations for his family, should he be no longer with them to comfort and support them. This lesson shall instruct thee in providing a full purse when time has made thee less able to earn. So Arcad addressed his class upon the 6th day. The man who, because of his understanding of the laws of wealth, acquireth a growing surplus, should give thought to those future days. He should plan certain investments or provisions that may endure safely for many years, yet will be available when the time arrives which he has so wisely anticipated. There are diverse ways by which a man may provide with safety for his future. He may provide a hiding place and there bury a secret treasure. Yet no matter with what skill it be hidden, it may nevertheless become the loot of thieves. For this reason I recommend not this plan. A man may buy houses or lands for this purpose. If wisely chosen as to their usefulness and value in the future, they are permanent in their value and their earnings, or their sale will provide well for his purpose. A man may loan a small sum to the moneylender and increase it at regular periods. The rental which the moneylender adds to this will largely add to its increase. I do know a sandal maker named Ansan who explained to me not long ago that each week for 8 years he had deposited with his moneylender 2 pieces of silver. The moneylender had but recently given him an accounting over which he greatly rejoiced. The total of his small deposits with their rental at the customary rate of 1/4 their value for each 4 years had now become 1,040 pieces of silver. I did gladly encourage him further by demonstrating to him with my knowledge of the numbers that in 12 years more, if he would keep his regular deposits of but 2 pieces of silver each week, the moneylender would then owe him 4,000 pieces of silver, a worthy competence for the rest of his life. Surely when such a small payment made with regularity doth produce such profitable results, no man can afford not to ensure a treasure for his old age and the protection of his family, no matter how prosperous his business and his investments may be. I would that I might say more about this. In my mind rests a belief that someday wise-thinking men will devise a plan to insure against death, whereby many men pay in but a trifling sum regularly, the aggregate making a handsome sum for the family of each member who passeth to the beyond. This do I see as something desirable and which I could highly recommend. But today, it is not possible because it must reach beyond the life of any man or any partnership to operate. It must be as stable as the king's throne. Someday do I feel that such a plan shall come to pass and be a great blessing to many men, because even the first small payment will make available a snug fortune for the family of a member, should he pass on. But because we live in our own day and not in the days which are to come, must we take advantage of those means and ways of accomplishing our purposes. Therefore do I recommend to all men that they, by wise and well thought out methods, do provide against a lean purse in their mature years. For a lean purse to a man no longer able to earn, or to a family without its head, is a sore tragedy. This, then, is the 6th cure for a lean purse. Provide in advance for the needs of thy growing age and the protection of thy family. The 7th cure. Increase thy ability to earn. This day do I speak to thee, my students, of one of the most vital remedies for a lean purse. Yet I will not talk of gold, but of yourselves, of the men beneath the robes of many colors who do sit before me. I will talk to you of those things within the minds and lives of men which do work for or against their success. So did Arcad address his class upon the seventh day. Not long ago came to me a young man seeking to borrow. When I questioned him the cause of his necessity, he complained that his earnings were insufficient to pay his expenses. Thereupon I explained to him, this being the case, he was a poor customer for the moneylender, as he possessed no surplus earning capacity to repay the loan. What you need, young man, I told him, is to earn more coins. What dost thou to increase thy capacity to earn? All that I can do, he replied. 6 times within 2 moons have I approached my master to request my pay be increased, but without success. No man can go oftener than that. We may smile at his simplicity, yet he did possess one of the vital requirements to increase his earnings. Within him was a strong desire to earn more, a proper and commendable desire. Preceding accomplishment must be desire. Thy desires must be strong and definite. General desires are but weak longings. For a man to wish to be rich is of little purpose. For a man to desire 5 pieces of gold is a tangible desire which he can press to fulfillment. After he has backed his desire for 5 pieces of gold with strength of purpose to secure it, next, he can find similar ways to obtain 10 pieces, and then 20 pieces, and later 1,000 pieces, and, behold, he has become wealthy. In learning to secure his one definite small desire, he has trained himself to secure a larger one. This is the process by which wealth is accumulated. First in small sums, then in larger ones as a man learns and becomes more capable. Desires must be simple and definite. They defeat their own purpose should they be too many, too confusing, or beyond a man's training to accomplish. As a man perfecteth himself in his calling, even so doth his ability to earn increase. In those days when I was a humble scribe carving upon the clay for a few coppers each day, I observed that other workers did more than I, and were paid more. Therefore did I determine that I would be exceeded by none. Nor did it take long for me to discover the reason for their greater success. More interest in my work, more concentration upon my task, more persistence in my effort, and, behold, few men could carve more tablets in a day than I. With reasonable promptness, my increased skill was rewarded, nor was it necessary for me to go 6 times to my master to request recognition. The more of wisdom we know, the more we may earn. That man who seeks to learn more of his craft shall be richly rewarded. If he is an artisan, he may seek to learn the methods and the tools of those most skillful in the same line. If he laboreth at the law or at healing, he may consult and exchange knowledge with others of his calling. If he be a merchant, he may continually seek better goods that can be purchased at lower prices. Always do the affairs of men change and improve, because keen-minded men seek greater skill, that they may better serve those upon whose patronage they depend. Therefore, I urge all men to be in the front rank of progress, and not to stand still, lest they be left behind. Many things come to make a man's life rich with gainful experiences. Things as following a man do, he respects himself. pay his debts with all they may think and speak. He must make a will of that in case the gods call him, proper accomplished. He must have come. Thus, the seventh and last remedy for a lean purse is to cultivate powers, to study and become wiser, to become more skillful, to thyself.
Identify which app is a trap.
Your payment info is safe with me. Well, hey, some wonder we're having.
Today we're diving into something that's recently blown up online. Ashton Hall's extreme morning routine. Ashton is a fitness influencer, online coach, who's gotten a ton of attention for his, let's just say, intense start to the day. His routine's gone viral, especially on TikTok, riding the wave of those alpha male morning rituals. You've seen the type: cold plunges, 4 a.m. wake-ups, self-mastery vibes, but even by those standards, Ashton takes things up a notch. Some people dunk their face in an ice bath. Ashton dunks in bottled spring water with lemon. Some people jog in the morning. Ashton, he's sprinting full speed, next to a camera crew filming him from a moving car. See what I mean? Everything is just a bit extra. Sure, the premise is admirable. Daily discipline, self-improvement, physical mastery. I mean, he's clearly fit, successful, and on the surface, looks pretty healthy. But let's take a closer look. Is this actually effective, backed by science, or just a really well-edited hype video?
You just get my workout going in a public.
To be fair, this is part of his brand, an ideal lifestyle he's promoting, and maybe chasing himself. And honestly, props to the consistency. Still, is it real? Or people it all down. What's legit, what's a little extra, and what's just straight up Instagram theater? Let's get to it.
I don't rely on motivation. I rely on habits. Every rep is a choice to be better than I was yesterday.
Okay, so let's set the tone here. Ashton wakes up shortly before 4 a.m. every single morning, bro. Now, I wake up pretty early too, usually around 5 o'clock to get to the hospital. So, I get it. I know what it's like to be up before the sun. And to be honest, waking up early every single day is not my most favorite activity, but you get used to doing it. And you can truly get a lot done before most people are even dreaming of waking up in the morning. So it does have its benefits. But here's the difference. When I get up, it's straight to work. Ashton, when he gets up, he goes into this super meticulous, step-by-step ritual, like a carefully crafted launch sequence to start his day with intention. Some of what he does is just normal stuff. Brushing your teeth, shaving your face, pretty standard. Other things, like hitting a steam room or fitting in a solid workout before breakfast, that sounds nice. But for a lot of people, it feels unrealistic before a 9 to 5.
It's already 8:30 a.m. and he's only just having a shower. Like, most people probably start work at 9 a.m. and it's too late for this shit. And he's already spent 6 hours dilly-dallying around when he could have done all of this in like 2 hours.
One thing we have to remember is that Ashton's an entrepreneur. And while that comes with its own set of challenges, it also gives him the luxury of setting his own schedule. That freedom can be risky if you're not disciplined, but Ashton, he's clearly on the other end of that spectrum. Maybe even too far, depending on how you see it. But hey, it seems to work for him. Being an entrepreneur is all about priority. Ashton, these steps, every last one, are the priority. He gets them all in.
Everyone sees the routine, but people don't see the reason behind the routine.
Who knows? Maybe he'd still be doing this even if he had an office job.
This is why I have a routine. I've done this in opportunities. You can't be too.
But although I kid, I'm not mocking getting up early.
The early bird gets the worm, right? And for Ashton, this early start is his way of charging up before life starts throwing punches. And yeah, waking up at 3:50 a.m. sounds intense, but only if you assume he's going to bed at midnight. Spoiler, he's not. Ashton's lights are out by like 7:30 p.m. Just as most of you are finishing dinner, Ashton's deep into rapid eye movement. By the time your Netflix intro is still buffering, this guy's already dreaming about his next sprint workout. So let's talk about why sleep matters. Because Ashton's not just waking up early, he's putting real intention behind prioritizing sleep. And honestly, he's kind of onto something. As neuroscientist and sleep expert Matt Walker explains,
there is simply no aspect of your wellness that can retreat.
Hormones like time to sleep and recover, and cortisol, your stress hormone, starts to lower, so you can actually chill. Your body starts to wind.
The more you can increase your sleep, the easier it will be to get on a good sleep schedule.
But sleep isn't just when you rest. It's when your body gets to work. Your brain literally starts clearing out waste. Think of it like an overnight cleaning crew, getting rid of all the mental clutter from the day so you can wake up sharper. That's your glymphatic system in action, flushing out junk that builds up while you're awake. And for energy, this is when your cells rebuild their energy stores, replenish the fuel they use to move and function. And for someone like Ashton who trains hard, sleep is also when your body protein synthesis. Basically, the gains don't happen in the gym. They happen while you're asleep. And then sleep
of sleep is what makes perfect, because you come back the next day and you're 20 to 30% better in terms of your skilled performance than where you were at the end of your practice session the day before.
Wow! Good quality sleep also means better hunger control, because when things like stroke, and if you've heard of beauty sleep, that's real too. Your skin literally repairs itself while you sleep. So Ashton's no late night doom scrolling, no Netflix till 1 a.m. routine actually follows these hygiene practices, calming things, little to no screen time, and a consistent schedule. That alone can be a game changer.
Brother, what do you mean, how do I wake up at 3:50 a.m.? Listen, I go to sleep early because temptation lives late at night. I need you to lock in. Tomorrow,
definitely not. But there are some legit benefits to waking up early, especially if you're syncing it with natural light. Catching the sunrise helps regulate your circadian rhythm.
I didn't always call you Dad. I called you Hero. I called you Coach.
Catching the sunrise helps regulate your circadian rhythm, your body's internal clock.
At times, all of our physiology and all of our behavior, all of the active sorts of processes are compartmentalized to the day, and all of the restorative processes are kept at night.
That natural light exposure in the morning stops melatonin production, boosts cortisol just enough to help you feel alert, and kickstarts energy for the day. And a healthy rhythm doesn't just improve energy, it also helps balance your immune system. Now, that's a concept called circadian immunity.
Almost every single gene in our genome turn on and off at different time of the day. Every single hormone and brain chemicals also rise and fall at different time of the day. So to have these rhythms is actually to have health.
Plus, let's be honest, waking up with the natural rhythm of life cuts out so much stress. You're not late before you've even started. No rushing, no scrambling, no playing catch up from minute one. And if you're really early, you've got time to actually think. You're more focused. Your brain's had the chance to fully boot up before life starts throwing notifications at you. That groggy feeling you get when you first wake up, that's called sleep inertia. And it can last for up to 1 hour. So giving yourself that buffer in the morning to ease into the day, it's actually a performance hack.
I call these the 3 M's of the morning routine. The first M is mindfulness, the second M is movement, and the third M is mindset. I'm a huge fan of morning routines because they give you a period of calm in the morning that's just going to make you a bit more resilient to cope with those stresses that will come up in your day. It's not if they're going to come up, they will come up.
And Ashton seems to get that.
Okay, and then between 4:17 and 4:21, he just stands there. 4 whole minutes of standing on his balcony, just still.
His mornings are slow but intentional. No noise, no chaos, no doom scrolling. Just him doing his thing, building momentum before the world gets loud. Now, not everyone can shift their sleep schedule like that. Maybe you've got a late job, school, kids, or, realistic obligations. But the principles he's using, those are pretty universal. Sleep early, wake up with purpose, avoid screens late, get sunlight early. That's solid, science-backed advice.
And this is perhaps the most important thing, is QQRT, which is quality, quantity, regularity, and timing.
And not to overstate the obvious, but a sleep-wake cycle that syncs with the sun is something our ancestors did naturally. And we've kind of fallen away from it thanks to technology, screens, and late-night culture. We've become a society of overstimulated, restless, and anxious people who barely know how to focus. So when Ashton says if you're dealing with a weak mind or lack of productivity, go to bed early, it sounds harsh, but there's truth in that. Because the best version of yourself probably isn't the one scrolling at 2 a.m.
It's a silent sleep loss epidemic, and it is fast becoming one of the greatest public health challenges that we face in the 21st century.
Come to me and they say, listen, I think I have attention deficit or I've got anxiety. I always just say, how's your sleep? You want to always start with sleep. Great sleep makes everything better.
Oh, and one more thing about Ashton's sleep setup that's worth mentioning. He wears nasal strips. Yeah, those things that look like mini band-aids across the bridge of your nose, they're not just for show. They actually work by gently pulling outwards on your nasal passages, opening them up so you can breathe better, especially during sleep.
It's a bit like doing this. You can breathe a little bit better. Another way to do it is do this. You can just breathe a little bit better.
That can mean less congestion, less snoring, better airflow, and even higher quality sleep. He also uses mouth tape, which might sound weird at first, but the idea is to encourage nasal breathing and prevent mouth breathing overnight. We actually talked about this in the Looks Maxing video.
The same is true if you are closing your mouth at night to breathe through your nose. Your tongue is going to naturally expand your mouth so that your teeth line up and your jaw becomes the appropriate size.
But it's not just about looks. There are real health implications too. See, the theory is that our modern soft food diets have led to smaller, weaker jaws.
They didn't have orthodontists back then. Our distant ancestors survived a subsistence lifestyle, one that involved booze, as contrast to today's total precious little hard chewing.
And this changed our faces formed. It also changed how a lot of us breathe. More people mouth breathe instead of using their noses, and over time that can actually reshape the face further, especially in kids. This can also lead to dental issues, bad breath, and gum problems. And to bring it full circle, it's tied to snoring, sleep apnea, low oxygen levels at night, and fragmented sleep. So encouraging nasal breathing with something as simple as a strip or a bit of tape.
And the reason why I wear this is because I'm a heavy mouth breather. And I was doing more research, the people who are heavy mouth breathers at night, they don't get good sleep.
That might actually help your sleep quality way more than you think.
If I just tape my mouth, I think my...
Listen, we are too grown to let diabetes boss us around. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor.
If I just tape my mouth, I think my sleep can get better. I'll probably be breathing throughout my nose a little bit better. I'll break that bad habit. I won't snore anymore. I won't be drooling. So
it's not all aesthetics here. It's about function. And Ashton's sleep routine isn't just about going to bed early. It's also about optimizing how he breathes while he sleeps. It's a little much, but a decent idea.
I wear it in the gym because I'm a yapper. I like to talk. So now I have this tape over my mouth. I'm breaking a bad habit. And I can't talk to the guy out there who wants to talk. It's like I'm in here for business, bro.
But let's hop out of bed, because that's the point where a lot of the shenanigans start.
Decides to give up at this time in the morning.
Before we get into one of Ashton's more viral habits, face dunking, let's talk about cold exposure in general, because it follows similar principles and he does all of it. Cold exposure, aka cryotherapy, is definitely trendy, but it's not just a trend. Athletes swear by ice baths for recovery, and here's why. When you train hard like Ashton, your muscles develop micro tears. The repair of that damage is how they grow stronger, but it also causes soreness and inflammation. Now, some traditional explanations that claim cold therapy shifts lactic acid away from muscles are outdated. Lactate often mislabeled as lactic acid, naturally clears within an hour after exercise and isn't a primary cause of soreness. Cold therapy helps by constricting blood vessels, which reduces swelling and dulls pain signals. That chill actually slows local metabolism in your muscles, putting them into a kind of temporary low power mode to curb inflammation and prevent further tissue breakdown, giving your body a head start on recovery. However, some research suggests that too much cold exposure immediately after training might blunt muscle growth. Because if you prevent some of that tissue breakdown, you might also interfere with the body's natural process of rebuilding it stronger.
What they did had participants work out and then submerge one leg into room temperature water. The other one they put into ice water, and they had them drink a protein carbohydrate concoction. And what they found is the one that was submerged in ice water had lower rates of muscle protein synthesis.
That said, the cold-induced constriction is followed by a rebound effect. As you rewarm, blood vessels dilate, increasing circulation. This surge of fresh blood flow may help accelerate recovery by delivering oxygen and nutrients while clearing metabolic byproducts. That's why so many athletes are into it. It just helps them bounce back faster. And aside from workout-related perks, cold shock triggers your body's fight or flight response, which forces it to defend its core temperature, releasing norepinephrine in the process.
Your adrenaline acts on what's called brown fat, a type of fat tissue that keeps you warm by breaking
Metabolic health, preventing lifestyle-related conditions like diabetes. But it doesn't just release norepinephrine and raise alertness. It also spikes other neurotransmitters that deliver a jolt of positive energy, both during and after. Your body's like, let's go! Literally.
This dopamine increase from cold immersion is just as high as nicotine. So this is this natural high you could get.
It also lower cortisol, stress hormone, which is why cold exposure may support mental health too.
Give me a sec. Alright, bro, y'all ready? D. Yeah, D.
Don't think about it. Think about it.
Stream that shit out!
Over time, it can help train your body to manage physical and emotional stress. That said, I'm not here to sell cold plunges as a medical cure. The research is still catching up. A lot of the benefits are anecdotal or nutrition and actually moving your body. So now, take that same cold exposure concept and shrink it down to Ashton dunking his face in icy, lemony spring water. Similar to an ice bath, dunking your face in cold water triggers blood vessel constriction. This can help reduce puffiness in the eyes. But once your skin starts warming up again, those blood vessels open back up and fresh blood floods in, which may boost circulation and leave your skin looking more refreshed and glowing.
You can do this before an event or before you apply heavy makeup. This can make your makeup appear more flawless.
Some people say it tones the skin and makes pores look smaller. Just to be clear, pores don't actually open or close like doors. But the cold can tighten your skin temporarily, which makes them look smaller.
Because cold water works similar to an astringent, toning your skin and making you look refreshed and younger.
And because cold comes in reduce redness or soothe acne-prone skin. While some studies show precision cold therapy can help with acne, for something like face dunking, the effects are more temporary and probably a bit overhyped. Overall, most of these skin boosting benefits of face dunking are temporary. But if you're doing it every day, the short-term effects can stack up. That said, it's definitely not a substitute for real skincare or medical treatments for those that need it. Think of it more like a daily refresh, not a cure-all. For someone like Ashton, who's clearly trying to jolt himself into beast mode the second he wakes up, I guess it makes sense. As I mentioned, the cold shock is kind of like a slap to the nervous system. So overall, you start the day with less stress, more clarity, and a slightly more chiseled jawline.
Why you squeeze the lemon and just chuck it all in? What that? I'm sorry. What did this squeeze?
Not bad. And let's not gloss over what he's dunking his face in and brushing his teeth with. And honestly, what seems to be the only thing he lets near his mouth. Saratoga spring water.
Saratoga water. The bottle is
class, I paid $50 for one.
Want to know how Tom, Mike, and Luke went from feeling stiff, sore, and injured every day to doing things like this?
Oh, now, spring water, also called mineral water, comes from natural underground springs and is packed with minerals like calcium, magnesium, and bicarbonate. When using it for hygienic purposes, it's sometimes said to be gentler on sensitive skin or helps to support the skin barrier. But there's little evidence that the minerals actually penetrate deeply enough to make a real difference, especially with quick face dunks like Ashton's.
Most expensive water in the world.
But when it comes to drinking it, it's not just about hydration. Some studies show it can support digestion, bone health, and even heart and metabolic health, depending on the mineral content. Calcium-rich water, for example, can be just as effective as milk for strengthening bones. Magnesium-rich waters may help with constipation, and some mineral waters may even support lower blood pressure or improve insulin sensitivity.
Days of the Roman Republic, the water is said to dissolve kidney stones, wipe away wrinkles, relieve arthritis and gout, generally put a spring back in your step.
Of course, we don't need to drink high-end bottled spring water to be healthy, but when it's naturally rich in helpful minerals, it might offer more than just aesthetic appeal. But most important, we need to make sure we're drinking water, period, and lots of it.
Staying hydrated is a critical component of not only staying healthy, but of performance.
And speaking of water, Ashton's just as intentional about what he eats. Now, aside from his cheat days where he basically goes mukbang with full pizzas, KFC, biscuits, the works, his regular meals are actually pretty dialed in. Breakfast is usually something like eggs and bacon, maybe avocado toast, sometimes fruit, pretty reasonable. He's hitting protein, healthy fats, complex carbs, and fiber. Covers all the major macros. And from his other meals, he doesn't seem like one of those brown rice, plain chicken, zero salt types. They're definitely clean, but still human. Decent portions, sometimes a little upscale flair, but nothing wild. I'm not going to dive too deep into nutrition today, but obviously he prioritizes protein. Because with the amount he works out, he has to. All that sprinting, jumping, boxing, that breaks muscle tissue down. And muscle only grows back stronger if you feed it the right building blocks, which is protein. From meat to shakes, whatever it is, he's clearly keeping the supply coming. That said, it doesn't feel like he's trying to bulk like a mass monster bodybuilder. More like he's maintaining a strong muscular frame. He basically eats like an athlete. Now, the more rage bait part of it, it's not the food, it's how the food arrives.
Some people might say, why do you need a lady to hand everything to you? You've done nothing all morning.
A woman's hands gently slide the plate into frame and basically tuck his napkin in like he's royalty. When he's done with his morning banana, he doesn't just toss the peel like the rest of us, he wipes on his face. Miracle, claiming it reduces wrinkles, dark circles, puffiness, the works.
If you rub that skin on your face, don't you stop it! No, you do not!
Banana peels contain antioxidants like vitamin C, which can help fight oxidative stress, the stuff that damages skin cells and speeds up aging. Holistic plastic surgeon Dr. Anthony Wan swears by it for acne.
And there are actually a lot of soothing elements. There are antioxidants and there are fatty acids that will actually soothe the skin. Now, acne is essentially an inflammatory type of process.
But here's the thing. While there is vitamin C and other antioxidants in banana peels, some dermatologists say the concentration is likely too low to have any real effect, in comparison to skincare products formulated for that specifically. Plus, unless you're washing the peel first, there's always a risk of skin irritation from leftover pesticides or bacteria. So, maybe not the worst thing in the world, but probably not skincare magic either. So, after the banana peel facial, what's next? A steam room or sauna, of course, because why stop at antioxidant fruit when you can sweat out your toxins in style? Now, Greeks and Romans were doing it way before. Indigenous cultures around the world have sauna is basically a national treasure. Whether it's a dry sauna or a steam room, these traditions have stuck around for a reason. But here's where we gotta clear the air. Literally. People love to throw around the word detox, and both saunas get pulled into that conversation a lot. But medically speaking, your liver and kidneys are your real detox MVPs. Sweating and heat doesn't flush out toxins the way Instagram might suggest, but the thermoregulatory effects do benefits, especially when it comes to recovery and overall well-being.
You're going to raise your core temperature between 1 and 2 degrees depending on a whole host of factors, but these heat shock proteins are designed to repair cellular damage and reduce the stress, cellular stress that is put on your body by heat.
When it comes to perks, let's start on the surface. The heat and sweating promotes the movement of water through your pores, helping cleanse the skin and leaving it smoother. The removal of impurities some people associate with detoxing. It also loosens mucus, which can be a game changer if you've got allergies or congestion. But the biggest wins? Better circulation and muscle relaxation. Heat dilates your blood vessels, boosting blood flow and temporarily lowering blood pressure. That means more oxygen and nutrients delivered to your muscles and joints. Great for easing workout-related soreness and stiffness.
Participants that used a sauna or a steam room for 30 minutes 2 times per week saw a dramatic increase in their endurance threshold.
It also gives your nervous system a moment to reset. The calm, quiet heat lowers cortisol, the stress hormone that when chronically high can throw off everything from sleep to metabolism. And just like the cold, heat exposure can increase norepinephrine, both as a neurotransmitter in the brain, sharpening focus and alertness, and as a hormone in the body, which may give your metabolism a subtle kick. So it isn't just about chilling, it's about recalibrating. Ashton's workouts are, well, not for the faint of heart. A bit of a pun intended, because he's pushing his body to the max with everything from sprinting to boxing.
Such a peaceful looking gym. It's 6:30 a.m. and you just walk in and you just hear this fucking thumping over and over again.
With Asana, AI teammates are here to help level up your goals. Try it for free.
Why are we using government money? Why are we shuttling $10 billion from the U.S. Treasury to soda companies? We have a metabolic.
This guy goes hard. When it comes to his training, sprint interval training, SIT, is one of his go-to methods. Now, for those who aren't familiar, sprint interval training involves short bursts of all-out sprints, anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds, followed by a rest period. You repeat this a few times, and the results are pretty impressive. Research shows that just 2 to 6 weeks of sprint interval training can seriously level up your endurance by boosting skeletal muscle oxidative capacity and increasing VO2 max. Translation, your body's oxygen delivery system gets a tune-up, letting your muscles work harder without hitting the wall so fast. And other
Our body uses our fuel stores. It gets used up muscles as we work. When we do training, like in HIIT workouts, we actually so our body's much more ready to take up glucose that's in the blood.
Now, high-intensity training is undeniably efficient. It's fantastic for performance, speed, power, and muscle gains, with clear cardiovascular and metabolic benefits. But here's the caveat. When we focus on health and longevity, those short, intense bursts alone aren't enough. The real key, regular, consistent movement throughout the day. Walking, stretching, staying active, which is far more critical for long-term benefits like blood sugar control and insulin regulation. Dan Butner, who studies centenarians, people who live to be 100, discovered that most people who live the longest don't actually exercise intentionally.
Well, it's much better to think about walking on a daily basis, riding your bike, or playing pickleball once in a while. That strategy is much more likely to get you 100 than pumping iron or running.
So while Ashton's workouts definitely pack a punch, their effectiveness could be limited if the rest of the day is spent being sedentary.
It's 4 or 7. When you're actually doing the exercises and like doing the actual routine, you realize how long and stretched out the routine is. This did not have to be 17 minutes long. I'm out here sitting in the darkness.
He's often on his computer talking to clients, handling business, and driving around. We don't really see him out there getting in consistent movement like just taking walks or active breaks.
It just makes you realize how slow this guy does everything. So I just have to sit here. It's time to journal. It's just on the first page.
Even his clothes seem to magically appear through the hands of some mysterious assistant. And I'm pretty sure other tasks are handled by the team too.
Tia, I don't think you're very good at time management. Why can you run so fast, but everything you do is so slow?
But knowing his on the go, I'll give him He's moving in between the desk work, even if it's still not always visible.
I've almost been awake for 2 hours now, and I feel like for the last 2 hours, I've just been diddly-daddling.
Thank you. This has probably felt like one of the most productive mornings of my life, but I've kind of done nothing.
And Ashton doesn't focus on he also makes time for his mental and spiritual well-being. He prioritizes his faith daily.
He slides the Holy Bible in front of him, looks at it, says that, and then walks away.
He also reads a ton of self-help books too, and I know those can get a bad rap, especially in the hands of an alpha male type, but hey, at least he's reading and actively working on himself. Plus, he journals, which is genuinely great.
Dude, that's the first page of the diary. Every day, I wake up and journal. But I don't live in the past. I live in the present. And a present to myself every day is a new diary.
Journaling's been shown to improve focus, mental clarity, emotional regulation, and can even help with goal setting and self-awareness.
I spend so much money every year on these damn diaries.
Attitude journaling in particular can be very beneficial for both body and mind, everything from improving general states of happiness to reducing anxiety, relationships.
All of this sets the tone for his day in a quiet, introspective, and thoughtful way. Definitely different from rolling out of bed and diving straight into the chaos of the day like a lot of us do. When you start the day like that, it's way easier to stay grounded and prepared for whatever comes next.
When I cut out all of the noise and went all in on my goal and my dream, this is when I blew up.
So, to sum it all up, while Ashton's morning routine might be a bit much for most people, there are definitely some solid takeaways. The real win here is having a consistent ritual that prioritizes self-care and gets your mind and body in the right gear from the jump. Whether it's getting quality sleep, waking up early, exercising, eating well, or tending to your mental health, these are habits that genuinely support a healthier life. Now, sure, some of the other stuff, it's definitely a little extra. Maybe even some of it might actually help, depending on how it fits into your own life. And yes, Ashton definitely stylizes the whole thing for attention.
100%. I'm a marketing genius.
But the irony is, the attention kind of holds him accountable. And at the end of the day, he's actually doing it. You don't have to go full beast mode to start your day off right, but finding a routine that works for you, one that balances physical, mental, and emotional well-being is a powerful way to start. Thanks for taking the time to check out Ashton Hall's morning routine with me. Let me know what you think. Do you think it's all hype, or is there anything of value? If you learned anything in this video, then leave a comment and give it a big thumbs up to feed the algorithm. Be sure to let me know exactly what you enjoyed in the comments. Our team is working towards a goal of 1 million subs, and we would love to have you with us when we get there. Don't forget to follow.
Yeah, that that's roofless and windows, like right on the roof.
Well, the landlord, that's what you call a landlord for if you have a problem with the window.
Okay, but you told me you was a maintenance man and you know how to fix stuff.
I know, but
what?
Okay, so that's all I know.
Okay.
The ones with the screws is upstairs.
Okay. I'm gonna put this here. Break it loose.
Hey, you brought tools. Hey.
Yeah, you said you had some roofless and windows, like right on the roof.
Well, the landlord.
I've looked through all the research surrounding the upper pec, and I've realized we've been training our chest wrong this entire time. Check this out. Everyone from Jeff to your friendly neighborhood exercise scientist to really anybody who's ever made content about the upper chest depicts it being either a quarter or a third of the size of your chest. But the problem is that's not correct. Exhibit A, cadavers of the pectoralis major that show us that the clavicular head might actually be a lot smaller than we previously thought. Now, I understand that most cadavers are dehydrated old people that look like one of those Tony's pizzas that you forgot in the oven because you got too high, so it might not be a good representation of what the actual chest looks like. But we can also look up MR images of a healthy pectoralis major and see that the clavicular head is so small, it
pisses you off. It's important to understand that the clavicular head only originates on the medial half of the clavicle. Some people will show it connecting all the way down to the manubrium, but that's your sternocostal head. If we bring back up the omega level chest of Franco Colombo and repaint that thing by number correctly, even though it looks like there's a clear upper and lower half, what most people fail to realize is the sternocostal head is actually made up of 6, sometimes 7 individual segments. That's what we're looking at here, that much developed. And if we zoom in, you can see his upper chest is actually right there. Here's a fun little exercise you can do to yourself. Touch your neck vagina, your jugular notch, go up on one side and find the peak. From there, draw a straight line to right above your armpit. That makes up the inferior fibers of your clavicular head. Now, half your clavicle out on that same path. That's okay, so the upper chest is predominantly superior fibers of the sternocostal head. But the real question is, does that affect training? The answer is they got this wrong. Like this one, which is fairly significant because it's one that a lot of people cite when they give their recommendations on how to grow the upper chest. It concluded that the best way to target the clavicular head, the upper pec, was to set a bench up at 30 degrees and press with your elbows at 45 degrees, which you might have heard of before because everybody says that. Also, everybody's upper chest sucks, so there's that. The only issue is if you look at where they place the electrodes, knowing what you know now about the origin and insertion, they fucking missed. Oops. Now, by all means, if your chest is growing, then keep doing what you're doing. Mine, on the other hand, always sucked and never grew. So for me, this newfound understanding changed the way I trained my upper chest. And pairing that with the increased range of motion I got from focusing on retracting my scaps with every single movement actually got it to grow. And by no means is my chest now huge, but you have to understand I have 0 chest genetics. This is me as a kid. There is no chest, it's all nipples, and they're not even good. They're like udders. Somebody should have milked me. So one of the things I've changed in regards to targeting the sternocostal, what I read. But now that we know that the upper pec is actually mostly attached to the sternum, when I train upper chest, I'll go as high as 60 degrees sometimes and not worry about the anterior delt jumping in because that's more dependent on your ability to retract your scaps and move those shoulders out of the way. Most of your upper titty meat is just the superior segments of the sternocostal head, and I treat it as such. That means not pressing with my elbows 45 degrees, but actually abducting as I go into the eccentric and then adducting as I contract up. I've also changed the way I train my clavicular head as well, because even though it's small and stupid, if you take a look at your grandma's dead body that you thought would be a good idea to donate to science, not knowing they would hack her up into little pieces and test the 18 muscle subregions that cross the glenohumeral joint, finding that the clavicular head outpaces the anterior delt pretty much the entire time you take your arm through flexion, means that an exercise like this, as dumb as it looks, is great for targeting that head, and has made it into my rotation, even though it feels real stupid. That also means when I'm pressing on an incline but not trying to target those superior sternocostal segments and want to hit my clavicular head, I will keep my elbows as close as I can to my body to make it a flexion dominant press, because the anterior delt can create the most leverage when pressing in the scapular plane. So when people press with their elbows at 45 degrees and then complain that they feel it all in their delt, no shit, that's gonna happen. So the big takeaways. Number one, most of your upper pec is actually attached to your sternum and manubrium and is part of your sternocostal head. So don't be afraid to increase the angle of the bench and abduct your elbows to create the most length on that head. Number two, the clavicular head, albeit small and stupid, is best targeted when taking that arm through flexion. So you can do that dumb exercise I showed you, or just make all of your presses flexion dominant presses. And that's it. Once you start doing those two things, your upper chest will suck a hell of a lot less. And if you're one of those people that think you've gotten a lot bigger in a short period of time, it's increased frequency. If you want a program that does that, get the upper lower program. It is rough. There's a garage one as well, just in case you live at home with your mom. Yeah.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part is? It's natural, easy.
This morning, Donald Trump said goodbye to Qatar, but not before making an appearance at an American military base where he sashayed for the soldiers. Oh, look at that. That's sexy, right? Oh, that's sexy, yeah. Show the boys what we're fighting for over there, right? Sexy baby. Of course, Trump once again was serenaded in person by proud-to-be an American singer Lee Greenwood, which begs the question, did Donald Trump kidnap Lee Greenwood? I mean, I get having him sing at a campaign rally, but dragging him all the way to Qatar? Is Greenwood like that Mad Max guitarist? You know, is he just chained to Trump's podium at this point? Lee, are you being held against your will? If you are, give us a sign. Struggle to hit the high note.
There ain't no doubt I love this land.
God, he needs help. Now someone call Liam Neeson or Mel Gibson, probably. He'll do it, yes. Anyway, after blue in our troops, Trump was off to the United Arab Emirates, the country Americans always click on accidentally on the drop-down menu. Okay. Remember when we used to be at the top all the time? You know what? You want to win my vote? Make that your campaign promise. America first on the drop-down menu. I'll vote for that every time. Now, and as we've discussed, been discussing all week, Trump has been receiving a huge welcome at each stop on this tour. Saudi Arabia gave him a horse guard. Qatar gave him horses and camels and a sword dancing ceremony. UAE, you got a lot to live up to. Show us what you got. What the f*** is that? A group audition for a Pantene commercial? Is that a threat? Like, work with us or we'll clog your drains? Well, look, this wasn't a sightseeing trip. Trump was there to talk business. So the main event of the day was a round table with some of America's top defense contractors. A chance for Trump to be focused on selling American goods. So, make that sales pitch and bring it home.
We're coming up with a new system of drones because drones are really, if you look at the war that's going on, it's horrible. When you look at what's happening with Russia and Ukraine, the drone is killing tremendous numbers of people. You hide behind a tree and the drone comes down and it circles you with fire. You don't have a chance. The tree comes down also, by the way. It's so intense. I mean, you see these trees being knocked down like they're being sawed down by a top-of-the-line timberman, like, you know, who? Sean Duffy.
Okay, this was about drones. We're getting off track here. Not about trees or the timberman, so let's get back to the drones and forget about Sean Duffy.
Do you know that Sean Duffy, the head of the transportation department, who's working right now on the airports and getting a system because Biden didn't do a thing for 4 years?
Okay, airports, Joe Biden. Oh shit. I know what's about to happen. Okay, everyone stay calm. We're entering a weave. Okay. Alright, that's the weave. Buckle up, everyone. The band's been up for 4 days. This is a jet lag weave, alright? This could get bumpy.
Biden didn't do a thing for 4 years, and Pete Buttigieg was the head, and he goes bicycling to work. He takes a bicycle to work. Can you believe he's running the biggest air system in the world, and he takes a bicycle to work?
So Pete Buttigieg should have taken a plane to work? Is that what... I'm overthinking it. It's a weave. You got to steer into the spin.
And they say he's going to run for president. I don't see it. Who knows, right? But I don't see it.
Have you ever been in a corn maze and you just can't find your way out? Okay, all right. Buttigieg for president, I mean, who knows? Probably not worth speculating about with a bunch of Middle East businessmen. Can we just get back to what we were talking about?
But what people don't know about Sean, because I mentioned lumberjacks.
No. Wasn't about lumberjacks, not about lumberjacks, okay? You were talking about drones. Forget about the lumberjacks.
I mentioned lumberjacks. That Sean You probably didn't know this. I'm not talking about this Sean. This Sean, no, this is not. This is a different Sean. Sean Duffy, the head of transportation. He's a great Sean, though, I have to tell you.
He's a great Sean? We're just ranking Seans now? Oh, you got Sean Hannity, Sean Spicer, Sean the Head, Sean the Five. At this point, everyone in the room was probably like, can we just give you our bribe and go home? Mr. President, look, no. I believe. Mr. President, I believe in you. You can find your way back to the drones. Take us home, Donnie.
Hey, have you ever been told you have a nice voice? Well, what if I told you you could turn your voice...
Find your way back to the drones. Take us home, Donnie.
He's a great Sean, though, I have to tell you. But Sean Duffy was the world champion for 5 years, climbing trees and down, up and down, world champion. So that's what you call a serious lumberjack. He's doing a fantastic job, too. A really respected guy and terrific and the champion, because when somebody's a champion, he's the world champion. Long time, they came down, when you come down those trees, coming down at a rapid, he said that started getting you back. Often break your back. You miss a shot and you're coming down faster than the human body was meant to come down. But he's doing a fantastic job at transportation.
Look at those faces. This man right here is a Boeing executive. His planes fall out of the sky, and he's sitting here like, now this is a f***ing disaster. Can you imagine the translator at this event listening to all of this shit? Like, he said he loves it here. I don't know. All right, so, okay, just to recap here. All right, what do we have? So, to Sean Duffy, to Pete Buttigieg, back to Sean Duffy as a sexy lumberjack, and I won't play the rest for you because he went on for 13 more minutes with mentions, and this is all true of the stock market. He got into there for a little bit. Lee Greenwood, obviously, and how the 2020 election was rigged. And in case you're wondering when he weaved his way back to the drones, he never f***ing did. Leader of the free world, everyone. So, that was the end of President Trump's visit to the Middle East. The question is, after visiting 3 countries in 4 days, did the whole thing yield any results? To find out, let's go live to United Arab Emirates with Josh Johnson.
Assalamu alaikum, Jordan.
Okay. What was your takeaway, Josh, from the trip? It seemed like kind of a business as usual for Trump.
What are you talking about? This was a life-changing trip for Trump. Don't forget, this guy used to hate Muslims. He tried to ban them from the country. He called President Obama Barack Hussein, and he capitalized every letter in Hussein, screaming it with his thumbs.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed to not like Muslims.
Not like, he didn't know the difference between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. He called them Little ISIS, Big ISIS, and ISIS Tokyo Drift. But then he visited their lands, and they showed him their culture, and they taught him their history, and then they gave him a $400 million jet, and it was something about all of that that now he loves Muslims. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know if it was all of that. It might just be the free jets.
You cynical son of a bitch. Why can't you believe in something beautiful, all right? Point is that Trump is changing. It doesn't matter why. If I'm being honest, I can relate. When I first started at The Daily Show, I didn't really f with white people like that. But then one day, one of my white coworkers started leaving me free yogurt in the fridge. And I realized white people weren't devils. They were people who gave me free yogurts.
Wait, That's you who keeps taking my yogurt?
A lot of white people put klepper on their yogurt klepper.
I don't think that's true.
The point is that people can change. Trump is living by Martin Luther King's dream. Judge people not by the color of their skin, but the contents of their wallets.
Okay, Josh, I hate to be the guy, but I don't think you're remembering Black history correctly.
Wow. Wow. Okay. I can't believe you're white-splaining Black history to me during Black History Month.
It's not Black History Month, Josh.
How dare you? You know, I was right before. You are a raging bigot. More like Jordan Hussein Club.
Okay, you know what? What if I gave you a yogurt?
I appreciate your culture.
Thank you very much. Josh Johnson, everybody.
There's nothing I'm more passionate about than donating to charity.
Hey, do you want to save the environment?
No. And I'm not the only softie out there. Over 3 billion people a year.
got an argument?
Shut up, man. I'm trying to talk about charity here. Donate their time and money.
Cookies for sale!
For do-gooders like myself, how do you pick between so many deserving causes?
Meet finance bro turned philanthropist Andreas Zoria.
My wife was helping refugees and I saw how meaningful work was and I decided to do the same.
Oh, so you're helping refugees?
Well, I'm helping shrimp. A shrimp buffer project.
Why do you care about shrimp? It's shrimp.
Well, there's a lot of evidence they can feel stress and pain.
So you decided to dedicate all your time and money into saving the lives of shrimp?
Not quite. We're actually working to reduce the suffering when they die.
So after all your work is done, they still die?
Yes, less painfully.
How did you make this even stupider?
That's right. The Shrimp Welfare Project is a charity improving the lives of appetizers.
We make sure that they have a more humane slaughter method. We try to avoid overcrowding. We try to eliminate eye stop ablation, which is this practice of cutting or crushing of the eyes of female shrimp. There is technology that alleviates suffering by the billions every year.
Like what?
Like electrical stunning that renders animals unconscious and then they die but without feeling any pain.
Okay, so you're electrocuting shrimp.
That's right.
This is a sex thing, right? This is a kink thing. This is something you're just...
No, it's not a sex thing.
Sure. This doesn't sound like the charity pitches I'm used to. It's all part of a new movement called effective altruism.
Effective altruism is a way of looking at ethics as a big math problem.
And that's bad?
I think it's bad because I don't think that you can actually do ethics like math, because there's not just a bunch of things that you can put numbers on. There's a bunch of different kinds of values that are all in the mix.
Okay. Please don't be offended by this. Are you just saying this because you're bad at math?
No.
Effective altruists are like the young Sheldons of the charity world, using logic to find the most cost-efficient ways to relieve suffering, which sometimes means malaria prevention, but other times it leads to this.
With a single dollar, we can improve the lives of over 2,000 shrimp
and 0 humans.
That is correct.
But the philosophy of effective altruism pretty much boils down to this. Your feelings.
Traditionally, philanthropy has focused on what feels warm and fuzzy, and shrimp are not very relatable.
Yeah. They look like shit.
And traditional charities make us feel like we're helping, but the math doesn't always add up. Where's all that ASPCA money going? Sarah McLaughlin's third summer house?
I think it's also good to look at charities and ask the question, how much of the money that you get are you actually using to make the world a better place? Right. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with giving to stuff that is right in my backyard and that I care about and have like an emotional relationship, you know, like places that I love or species that I love.
I agree. So these shrimp.
These shrimp?
Yeah. The Shrimp Welfare Project is a stupid, effective altruism charity that focuses on electrocuting shrimp, and they don't poke their eyes out.
I see.
They still kill shrimp by the trillions. They just suffer a bit less.
Okay. I mean, honestly, like, if it does make shrimp feel less pain, then hey, that's great. It's interesting.
What? So this is okay. The shrimp thing is okay.
I do actually think that we should care about the suffering of non-humans, and that might include shrimp.
Seriously, shrimp.
There's a think tank that looked at all the behaviors that animals like shrimp show, and they show anxiety, they learn from experience, and they tend to wounds if they're hurt. There's now evidence that what they experience.
Did he just make shrimp warm and fuzzy? Maybe they do deserve peace and happiness on the way to becoming my scampi. The more I listened to Andreas, the more inspired I got. I needed to get out there and make a difference.
Hi, friend. Do you care about ecology?
Hey, you want to talk about shrimp today? Hey, you have 5 minutes to save the shrimp? Kind of annoying, isn't it? You're free! Hey, you're free! Come here! This wasn't enough. I was only saving a few shrimp at a time. But I had an idea to reach millions of people and make them see that shrimp deserve our love.
Every hour, 50 million shrimp are harvested on shrimp farms. Painful. Last year, 2.7 billion shrimp were given a helping hand. I'm Roy Chang, and for the past 20 minutes since I found out they exist, I've been supporting the Shrimp Welfare Project. Oh, we still eat them. We just electrocute them first. And we don't gouge our eyes out. You're welcome, big guy.
Sometimes you human good, you human thing. They touch finger on magic.
What's up, family? It's day 5 of the Diddy federal trafficking trial, and it's heating all the way up. Next up, right after Cassie today, Don Richard. Who is Don Richard? Don is a woman who has a story to tell. She was a part of Danny Kane, the group that was formed while Diddy was doing his Make the Band show. Don is now 41 years old, but when she was just in her 20s, she says that Diddy did her dirty while she was working for him on Dirty Money Records. Yeah, she said Diddy did her dirty, man. She said that Diddy groped her, assaulted her, and imprisoned her. She also claims in the lawsuit she filed in 2024 that she witnessed Diddy beat Cassie. Now, how much of an impact will her testimony have on the jury, though? Because on the direct, the prosecution is going to be very effective in having her to share her experience of abuse with Diddy. She claims that she's even seen Kim Porter get touched up, but she says she's seen the aftermath. So she got a very impressive story to tell. But wait, there's more, because on the flip side of that coin, you got the cross-examination by the defense. And I'm sure they're going to paint Don as a disgruntled employee. They're going to paint her as someone who didn't have enough to make it with her talent. And she's just mad at Diddy because she didn't go all the way and she didn't get out of her talents what she thought she would. They're going to paint her as someone who is just hating on Diddy, like so many other people is hating on Diddy because they can't get any money out of him. So now she's trying to file a lawsuit. That will be the play. She's also going to offer a blow-by-blow, no pun intended, account of a 2009 incident in which she says she personally witnessed Diddy, high on drugs, throw Cassie against a wall, choke her, and drag her up a flight of stairs in his LA home. Yeah, but wait, there's more. Y'all remember the woman named Aubrey O'Day? She is another member of Danity Kane, and she has an impressive story to tell. She says Diddy groomed her. Now, I don't know about y'all, fam, but I have been studying very closely the record of white women accusing a black man of violating them or doing anything. And man, they got a record damn near as strong as federal prosecutors. Yeah, man, they got a hell of a win record, man. You got a white woman on the stand, and she gon' cry. She got to cry. It's part of, you know, it's part of the strategy of getting what you want. You know, they gon' cry. You gon' hit them with the white woman tears. And man, I don't know if Diddy gonna be able to sustain that, man. Them white women tears are powerful in the eyes of the law and those with authority in America specifically. Yeah, fam. It's gonna be touch and go for me. Now, she is body for real because she's been speaking out for years. She has not been afraid. She has been coming at Diddy for years. Fam, this is why I say, at the very least, treat people with some civility. I actually watched the band. I was, since this woman has been trending, coming after Diddy. I've watched the making of the band, and man, Diddy was hard. He was hard, and he was very critical of the women. Didn't mind embarrassing them. And the thing is that Diddy would also do the same thing to men, but you can't deal with women the way you deal with men. You know, women are more sensitive. You know. And you just have to handle them with a little more delicacy than you do men, you know? And Diddy didn't give a damn. He was just like, you know, he was in their face, arguing with them, and, you know, he did see me. I mean, he was very aggressive. She wants some payback. I think more than anybody else besides Cassie. She wants some payback. And she's been waiting a long time to have her day in court. I think her testimony is going to be...
We do all the trading for you, and you don't pay us a single penny until you get results. If you don't get a profit here,
have her day in court. I think her testimony is going to be powerful. Still don't know how effective it'll be, because again, Diddy got the resources. He got some of the biggest and the baddest lawyers in the United States of America. In the Southern District of New York, he got some of the biggest and the baddest lawyers. And he's going to be able to mount an effective defense it will be effective. They got at least one other to testify, one other woman. I don't know, 100 witnesses or something, because they was talking like, man, we got a slew of people lined up ready to tell their story about Diddy. And perhaps there'll be some other surprises. These two that are testifying in the upcoming days, well, today, and the other girl would probably give, Aubrey would probably be on the stand Monday or Tuesday. Don is going to testify shortly. Right after the defense is done cross-examining Cassie, they're bringing in Don. And what Don has to say will have some impact. It will carry some weight, because she is going to back up what Cassie said about Diddy hitting on her. She's going to back up that video too. What does that do? It signifies a pattern that Diddy is abusive. But the defense has already said that, he got physical, he was violent, but it doesn't mean that he is guilty of these things that you guys are saying in the RICO Act. Yeah, there was some domestic violence, So I don't think anybody is under the impression that Diddy is not capable of violence, like he don't have the propensity to be violent. I think everybody can, after watching that Cassie video, will agree that, Diddy will put hands. I think everybody will agree to that. Here's the problem that Diddy have with trying to overcome that. Even though he's not on trial for that, his character is on trial. And sometimes, when you do certain things to people and the people find out that you did this or that, you did something inappropriate, something bad, they want to punish you because they think you got away with something. So, because they couldn't punish you for what they believe you got away with, they got you in the crosshairs. They'll punish you for what you're on trial for currently, what you're currently being accused of. They'll punish you for that. So that's the danger that Diddy faces with that video.
Hey there, welcome to Train Station 2. This is the perfect game for anyone looking to...
These 20 machines are making people rich in 2025, quietly. You've never heard of them, but they're building real wealth. Let's uncover the hidden tools of success, only on Business Money. Fan Lock and Automatic Dispenser is a compact, easy-to-use machine for packaging dry powders like flour, spices, coffee, and chemical blends. It offers precise dosing from 1 gram to 100 grams with 0.3 gram accuracy, ensuring consistent quality, running on 110 volts 60 hertz. It integrates easily into small production setups. Priced at $138 on Amazon, it pays for itself quickly. Just 138 units with a $1 profit per pack cover the cost. At 50 packages per day, the payback period is under 3 days, making it a smart, low-cost investment for small food or product businesses. Roti Maker is an 1800-watt electric machine designed for making Indian flatbreads like roti, chapati, or even pizza bases. It features a non-stick surface, thermostat control, and a lightweight plastic and steel build. Priced from $288, bulk to $459, single unit. It's available on Alibaba with secure transactions and 30-day delivery. Rotis costing 23 cents each and sold in packs of 10 for $2.30. Selling 2,000 rotis covers a $459 investment. At 100 rotis per day, the machine pays for itself in just 20 days. Ideal for small food businesses or home use. Superb Melt's automatic coin press is a high-speed hydraulic machine designed to stamp images, logos, and text onto gold, silver, copper, and other metal blanks. It delivers up to 10 impressions per minute and features a loading system for 6 trays of 500 blanks with infrared sensors for precise control. Ideal for mints, jewelry makers, and giftware producers, it ensures consistent pressure and reduces labor through automation. With a $7 profit per silver coin, producing 4,800 coins daily can generate $33,600, allowing for fast ROI. Pricing details are available directly from the manufacturer with direct purchase options offered. ESM4 is not just a machine, but your line of defense against dirt and microbes. It automatically cleans shoe soles in seconds using powerful brushes and high pressure water. Simply walk across the platform and the system will activate on its own without buttons or delays. Perfect for clean zones, food production, medicine, laboratory, high precision industries. The device processes up to 1,000 pieces per shift, reducing for producing mirror mosaic tiles is specialized equipment that cuts mirror sheets into small tiles of specified size and shape. It automatically cuts, polishes the edges, and prepares the tiles for packaging. Ideal for mass production of mosaics used in interior design, furniture, decor, and art objects. The Sermon Concerto 5 pasta machine is high-quality equipment for professional preparation of fresh pasta, perfectly suited for pizzerias. Manufacturer SIRM, for its reliability and innovation, offers this model for intensive use. The Soon-True ZB300HG automatic napkin packing machine is designed to streamline production and cut packaging costs. It handles up to 150 packs per minute, supports various sizes, and works with shrink film or BOP. Equipped with a servo motor and touch screen controls, it ensures precision and easy operation. Ideal for high-volume napkin producers, the machine reduces labor needs while boosting efficiency. Though pricing varies, similar models range from $10,000 to $30,000. With daily output of 10,000 packs and a 10 cent to 20 cent markup per pack, profits can hit $1,000 to $2,000 per day, paying off the machine in 1 to 3 months. Orders can be placed via Soon-True's website or authorized distributors. The 1500 watt automatic oil press is a powerful food-grade stainless steel machine that extracts oil from seeds like sunflower, sesame, and peanuts. With a capacity of 6 kilograms per hour, it yields about 2.4 liters of oil, or 19.2 liters in an 8-hour day. At $10 per liter, that's $192 in daily revenue. Priced at $229, the machine can pay for itself in just a few days of consistent use. Simple to operate. Just load the seeds and press a button. It's a smart investment for anyone looking to sell fresh, additive-free oil. Available on fresh, additive-free oil. Available on Amazon. The machine for making waffles on a stick is a great solution for businesses looking to offer their customers an original and delicious dessert. This equipment is ideal for cafes, food courts, and street food vendors. The machine allows you to prepare waffles on a stick with various fillings. with a cooking time of just 3 to 5 minutes per batch and a capacity of up to 10 waffles at a time. The machine's power ranges from 1,500 to 3,000 watts, ensuring fast and even heating. It's an excellent way to stand out among competitors and offer something new that your customers are sure to appreciate. Manual powder coating machine from Hangzhou Kafan is a compact, easy-to-use solution for small businesses seeking high-quality surface finishing. It provides even powder application on various materials, enhancing product durability and appearance. Priced at $5,610 per unit, discounts are available for bulk orders. $5,258 for 20 to 49 units and $4,798 for 50 plus units. By reducing outsourcing costs and improving finish quality, the machine quickly pays for itself, making it a smart investment for small-scale production. It's available for direct purchase from the manufacturer. The Typhon Terror X Mini Excavator is a compact, powerful machine built for small-scale construction work in tight spaces like gardens, farms, and parks. It features a 13.5 horsepower EPA-certified engine and supports tasks such as digging, drilling, grabbing, and leveling. Durable construction ensures long-term use even under heavy workloads. Priced between $8,500 and $9,000, it becomes a cost-effective investment when compared to rental rates of $200 per day, paying for itself in just 43 to 45 days of use. Ideal for small businesses or solo contractors, the Typhon Terror X is available on Amazon. Vivor Commercial Ice Cream Maker is a high-capacity machine with a 2,200 watt compressor producing 20 to 28 liters or 5.3 to 7.4 gallons of ice cream per hour. It features two 6-liter containers made of food-grade 304 stainless steel, ensuring safety and durability. Priced at $1,199.99 on Amazon, it offers 3 flavors, 2 single and 1 mixed for variety. An LCD control panel simplifies operation, while automatic cleaning eases maintenance. At $3 per serving and $1 in costs, profit per sale is $2. Selling 50 servings daily covers the investment in about 12 days, making it a fast return, profitable option. Portable Vivor Ice Maker is a convenient and affordable option for always having fresh ice on hand, producing up to 70 pounds, 31.75 kilograms of ice daily, and 36 cubes every 8 to 15 minutes. It suits home kitchens, small offices, or event use. With 350 watt power and automatic cleaning, it runs efficiently and hygienically. The ABS plastic body offers durability and strong insulation to slow down melting. Priced around $190 on Amazon, it can pay for itself in a few months by cutting costs on packaged ice. Ideal for regular use in small businesses or social settings. Powerbanks rental is a convenient service for renting portable charging devices. Ideal for cafes, shopping centers, airports, and any high-traffic public places. These terminals allow customers to rent a power bank to charge their device for a while and then return it at any convenient location. Manual chalk making machine is a reliable tool for producing large volumes of chalk in various colors and shapes. Built from durable metal, it's suitable for small businesses or home-based production. With a capacity of 4,000 to 8,000 pieces per hour, it boosts output while requiring no special skills. At a price of $680 and a selling rate of 55 cents per 12-piece pack, producing 6,000 pieces per hour yields 500 packs and $275 in revenue. In just 2.5 hours, the machine pays for itself. It's a cost-effective investment for starting or expanding a chalk production business. The Sayok inflatable cash cube.
Let's go check out the magic box.
It cut clean, it cut out fast. I don't have to do any extra cleanup. I don't have to do any sanding. It gives almost this three-dimensional effect.
The Sayok inflatable cash cube is a fun, attention-grabbing feature for events and promotions. Measuring 1.8 times 1.8 times 2.5 meters. It's made from durable fabric and transparent PVC for visibility and comfort. It includes a large entry zipper, top ventilation for airflow, and bottom fasteners with sandbags for stability. Priced at $235 on Amazon, it's a low-cost investment for marketing impact. Note, blowers aren't included. You'll need one 350 to 450 watt blower for inflation and one or two 1,100 to 1,500 watt blowers for circulating bills. At $5 per participant and 20 players per hour, the cube can pay for itself in under 3 hours. Silver, copper, and aluminum. It reaches to 2,102 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,150 degrees Celsius, melting most metals within 30 to 40 minutes. The kit includes 1 kilogram and 3 kilogram graphite crucibles plus an ingot mold, making it ready for immediate use. A digital PID temperature controller ensures precise, stable heating and protects against overheating. Priced at $299.99, the furnace can pay for itself in about a month if melting 3 kilograms of silver daily with a 50 cents per gram profit. Ideal for jewelers, recyclers, and pawn shops. It's a practical and profitable tool. High precision automated processing is essential in furniture and advertising structure manufacturing, and the ATC-CNC nesting machine delivers exactly that. With a 9 kilowatt spindle, 12 position automatic tool changer, and 1300 by 2500 millimeters work area, it handles cutting, drilling, and milling tasks with minimal manual input. A vacuum table ensures material stability, and the user-friendly Syntec control system suits even beginners. Prices vary by volume. $18,000 per unit, 1 to 2 units, $16,000, 3 to 9, and $12,000.
That was good as the first time. Yeah, pay attention. That's funny.
to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers uses of force, internal investigations, and Department of Justice investigations, and is brought to us by the Louisville Metro Police Department. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On April 16, 2019, Officer Mark Batson of the Louisville Metro Police Department pulled over 64-year-old attorney Douglas Miller for allegedly driving 76 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone in Louisville, Kentucky. Officer Batson did not immediately activate his body-worn camera, so the first part of the interaction was not recorded. However, the majority of the encounter was captured on Officer Batson's body camera.
Okay. Registration, your insurance? Alright, sit back on me. I'll be out on Friday checks. You lied to me. You lied to me. Do you have anything on you I need to know about? Drugs, guns, knives, beer bottle under your seat? No. Alright. Step on back here. We can just build sobriety checks. Right back here. Stay right there. I didn't know if you meant to. Okay. Walk over to the front. Taken one of these before? Well, like I said, I've got one. Like this one? I know it's an out, you're an outdoor section. Yeah, just been doing it grouping. So, just get a big, take a deep breath in. You're going to hold it for just a second. But if you're an attorney, you know it's not a pass-fail test. You have shown some clues of impairment. You've been on it 10 years. Are you going to do this tonight? I'm the officer. Yes, you can. It's your choice. Are you going to do this or not? What are you going to do if I say no? I have no idea. It's hard to see the Bible under your seat that you told me wasn't in there, that you were hiding when you were driving, which is tampering with physical evidence, which is a felony. Jane, turn around for me. Put your hand right. Look, I'll do it. I'll do your test. I'll do your test. I'll take your test. Get on the ground! Roll over right now. 11:35. Start me a car. One night. Roll over on your stomach now. Now. You're under arrest. Get on the ground. Put your hand behind your back right now. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. Go on your stomach right now. See, yes, at this point you are under arrest. And I told you that before. Now you got resisted. Oh my God. Stay right there. I'm not doing it. 11:35, start me a seat. Tell me this is a dream. Tell me this is a dream. It's a dream. Oh, I'm bloody my nose. Just stay there. I'm not going anywhere. Quit leaning up. You got blood in my nose. Oh, God. Oh, God. Please save me. I'm not going anywhere. You don't know you're not. Yes, I do. You haven't been compliant the whole time. Please, you're hurting me. Stay there. Please, you're really hurting me. Oh, God, please. Stop resisting. I'm not resisting. You're killing me.
He's already cuffed. He needs to go in a car.
I'm already drunk. Oh, please stop it. Oh, please stop it. Just relax. God almighty. Do not move. I mean, I tell you to. Okay, I'm not. Oh my God. You're going to back seat, do you? Get that stand up. Nope. Just sit tight, man. Quit moving.
You don't care. Look at their ass.
Don't even check it out.
Damn.
Quit moving.
No, it don't matter who you are. You can ask nobody police out here. They get the business of whooping their ass.
He needs to go in somebody's car. All right, roll over to my side. There you go. Put your feet under, you can sit up.
Officer Batson conducts sobriety tests on Mr. Miller and then asks him to submit to a breathalyzer test. When Mr. Miller does not immediately agree to take the test, Officer Batson orders him to turn around and put his hands behind his back. Mr. Miller tells him that he will take the breathalyzer, and Officer Batson grabs him by his shirt, throws him against the car, and then takes him to the ground. Officer Batson grabs and squeezes Mr. Miller's throat while he radios for backup, claiming that Mr. Miller is fighting him. A tow truck driver then arrives on the scene and assists Officer Batson in handcuffing Mr. Miller. Despite the fact that body camera footage shows no signs of resistance by Mr. Miller, Officer Batson pushes Mr. Miller onto his stomach and presses his forearm into his neck for nearly a minute until Officer Troy Best arrives and drops his knee onto Mr. Miller's neck. The officers continue to hold Mr. Miller down by using their hands and knees to press his neck for another minute. We will discuss the lawfulness of the force used later in this episode, but first, let's take a look at how Officer Batson and his supervisor at the Louisville Metro Police Department characterized his use of force against Mr. Miller. In the DUI investigative field notes completed by Officer Batson regarding Mr. Miller's arrest, Officer Batson wrote, quote, "When officer grabbed the offender's right wrist to place him under arrest, the offender pulled his arm away and began to turn towards his car. Officer grabbed the offender's shirt and led him to the side of the patrol car. Offender again pulled and attempted to spin away from the officer. Officer grabbed offender and performed a leg sweep to take the offender to the ground." He continued, quote,
Continue whooping his ass, that's what he did.
Use them. And even on the new camera bolts, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap them in anti-seize, and that will keep them from seizing together to the collar of the control arm and give the customer longer lasting life on their setup. Camera's low on battery, so I'm gonna go ahead and charge it and eat lunch as well.
Now that everything's kind of installed, I can go ahead and torque everything down. 221 foot-pounds of, dear God, Toyota. Hey, Joey! I miss you.
Chicago!
Because these are
so many people
bushings
going this
on
way.
the lower shock bolts, I can torque this up in the air and not worry about it. I don't know if it's allergies or what, but I'm not feeling too hot. I've hit my limit for tonight. It's like 7:30.
I'm gonna go home, take a shower, take a lot of medicine, see if I'm more alive tomorrow. It's gonna be a long day. Still off the deadline.
Yes, 2 hours and 4 hours for Switch Pro. Then brake lines, how many hours do we need for the brake?
So I don't know if you can actually hear me because this is as loud as I can talk. I have no voice.
Good.
Thanks, Dante. It's Friday. I'm just gonna get to work.
Today is the last day, and even though I'm not feeling too well, I still have to get the job done. So I went ahead and started doing the body mount chop while Jonathan was finishing up the Badger kit install that he did on the Sequoia last night.
Wiring takes a long time. It's currently like almost 5:30 right now. And I've been doing this since 1 o'clock. I have to make every individual harness for each light because they didn't come with any harnesses. And I don't want to make a dinky harness. So, still going at it.
I got that on video. Actually, I want to watch it. Yeah, so it is currently like 7:30. We're still going strong. We got all team on deck, which is nice because I can only work as fast as I could. Jayla and I both are dying from the plague. And yeah, but we're pretty close to putting the front bumper on. And once the front bumper's on and I get all the lights wired in, then we can go ahead and stick it on alignment, align it, and test drive it, see how it does.
Are you alive?
Sure.
Smooth skin on most of his forehead. And he's got like a 5 head.
That gets the look.
Good. How did he get a job here? I don't know.
Pablo is dead. Yep.
It is midnight. Calling. So I've been fighting this CV axle pretty much all right. Well, things just got easier. I caught every single bit of that conversation.
So, is professional marksmanship.
I'm gonna start with the daunting task of how to take the rear differential out because it's not fun. I'm going to go ahead and pull the ABS line simply because I don't want to overextend it and break it. Don't ask me how I know. But so I've been fighting this CV axle pretty much all morning to give me enough room to get the differential out. And also, our creek compressor is broken in tomorrow. I also kind of forgot the fact that JLo gave me some pretty important information this morning. So it's been a very long time since I've taken this car apart. But JLo was ever so kind to kind of let me know that I don't have to take the CV axle out, this route, and I completely forgot about that. But we got the spring out, so JLo was when it comes in tomorrow. I also kind of forgot the fact that JLo gave me some pretty important information this morning. So it's been a very long time since I've taken this car apart. But JLo was ever so kind to kind of let me know that I don't have to take the CV axle out. And I completely forgot about that. But we got the spring out, so it's all part of the plan. So, it's all part of the plan. I'm gonna edit this to make it look like it's in my favor. Land Cruisers are the best vehicles ever made over the Sequoia. In order for me to get to the differential, I need to take the spare tire off. There's two knee mounting bolts back there that I need to dug it. And I can't ugga-dugga with a spare tire in the way. Which guy? We didn't take it out last time. No. It seems like it's about to fall off. Coming down. That was an adventure. Whew. She's heavy. 150 pounds, this thing.
Are we gonna do it the same?
Alright, you hold on to it. On for life.
Curiosity. Apple chefs in there?
Huh?
You put it off the chefs in there?
Yeah. Okay, I got the back all done. Well, at least for now. It's all bolted back together. I'm gonna go move to the front. I'm trying to move as fast as I can. It is 4 o'clock. I got an hour and a half. I can see if I can swap the front desk before we have to leave.
Jolt the bridge. Just
like that.
Welcome, Tavern Keeper. In this game, you will become a tavern owner, managing your own cozy tavern, crafting fresh ingredients, and serving guests from all
to swap wives for a week. Imagine the chaos.
Supposed to get off that fat ass and get some wood done.
Oh my God! I understand the lady's big bone did, but damn!
Each couple thought they knew their partner inside out, but suddenly they were navigating new routines, preferences, and quirks.
I don't know how you do it. I do not know how any man would put up with that. Yeah, I just... I could have thrown her out of the house. Right?
You was gonna kick her out the house.
By the end, they didn't just learn about each other's lives. They gained a deeper appreciation for their own relationships.
I always walked into my worst nightmare.
Sometimes, stepping into someone else's shoes reveals just how much we take for granted.
Let's check out this wife swap.
Kerry Murphy's ambition is to make all aspects of her life perfect, and perfection starts with her routine.
Past 7, feed the dog, and take her out.
Same difference.
Extends to her house.
My cleaning rotor is done generally all day, every day.
Makes sense.
By 9 o'clock, she's ready to spread her brand of cheer into her customers' lives as a freelance hairdresser.
That's awesome.
I'm quite happy with my life, and therefore, at the minute, don't want to change it.
Kerry is a bit, I won't say control freak, but she is controlling.
When Kerry wants something, she gets it. She saved for 10 years to buy the sofa of her dreams, which now takes pride of place in her spotless sitting room. But 200 miles away in Bristol, young mum Kelly Moyston has redefined the term duvet day.
I am lazy. I admit I'm lazy.
She's actually addicted to the pillow. Yeah, she does like it laying under the water.
Such an intense schedule of shut-eye doesn't leave much time for meal planning.
We'd usually have nothing for breakfast, or just make do sort of thing. I'm the most terrible takeaway junkie I know. I get takeaway because I'm too lazy to cook. Georgina does like her junk food, like her mum and dad.
No, they're setting that daughter up for failure.
I think she picked junk over health.
Kelly's only routine is harnessing every minute she can to chat to her friends online.
Kelly is absolutely addicted beyond belief to the computer.
I'm on the computer, it varies between.
And cigarette. The mother smoking with cigarette. Oh my
4
goodness.
and 10 to 12 hours a day.
10 to 12.
4 and 10 to 12 hours a day. But all round she's quite good when I'm on the computer. She knows that's mummy's corner, mummy's space.
George!
As well as Georgina, Kelly has 3 hamsters and 2 cats to care for.
No
Luckily,
fucking
she
way.
has a strict zero-tolerance policy towards housework.
My bedroom floor is my wardrobe. And Georgina's got a wardrobe in her bedroom where they just get chucked. We don't do ironing in this family.
I'd like it to be not so much spotless, but a lot more organised and tidied out way.
Steve's the only one that does any
is
cleaning, and that's
lame
after a
as
12-hour
hell.
shift on the buses.
Yeah, no problem. I suppose I'm pretty much a pushover and I like an easy, quiet life. It's
How you gonna call yourself a pushover?
I
I
think
can
things
tell
go
that
away
from the
because-
house. That lady did half of her interview laying in bed. That's how frequently she's in it. Oh my God. That house is insane. Clothes all under the bed. Feeding your kid nothing but hamburgers and french fries. The baby can't even talk. What are we doing?
I wear the trousers in the house. I know it, Steve knows it, everybody knows it.
4 nights a week, Kelly wears the trousers out of the house as well, leaving Steve home alone while she goes out to indulge in her favourite pastime, karaoke.
You got time for karaoke and computer, but you don't got time to cook a healthy meal?
Until she gets home, Steve's left holding the baby.
No! This is one of my worst nightmares. Imagine you have a baby and your girl out doing God knows what while you in the house nurturing the child. Do I look like the fucking nurturer to you? Are you out of your mind? This is making me mad, bro.
She's quite large, isn't she?
Oh, God. Shut up, Jen.
It's posh.
You don't want to take care of your own kids? Not past 10 fucking p.m. Karaoke nights. They ain't say karaoke afternoon. Where the hell are you? It's the middle of the night.
Whoa. Millionaires. Oh my God, it's perfect.
Oh God, I just walked into my worst nightmare.
Oh, dirty family.
Oh God, I've got a baby, a small child, and it's a girl.
No, time out. Actually, when you think about that, why would they go on wife swap? They have a pretty much toddler, younger than toddler. Toddlers walk on their own. Whoa, whoa, whoa! This is what kind of family is this? Now that you think about it.
Oh gosh, this tavern looks like a stink. Oh my God, who is living in there?
What?
Oh gosh, it smells really bad.
Oh,
God, if that child crawls about in here. It's not good.
Yo.
Everything's okay.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we believe that if you can't back the work, you shouldn't be doing it. That's why our brake and alignment services are backed with a 12,000-mile limited warranty. That's 12,000 miles of confidence. Call us to book your appointment today.
Everything's okay.
You're not.
The irons as well. I just feel sorry. So sorry for the woman that's going to live with Steve and Georgina.
Oh. Gosh,
Is she crying?
I do believe that you really have brought me to put spark in someone's life.
Is those tears of joy? She believes she's doing something good? Is that what them tears are?
Each wife has been given a budget and a manual as a guide on how to run their new homes and lives.
I'm a stay-at-home mum and I don't really have any career ambitions or aspirations. In fact, I'm a stay-at-home mum.
That lady just said she a stay-at-home mom. Staying at home doing what? What is it that she's doing while she at home? Because it wasn't no cooking or cleaning. Is this rage bait? Am I getting baited? Are they just trying to piss me off?
In fact, I see myself as a bit lazy. I hate routine. I love routine. In fact, people who live by routine make my skin crawl. And even, oh God.
She's going to destroy your house.
And even the word makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
I often judge unambitious or lazy people. Tim was in the army and can't stand untidy or idle people either. I run a very organised home where routine is key. It's my pride and joy, I know.
I get up when I want, which is usually between 11:30 and 1. So if she has a child at 18 months old and looks after her, how could you get up at 11:30 a.m.?
I'm up from 7:15 a.m. every morning to walk the dog before I leave for work and spend 12 hours or more each day working and doing chores. 7:15 a.m. for a start. Get me out of here.
This lady running from the grind. She trying to run away already. You only gonna be there for a week. You can't dedicate yourself to 7 days.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kelly.
There was a partner to cheat. Why do I think it's her? You see how I was giving that rant? There never has been infidelity on the show. Why do I feel like it's her? She lacked discipline. She lacked self-control. She seemed to lack restraint. She let her impulses take over her. I wouldn't be surprised.
Hello. Nice to meet you too.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, I'm Kelly. Hello.
Where's the eye contact? Hello?
Meet you too. This is Roxy. Hi. I love German shepherds.
Let's have a look at your mouth.
I love your home.
Thank you.
So neat and tidy and everything's clean. It's lovely.
For Kelly, becoming Wonder Woman is no mean feat.
There's no way I would do this at home.
So how you doing it now?
Steve does it all. Steve does all this at home.
It's alright, that.
Yeah.
It's nice.
She knows how to cook. You're cooking for another man, but you wouldn't cook for your husband. Man, shit. I'm ready. This is why I can't be in relationships. I take everything as disrespect. This is a goddamn challenge and I'm already mad. Imagine your girl ain't cooking in your house, but she cooking in somebody else's. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on here?
From listening to her, I think she's might be a bit lazy. Without being awful at all, she's a biggish girl. I think she's going to find it difficult.
Hi, Johnny.
Oh, sorry.
What? Fine.
That's a good sign.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Kerry. Oh, this might be easier than I think then.
Hi.
Hi.
The baby talking to her.
For the first time in her life, Kerry's forced to take a back seat while Steve does all the running around.
And how many hours would I normally spend on it?
As long as you feel like it.
Shall I clean it up?
No, I'll do it, it's fine. I normally do it.
Then you would normally do it.
Could smell like it. Hey, you? Don't keep on.
Or would I just carry on?
Yeah, just carry on.
So I just carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, ain't news. Alright. You want a snack before tea? Yeah? Okay. Deal.
Is that chocolate?
Need that?
That's a chocolate bar. What are we giving her a chocolate for?
Thank you.
Would she normally have chocolate before tea?
Sometimes she does, yeah. It's just as well can claim bits and pieces. Come on.
Tonight's supper is takeaway, which leaves Kerry holding the baby.
So, Daddy's been at work all day and Daddy's going to get tea as well. There's no routine whatsoever.
Reese for sure putting a ring on a lazy one. Huh?
Meal to eat other than crisps, chocolate.
Why are we eating chips as a toddler?
It's not certainly not my
chocolate, chips, French fries, burger. What are we not doing?
At all, so I'm quite uncomfortable with sitting and doing nothing.
It says being a mother is one of the hardest jobs.
If you are struggling or failing to get a profit payout, listen up, because you don't pay us a penny unless you get a payout.
Does she even know how to do hair? This is the first time I've seen Wife Swap actually make the other person go to their job. What did you do to this lady's hair? What did she do to this lady's hair?
In just 1 hour, Kelly is on her last legs. At home, she'd still have an hour and a half left in bed.
Oh my God.
If you don't mind. I'm so exhausted already. And I just want to go to sleep. She was only here an hour and then I had to go for a break. You know, I mean, us as hairdressers, we don't have breaks. You work through your lunch. Carrie's life is a pain in the ass.
All you did was wake up and go do an old lady's hair.
I don't know how she does it. Superwoman.
He's waking up, so
what?
It's 1:05, and I'm getting up.
Why are they forcing her to get up at 1 p.m.? Look at the excitement. There's the baby jumping.
Oh, goodness me.
Is the baby diaper full?
Oh, that's nice and wet.
Oh, God.
Good morning. Well, I picked some clothes for you. I just can't see anything whatsoever. No socks.
This is a nightmare. This is the worst day of my life.
Let's put some of these on.
Oh, stop showing me that! That ain't for us to see!
By 1:30, Kerry is struggling to stick to Kelly's manual, which says Georgina has crisps for breakfast.
What's a crisp?
Some real breakfast. I'm going to get Georgina some cereal, so I am actually. But it's not for me.
Please help that little baby. Give it some goddamn... She's crying. She's crying.
I don't need it to be crisp because I've got a choice, but Georgina doesn't get to make the choice for herself. So she's just, you know, she's got to have whatever Kelly, me and Kerry gives her. And what does it crisp from last night, which was for a tea. That. I'll just look see if there's anything in the fridge what's possibly we can use. We can have one of these. This is a bit weird for me because I've never been the sole responsible person for a child. Oh, so yourself? I can't believe she's so easy going.
I'm laughing.
How dirty it is. Simply because it's a small child here. And there's a small child health to think about. That is quite horrifying. Oh, pussycat. Yeah.
Sticking to Kelly's routine, Kerry embarks on a 6-hour stint on the computer.
Why?
Kelly, in her head, is being a good mum because she's not working. She thinks she's spending child, but what I see is she's in the same room as her child, but she's not interacting with the child. She's actually on the computer.
What is the baby doing?
In Rotherham by 5:30 p.m, Kelly's losing the race in the Superwoman Stakes.
Hey! Get up!
That's okay. If anything make it old, and let this lady. She goes down with my women.
I have 2 flat pillows.
Thank you.
Of which Lucy you can see are already perfect and haven't even been sat on since I've been here. I think Kerry has an obsessive compulsive disorder. I really do.
It looks like being clean, big bitch.
And she just needs to chill.
Kelly, getting up at 7 in the morning every morning, do you think she might find that difficult?
That is a nice suit.
Oh.
Good trip.
Maybe the first night, yeah. First 1 or 2 times is a bit awkward, but we're getting used to it.
Is she normally quite lazy for, getting up and things like that?
Just was lazy, she said, she likes to rest. I mean, I'm doing Dana looking after George's. What are you doing? You've got her nearly 24/7 when I'm out, so...
Yeah.
But it's she does have a nice in the morning.
A woman needs a man. And if, like a child, if you haven't got boundaries, you will cross them constantly. So I think Kelly needs boundaries, and I think the only person who can put Kelly's boundaries is Steve.
I like to do it. I like to just keep things ticking over in the background.
Living Kelly's life. So I just need to the gates open and be free to just be me. Oh,
man.
Oh, maybe that's wet now.
Looking after George, is starting to change Kerry's.
Nice. Dad? I don't think being a mother comes naturally.
Beautiful, a banana.
Childcare definitely comes natural. I'm actually confident looking after Georgina, and I didn't think I would be. And she's happy and smiling, gorgeous. And I thought all children just screamed. So, but Georgina's fabulous. Georgina's made my life much easier.
Kerry's broken the rules again to give Georgina a healthy breakfast, but she must stick to the prescription of cola and crisps.
I think if she...
In Rotherham, the early mornings are getting to Kelly.
So tired, still so tired. Thank God today is the last day.
It's the weekend, but that doesn't mean she can rest.
Tim basically will get all day lounging around doing nothing, and I have to work, it's not bad.
Kelly's strict rules see Tim being turfed out of bed at 8 AM, just so she can change the sheets.
Tim, wake up.
I was mad at much cooler than getting me out of bed when I want to stay in bed.
Just tell her, let me sleep.
I don't tell her.
No, tell her and make her know, let her know. Put your foot down and say, look, I'm not to sleep. I'd be really pissed off if someone came in and stripped my sheets off of me. When I just wanted to lie in bed and rest.
This is insane.
Yeah, you... Get me out of here. I don't want to be here. And her routine really is a pain in the bloody ass.
Getting up early in the morning, a bit of routine.
Put your goddamn shirt on, buddy.
Cooking tea when for Steve, so that it's not him doing everything.
No! Oh, how does she do it?
I think it's great. The way she's mourning all the time.
It's not fair. She usually comes back to me, she's being a disobedient little horrible dog.
But if she probably changed the diet, changed the lifestyle a bit more, she'd probably be happier in a setting. She probably would do these things.
It's taking Kelly so long to keep up with Kerry's manual, she turns up an hour late for work.
Damn! If I get shouted at, I'll tell her exactly how I'm feeling and I'll walk straight back out that door. Sorry you were late. It's been absolutely hectic. I had to strip all the beds and everything. Well, we've got lots of jobs for you to do.
It's been hectic. I had to change the sheets. What the?
I just sleep. Sleep.
What about your child? What about your child? Are you just gonna sleep all day? You have a child.
In Bristol, Steve's cooking supper for himself and Georgina, whilst Kerry gets ready to go out.
I've not got children. I've never had children. But I'm sure you get a motherly instinct to protect and look after. to leave it sat in bed all day and the nappy all wet through, you know, just soaking right through to her bed. I just don't get it.
She get mad. She get mad.
Tonight, Kerry gets to indulge in Kelly's passion, karaoke.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for the karaoke. So you'll do the bath while I'm out then?
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah, just easy.
And when I come in, do I know what time would Kelly normally come in? Do you know?
As and when the mood takes you, or something like that. As I always put it to her, you're having a good night. Yeah, just give me a bell, let me know that you'll be a bit later, so that way I know you're coming in and I can expect you.
Yeah.
He easy to be cheated on. He just said stay out as long as you feel like you. Just let me know when you're coming home. This man, she could be doing anything. Oh my God. All day. He's out at work. She's just in the house on the computer. Then when he comes home later in the afternoon, she just still on the computer. Then later in the night, she leaves off to go to karaoke until whenever she feels like coming home. What the hell? And this is a stay-at-home wife. What are we staying home to do? And now she's talking about she gonna sleep in bed all day because she has to do extra work on this project of Change Your Wives. Oh my God, what about your child?
Kelly goes out up to 4 nights a week without Steve.
4 nights a week?
I feel so sorry for Steve. He's so sweet. How could one man end up with so little confidence? How could one man end up with so little confidence?
Damn, she said he got no confidence. How could one man end up with no confidence? He's being absolutely taken advantage of, misused. I don't even know the words to describe their dating situation, but it is completely one-sided.
Soften no matter. It's easy to just compromise.
He said, I'm not being soft with no backbone, I just easy to compromise.
I can see why Kelly has fun to get out, but I think the problem is, if she got out more in the day, she wouldn't feel the need to get out every night and do karaoke every night.
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like textures.
And do karaoke every night.
Oh God!
It's rule change day, and in Bristol, Kelly can't wait to get going.
I'm shocked to discover that a young woman like Kelly can live like this. The house is in total chaos. Tomorrow, I'm going to spend the day cleaning this house from top to bottom. We need cupboards and shelves in the rooms to put away clothes. Georgina's room is like a store cupboard when it's actually a little girl's room. So let's make it look like one.
Yeah, I can live with that, yeah.
You're a lovely family and you live in a lovely home, but all the routine is doing my head in. We're gonna be a go with the flow family. No routine. No fluffing cushions. Okay? Your home is to enjoy, not for show.
I'm shocked by Kelly and Georgina's diet. From now on, there will be no skipping breakfast and no crisps either. I will make cereal and fresh fruit for breakfast.
What's good, Baldy?
I'm mad, that's what's good. Everything's bad.
At 8:30 every day. You also need to do more as a family together. I want you to take Georgina.
Oh my God, the baby has its hand in the whole yogurt.
Then where that will make her.
Help the baby. It's made a mess in front of both of you.
They're happy and some family quality time.
The house gets clean once a week, and that will be your responsibility to do it once a week.
So I'm not doing any cleaning.
If you leave it all week, it's going to look dirty. You actually eat food.
Obviously, wipe the sides down once the basic things that need to be.
Obviously, your house is dirty. You ain't obviously doing anything. You're lying to us. Obviously, if something has a little mess, you're not doing it at your home. You're lying. Obviously, it's not obvious.
To be done, but
But when I'm on about the cleaning, I'm on about the fluffing of the pillows and the sweeping the floor.
It just looks untidy, doesn't it?
There's nothing wrong with untidy.
Oh, there is. I think she's selfishly done it so she can actually stay in bed because she doesn't want to get up.
She is not trying to improve the betterment of the family. She's trying to cause a detriment to this family. I understand, fluffing pillows is excessive. Wiping things that are without any type of residue or any type of dirt, that's excessive. But what you're saying right now is just at the detriment of this family. You're not trying to benefit them. You're selfish, self-centered, egotistical. I'm telling y'all, she's ruining this family.
And she don't want to get up because she's got nothing to do. So if she gets up and cleans, she's got something to do. She's had a constructive day. It might be only cleaning, but cleanliness is the next thing on the today.
God! Hit her with that
I don't
bar.
think it's overly harsh on Kelly, because she'll agree with just about all of it.
We're being overly harsh to your right because she would agree with cleaning, getting that child actual nutrients and breakfast instead of chips and french fries. If your wife would agree with it, she would have already been doing it. Don't try to act like we're too hard on her. She's not even trying. She hasn't even made an attempt, buddy. You're out of your goddamn mind.
The sacred sitting room has already been invaded for TV dinners.
Oh!
So how did it feel eating your dinner in the lounge?
It's alright, but I'd just rather sit at table. Because look,
Who wouldn't want to sit at a table? Why you want food on your lap?
So usually Steve would take it out from me. He'd gather up all the plates. I'd leave mine on the corner of the sofa and Steve would take it out and wash it up.
yeah. So that's not really nice, is it?
No. But Steve, he kind of insists on doing it.
And Tim's in charge of all chores.
Mum's wife's in the middle, is it?
And now he ended up having to do it anyway.
Yeah, it is. First for Steve, it's an ironed work shirt.
That's beautiful. That's considerate. She didn't have to iron his shirt before work. Now the husband got a nice shirt to wear with his nice suit. Beautiful consideration, ladies. Look at him. He's jumping for joy.
It's nice to have it.
Look how lovely that kitchen looked now that she kicked it into gear.
Back to sparkling clean, organised,
Oh, that's
nice,
lovely.
neat, presentable. It's what I'd like it to be.
What?
It's what I'd like it to be.
Your wife has that much control, it doesn't even look like what you would want it to be at all. His house naturally just doesn't look like anything he would be happy with. Oh my God, I'm dying. Look at that baby.
It's the first time she's actually got a room to go and play in, rather than just to sleep in.
Spending all this time with Georgina and seeing her reaction to her room is having a profound effect on Kerry.
It's made me realise that you can get so much from having a child. It's unbelievable. Georgina, do it.
What?
Kelly's new rules are also taking.
What?
The house is becoming a bit more homely. Well, I feel it is anyway.
What?
Because I'm able to kick back, relax.
Tim can't stand the mess though. A war is about to break out in the soft furnishings department.
You can't just leave it.
It can be left. It can be left. It can be left.
What you mean it can be left? Somebody has to tend to it. It ain't gonna fix itself.
There's a ton of great stuff coming to Android, and we showed it off in the first ever special I/O edition of the Android show. We built some exciting things for you. Fresh new designs, incredible Gemini features.
Tend to it. It ain't gonna fix itself. She's crazy.
It can be left. There's a plate on the side that needs to be washed up, by the way.
Then get to washing it. What are you telling me for? Bro, this is so rude. This is so inconsiderate of anybody else in your surroundings. This is such a self-centered lifestyle. As long as you ain't gotta do it. You're happy. You're disgusting. Who raised her? It had to be wolves.
No more training up.
She was not raised by actual humans.
So she wants to give me a bollockage, to give me a bollockage,
But the pillow plumping police are still on the prowl.
Tim.
Yeah, they sat there for dinner today, so they need to be pumped now. All the other times they weren't even sitting there pumping it, but now people actually sitting there.
I've just done it just so for when you come down, it's nice and cozy for you. That's all I've done it for.
No, I know. No more training up.
Okay.
No more training. I don't care. I don't care if it's doing your head in.
Kelly's won the first battle, but the war is far from over.
I don't know if she's taking piss. Oh, these, how she really lives it up. Well, that bloke must be, I feel sorry for that bloke, and I really do. Because if she's doing that day in, day out, while he's at work,
You have no idea, buddy.
It's quite definitely not. If I was to get off that fat ass and get some fucking work done.
Cook that lady! Cook that fraud! Pop your shit, buddy!
It's self-motivation.
Yes! Cook that fraud!
You would understand it. We're disabled and things like that and we're able to do it. You know?
She's a fully able woman. No sympathy.
Untidy, lazy, filthy twat.
Call her that again.
Yes.
I'm a rewind
Yes.
it.
Untidy, lazy, filthy twat.
Look at her.
9:30 the next morning, Tim's back on cleaning duty.
Keep cooking.
He's had enough.
Let's get right.
Bloke will be pissing off. What is point in staying with when there's women out there who are quite happy to make you happy?
Idiot. He's cooking. He's cooking. What's the point of being with this woman when there's women out there that will be happy to make you happy? That's it, man. That's a bar. That's a damn bar. Put that on the TV. He's cooking right now.
I mean, I'm miserable now.
He's miserable.
If people come to see me or Keddy, come to our home, and it looks like a shithole, they're going to think we're shithole kind of people. Kelly?
Get right with her. Get right. Yeah, listen to that. That's a vacuum. Spray it with that bleach.
Untidy, especially Kelly's bedroom. It's a bit of shit tip, really. Smells of festering bodies. It's a bit of shit tip, really. Smells of festering bodies.
The room has a smell. She's been there less than a week. You said it smelled like a festering body.
Finally, Kelly surfaces to make her own breakfast.
There was a couple of packs.
I'm gonna eat mine. I'm gonna take it upstairs in my bedroom and eat it.
Is that what you're doing today?
I'm gonna go up and read a magazine for half an hour, yes.
And wait till another day.
Yep.
Doesn't that bother you?
Not at all.
No, it does me.
Because it's all yours.
Cheers.
Why should I always have to make other people feel happy? It's not always about other people.
It's not always about other people. You don't even put other people into consideration at all. When have you made it about other people? At this time. Because your husband is living in a house that he isn't happy with. Your child is eating an unhealthy diet of food. When have you decided to think of anyone else besides yourself? Because I've seen no examples. This exhibition of you going to another family was the only time you thought of someone other than yourself, as far as I'm concerned. Has she lost her goddamn mind? What is she talking about? It's always not about her. When have you made it about anyone else? At what point? What is she talking about?
It's about yourself as well, and yeah, I suppose it can be selfish. But then that's just life, isn't it? You have to think about yourself sometimes. I do think about myself all the time.
99%, that 1% technically isn't all the time, so she's technically correct. She's talking about that 1%.
And when Kelly reappears, it's all out war.
New Tic Tac Chewy isn't what you expect. A candy with layers of fruity flavor and a hard outer shell that's soft on the inside.
Kelly reappears, it's all out war.
Have you heard me? I'm pissed off, right?
Yeah, I'm just
the only one thing that's pissed me off is that you couldn't bother yourself just to make me a slice of toast while you were stood there making your own.
No. Because like I said, everybody's got to do things for themselves.
That's just selfish.
No, it's not selfish. I stated the fact everybody, if they want something done, they do it themselves.
Yes, exactly.
It's a free-for-all with her. Everybody do what they do themselves. It's all out war for themselves.
Exactly, right? So why aren't you doing this yourself?
Because I set my rules where I refuse to do any cleaning. This one day is devoted to you doing cleaning. I'm not going to back down from it either.
We're ironing them sheets. Or are you just going to leave them again?
No, I'm not ironing. I refuse to iron the sheets. When you're going to get in there, roll about in bed, all through the night, tossing and turning, and crease them up anyway.
Well, that's like saying, oh, I'm not going to get a bath because I'm going to get bookie again.
No, it's not. It's not. I just do not see the point. It's wasting 10 minutes of your life by ironing sheets to get to bed.
And how many hours did you tell me you wasted?
What?
You work 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
You actually waste.
Yeah.
And you're worried about 10 minutes.
doing stuff.
And you're worried about 10
He said she wasted 16 hours and you worried about 10 minutes.
I do not want. I don't want to iron sheets. I see it pointless ironing sheets to get into a bed. But
well, I see in your life, there's no point in doing anything.
He cooking her.
Let him cook.
Tim's outburst is forcing Kelly to re-examine her position.
I expected to get a big slap in the face, but like obviously not physically, but words. It was going to happen somewhere along the line.
Because you know you ain't shit.
I admit I'm lazy. I do nothing, hardly nothing at all.
Yeah, that's fucking
But
right.
then me, that's just how I am. I've always been like that.
My question is, it's not wrong with being lazy. It's when you put it on others. Why would you get into a marriage? Why would you have a child and you know you don't like to care about other people's things? You don't want to cook for nobody else. You don't want to clean after nobody else. Why would you invite other people into your life? That doesn't make any sense to me. You can do whatever you want as long as it's to yourself. It's when you're bringing other people down that their problem occurs. She's psychotic.
I was supposed to change over her. To at least try and change.
In Bristol, family time has been scheduled.
She needs to expect interaction every day because she's a child. And it's important for her development. And the only reason Kelly isn't doing it is laziness. There's no other way around it. It's laziness. Would you not agree with that?
Don't put the ball in the mouth. It's dirty.
It's something that, they get up and go to come next to it every day of the week.
But it's not having a child an incentive to get up and do something. No!
It does upset me. I tend to go, sometimes bury my head in the sand. She does have George's best interest at heart, in her own sort of way.
While I'm here, everything's great. But the minute I'm gone, the world will come crashing down around Georgina.
That husband, he's going to realize that he hates it more when his actual wife is there than when this lady is substituting. This is going to be an insane reveal for him. Be an eye-opening experience. And he's already in too deep. He's married with a kid. You can't.
Very bunny.
You know what I'm saying?
It's been a lovely experience looking after a small child like Georgina, and she's easy to look after. But it's not made me broody.
Good grief. Let's take this half-hour lunch break. I ain't eating lunch. I only got 2 hours left of my day. Go fast the rest of the day. Nah, we'll get a snack, do some exercise, and then eat dinner later on tonight.
already. It's made me a bit sad thinking that what's going to happen when I leave. I'm quite sad about that. Because, you know, as much as I'd love to think things are going to be kept up, I don't think they will.
It ain't. Your house is under 60 now.
Pretty! Oh, she's dying for one. Sparkle! This will be fun. This will sparkle. Hi, miss. Teddy.
This is a treat. But in her actual family, this is a regular lunch. This is a special treat, but reality is her actual lunch.
Kelly's sticking to her last stand. A grand cocktail party is held on the sitting room, with Tim and Kerry's friends conscripted into the invading army.
We're all going to move into the lounge. It's there to be used. It's there, those sofas are there to be drunk up. So we can go in there, we can have fun, don't worry about messing up cushions because they're not going to be fluffed until the morning.
Nah.
Let's all go in the lounge just for 10 minutes.
Nobody's doing this.
The cushions become an early casualty of war.
She's making a mockery of that lady's home. Oh, God. What is that lady's relation to the family?
She's friends don't want.
It might be fun, but after yesterday's battles, who's going to clear? Right.
It's either do it now or leave it all to everyone in the morning. You know, when you're going to put a load in the dishwasher.
Kelly's finally learned the lesson Tim's been trying to teach her all week.
They have a dishwasher. This lady been complaining about dishes with a dishwasher in the house.
Learned a lot from this.
It's the end of the swamp, and both Kelly and Kerry are preparing to go home.
I'm so excited to be going home. Yeah, it's so exciting to be leaving Georgina. To have to think about how small children being brought up is a bit of a shock because I've never had to think about it before, and that's all I've been thinking about.
Water. Earth. Fire. Air.
Because I've never had to think about it before, and that's all I've been thinking about.
That's insane. This might have made her pregnant.
That's a lot of children being brought up like Georgina.
Oh, that is sad.
After living with Kelly for a week, right, I've had some upsetting times because she doesn't have any respect for herself, her own health.
He cooking her.
She's clearly got the ability to do far better than she does. Yeah. And I had some times when I could have thrown her out of the house.
He was gonna kick her out the house.
I don't know how you do it. I do not know how any man would put up with that.
That's right.
I just. Kelly goes away from this and takes enjoyment to looking after you the way you think a woman would want to look after a man.
I do look after you. You do get looked after. He does get looked after, and not as much as he could be, but he does get looked after, and we do get that time.
After walking in your house, after leaving my house, what I was shocked at is how unhygienic it was. Now, unhygienic is fine for you, but you know, there's a small child. That is not good. Georgina's diet. I had to give her a bag of crisps. And I didn't do that because I will not feed a child crap like that.
He doesn't get a packet of crisps every single morning. But I do know what's healthy and what's unhealthy.
Do you care to do it?
Growing close to Georgina as I have, I found it very difficult to leave her.
She's a lovely child. She is. Did she welcome you with open arms?
Yes, she did.
I'm willing to to make a lot of changes when I get home. I've been taught.
There's a lie. Lies you tell.
Back home, there's a warm welcome.
I was about to say, where the hell, who was taking care of the baby? And then we see this lady.
Hello. Oh, bloody ironing board.
Yeah, is that in your shirt as well?
Oh,
Yeah.
lovely. It doesn't mean I'm going to do it.
6 weeks later, there are big changes for the Moyston family. They've been rehoused to a larger place because Kelly is pregnant, and she's making an effort to keep their new flat spick and span.
What the hell? And we actually make our bed in the morning now. Well, I do anyway. It gets made rather than just left all over the place.
So you telling us right after that episode his freaky ass jumped on her?
Watching the changes in Georgina and what an effect I had on Georgina made me realise that fostering would be a way for me to go. It don't matter because we're going to be sitting on it in a couple of hours.
You know?
You know, they are.
This project made them come together closer, made them consider having a foster child. That's insane.
So how am I supposed to fix this shit? Let's go to the biggest truck stop in the world. That's sorted. Now we gotta get the products on the page. Give you guys the good products, you understand?
When you live with diabetes, progress is having your coffee like you like it.
I'm going with the honey dudes today from Chicago.
I don't even understand this. One of them been fighting a gorilla? Well, it depends on the man.
It depends on, I'm about to say, is it 100 men?
If it's 100
Stephen A. or Shannon?
Each one of us up by one hand and do us tossing the zone. Just man, this must never watch King Kong, the movie.
Today we tackle a question taking the internet by storm. Who would win a fight? 100 men or one gorilla? Gotta admit, I never imagined I'd be a ringside physician at an interspecies match of this magnitude. But here on Dr. Chris, we strive to turn every topic, no matter how obscure, into an opportunity to deepen our knowledge about human anatomy and injury science.
Gorillas are made mainly to aurifarm each other and eat berries, okay? That's why they run away from ducks.
So, here we are. And as we've seen many times before, what better way to study the human body than under extreme physical distress? And no matter the final outcome, I can all but guarantee the first 10 or so men to attack Mr. Gorilla are going to experience just that. Blunt force trauma as he swings his arms violently. Penetrating trauma as he engages his powerful jaws and large canine teeth. Appendages torn and tissues ruptured as he grabs, pulls, and throws human attackers like rag dolls. There are many ways to spell fatality, as conservationist Ron McGill of Zoo Miami points out. Death from broken necks, severe arterial bite wounds, massive concussions leading to fatal brain bleeds, and asphyxiation from men piling on top. Sounds like we've got a lot of ground to cover. Thankfully, gorillas are quite passive, as many experts have pointed out since the debate began.
The greatest Rick Hollywood ever pulled was convincing the world that gorillas were something to be scared of.
Let's get from our own expert, Ron McGill, the communications director at Zoo Miami. Ron, great to see you. Who would win in a fight, Ron? 100 men or one gorilla?
To the point where violent human versus gorilla encounters are few and far between. I'm sure we can find some examples on Reddit. The victim surprised gorillas resting in an open space. The man was immediately attacked by a large male, and when his corpse was found later on, head and neck, which were laying nearby. Okay, so to decapitate a man by pulling would be immense. Soft tissues like skin and muscle tear first until only the cervical spine and its supporting connective tissues remain. If the head and neck were removed as per this account, the failure likely occurred around the C7 vertebrae where the cervical spine transitions into the thoracic spine at the base of the neck. Wave goodbye to the anterior and posterior longitudinal ligaments which run the length of the spine, as well as the interspinous and supraspinous ligaments at the location of the decapitation. But wait a damn minute. Unfortunately, I was unable to find any evidence that confirms or denies this story, nor was I able to find any stories comparable in sheer brutality. Those of you on Team Gorilla have to kill of 100. Goodbye. In the gorilla attacks on humans department, but there are a few more which may serve to deepen our understanding. An escaped gorilla shaking a 3-year-old boy in his mouth like a rag doll, lung and biting his chest aspirated with a tube and needle, such as with a needle decompression or with a chest tube. This attack was not fatal. Another escapee in a Netherlands zoo attacked a 57-year-old woman, dragging her around for tens of meters and inflicting bone fractures as well as more than 100 bite wounds. While recovering in the hospital, the woman quoted, "He gripped me, sat on me with his full weight, and began biting me." Generally, it's about 4 stitches to an inch, and depending on the depth of the wound, we may need multiple layers of stitches to address the subcutaneous, subcuticular, and epidermal layers of tissue. 100 or so wounds of say 3 to 4 inches, all varying in depth, means our Dutch woman could easily have had over 1,000 stitches. A modern Frankenstein, if you will. Gruesome, but yet again, not fatal. Coincidentally, these 2 stories, which I pulled from conventional media sources, are consistent with those that I could find in scientific literature. One such article from 2023 details an open fracture of the right distal radial ulnar joint, the 2 bones of the lower arm, in addition to multiple bite wounds. The victim can look forward to an armful of surgical hardware, but he will live to see another day. The final article I would like to discuss today takes us back some 60 years and details several different attacks. Let me know if you sense a pattern. None of these attacks were fatal.
At one point, someone yelled, "Form a circle." He spun through us like a Beyblade.
And while one of the wounded was permanently disabled in one leg, I'm not sensing any one-shot KOs a la Chuck Liddell. In fact, it sounds like the usual weapons of the gorilla are his mouth and hands, with which he causes lacerations in the legs, thighs, and buttocks, unless the victim tries to ward off the animal with his hands. So obviously, as the ringside physician for the internet's most anticipated 100v1 death match, I'd better be prepared for some vicious biting. I'll have plenty of tourniquets on hand to staunch the bleeding, and a mountain of gauze and sterile bandage to pack and dress wounds. Sutures will have to wait. Not only do I expect deep wounds with ragged edges, but we'll need sterile saline solution for cleaning as well as antibiotics to fend off infection before we even think about wound closure. Who knows when Mr. Gorilla last brushed his teeth? But no matter how rancid his breath, I'm confident that I could sufficiently treat the majority of bite wounds on site to set up victims for an effective recovery. Unless, of course, a major artery is involved, like say the femoral artery in the legs or brachial artery in the upper arm, then time really is of the essence. Worst of all, we have the carotid arteries to worry about, which run down either side of the neck, relatively close to the surface of the skin. If punctured or torn, the victim would lose consciousness in less than a minute, as blood flow to the brain is drastically reduced. Death can occur within 2 to 5 minutes due to severe blood loss and cerebral hypoxia.
Find what you love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More.
Hopefully our combatants can avoid bite wounds to the neck altogether.
Okay, so first we're gonna have to pick somebody from the group to go first to get a feel for the gorilla's skill set. It's gonna have to be someone we all don't really like.
Even if their arteries remain intact, a vicious bite to the back of the neck could easily cause a fracture to the cervical spine, disrupting, dissecting, or even severing the spinal cord housed within the spinal column. Depending on their severity, these injuries have the potential to cause paralysis to all structures below them. That is to say, the whole body. Or, on the other side of the neck, on the front side, we have fresh airways to consider.
Go get him, King. Go represent humanity. Come get some of this monkey boy. You ain't about.
Can't contribute much to the fight without the ability to breathe, bro. But hold on. Grabbing a person or holding them down long enough to deliver a fatal bite seems like too large a time commitment. In the context of a 100 versus 1 fight to the death, even fractions of a second count. This tactic also requires 1 or possibly 2 of the gorilla's arms as well as creating an opening for the human swarm to attack. But swift, decisive victory is no fun. We might need a caveat in this equation that Mr. Gorilla gets a 3-month training camp with Chuck Liddell. For maximum carnage, he may want to adopt keep moving, pace yourself, and go for haymakers fighting style. You see, a gorilla's bones are thicker and heavier, while their muscles are stronger and more dense than humans. They have all the tools to crush us, like quite literally. Think about it. A human bone derives its strength from its structural design, including the compact outer layer, or cortex, and the spongy inner layer, trabecular bone. A gorilla boasts a more robust cortex and a more dense trabecular bone, having adapted to suit their massive size and weight. Their bones are reinforced with further calcification. You know, the chemical property that enables bones to be more rigid and resistant to stress. Just imagine getting 2x4. Hell, punching a gorilla in the arm, leg, or ribs might be more likely to fracture your hand or arm than to injure the gorilla. Our combatants should probably aim for the soft spots. No one likes punching a tree trunk. And you don't even want to see our musculature in a side-by-side comparison. In mammals, a muscle is essentially a biological machine that converts chemical energy into mechanical energy, allowing for movement, support, and stability. Those are composed fibers that contract and relax, generating force and motion. Turns out that apes, just like humans, have 2 types of muscle fibers, fast twitch and slow twitch. Fast twitch muscle fibers generate rapid, powerful movements for short durations, while slow twitch fibers are more efficient for endurance activities, providing sustained force over longer periods.
Between 4 to 7 in the best size, easily. You know, they have fast twitch muscles. I've seen a gorilla take a coconut in his hand and break it. I've seen him take a 300-pound boulder and flip it like it's made out of styrofoam.
Which do you think is more effective in this type of battle? I mean, as they say, speed kills. Human muscles are about half and half, which is professional spend so much time training their fast twitch fibers to maximize deadliness in the ring. Compared to humans, apes all have more fast twitch than slow, but gorilla muscles are an incredible 85+% fast twitch fibers, the most of any ape. Hate to add insult to injury, but it just so happens that gorillas have more fibers per square inch, and each of those individual fibers are heavier and more dense. In layman's terms, what I'm saying is, don't get hit, bro. It isn't an exaggeration to say that this is a 450-pound tank swinging the equivalent of 2 tree trunks. While there is no evidence to suggest that Mr. Gorilla knows how to fight in this manner, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, 3-month training camp with the Iceman Chuck Liddell makes this battle far more interesting. Blunt force trauma is Mr. Gorilla's best friend. A direct blow to the head could easily be catastrophic, causing severe traumatic brain injuries, including concussions, skull fractures, and bleeding within the brain. We're talking immediate loss of consciousness, brain damage, and yes, potentially even death. The impact would be equivalent to a high-speed collision, with severe consequences due to the brain's delicate structure and vital functions. Of course, similar forces applied to the neck are also a very bad deal. Even if a human attacker were to sustain a gorilla slap to the side of the face, the rotational force applied to the cervical spine could potentially cause spinal cord damage, vertebral fractures, or severe ligament disruption, leading to quadriplegia or other devastating outcomes. A direct blow to the neck? Same risks, but worse. And don't think for a second that blood vessels are safe when penetrating forces aren't involved. A powerful impact can still sever arteries and veins. And don't forget the prospect of a crush windpipe. A powerful blow to the chest can easily disrupt the heart and or lungs, causing cardiac arrest, severe internal bleeding, or pneumothorax, collapsed lung, leading to rapid deterioration and potentially fatal outcomes if not treated immediately. Not even the upper abdomen is safe. I'm particularly concerned for the region over the liver and spleen. A forceful blow to this area could cause these vital organs to rupture, leading to severe internal bleeding, shock, and potentially fatal complications if not treated properly. Each of these factors could extinguish a fighter's flame, so to speak. But there are plenty of other factors that could render a human useless in battle. Kind of hard to fight with a broken femur or torn Achilles, for example. But I'll spare you the extensive lecture on broken bones and torn ligaments. We have other more pressing matters to consider. How tired do you think you'd be after punching 100 watermelons, backhanding 100 squirrels, slamming 100 medicine balls, hell, even climbing 100 stairs?
Now, after the gorilla deals with these 20 people, he's gonna be a little winded, and that's when the next 30 people come in.
Is anyone picking up what I'm putting down?
And the fact that humans could hopefully coordinate their behavior, tag team, take a little bit of a rest, while the gorilla would just be going full steam the whole time, would really put the advantage in
I didn't always call you Dad. I called you Hero. I called you Coach. And I definitely called you embarrassing.
Would really put
Remember how heavily Mr. Gorilla twitch musculature direction? Thing is, fast twitch muscles need fuel quickly, so they rely on carbohydrates stored in the muscles for anaerobic, meaning no oxygen, rather than aerobic, requiring oxygen, for energy production. This type of fuel is metabolized quickly, but in limited amounts, which is why your fast twitch muscles tire out more quickly.
They gotta be the strongest men we have.
100 angry humans. There is no saved by the bell in this equation. Inevitably, they will surround their King Kong foe, and swinging for the fences will no longer be possible. When this occurs, Mr. Gorilla may want to take out a page of the chimpanzee's playbook. It is well documented that during attacks, chimps will target a person's face, feet, and genitals.
Big primates will actually go at each other's genitalia. That's actually a strategy that they have when they fight each other.
A quick Google search confirms that a face transplant is a frighteningly common procedure following a chimpanzee attack. I mean, yeah. Aside from torn arteries, broken long bones, and blows to the head, there are several structures on the human body that can render an attacker far less effective. It's kind of hard to fight if your eyes have been shredded or if your family jewels have been ripped clean off. Once Mr. Gorilla is at the center of a 100-man clinch, he'll want to target the soft, squishy bits.
What are you saying? You keep bringing up sucking off the gorilla, and I don't. Someone has to suck off the gorilla. Are you serious right now?
We go for the gorilla's weak points, so the eyes, the neck, and the...
But let's not forget, Mr. Gorilla also has some soft, squishy bits of his own that are susceptible to ripping and tearing.
I'm sorry, but we're going to start wearing down the gorilla, and you guys aren't going to like how I say we're going to do that, but we're going for the dick, balls, and the ass.
But let's keep our heads out of the gutter, shall we? I'm thinking more about the eyes here. Once Mr. G's vision is sufficiently impaired, his energy expenditure becomes far less effective, leaving only those humans within his grasp at risk of fatality.
Okay, by the third group, I expect the gorilla's eyeballs to already be gouged out. If the first two groups can't manage that, yeah, we're fucked. But that's their goal. Get in there, get a thumb in, do your best.
With some 98.3% genetic match, squishy eyeballs aren't the only anatomical weakness we share with apes.
If by the third group of 15 or 20, the gorilla still has eyeballs, I'm changing strategies.
In humans, the abdomen is relatively less protected by bones compared to the chest or skull because its contents, like intestines and organs, are designed to expand, contract, and to move. A bony shield would restrict these functions. Same goes Mr. Gorilla. Doesn't matter if your bones are stronger, if your liver, spleen, kidneys, intestines require flexibility and mobility to function properly. In an interview with Rolling Stone, conservationist Ron McGill points out that severe abdominal punches could cause enough internal organ damage to slow down the gorilla. Furthermore, with sufficient teamwork, the human swarm could also cause severe twisting of the head and neck. Foiled again by that darn 98.3%. Just like in humans, the neck is particularly vulnerable due to its structure and function. Comprised of 7 cervical vertebrae, the neck allows for a wide range of motion, but this flexibility comes at the cost of stability and strength. And Mr. G can only throw so many humans off his back before he really starts to slow down. Broken neck? Here we come.
And I mean, this is really the uncomfortable conversation we've been kind of avoiding because at the end of the day, a gorilla is a beautiful living creature. It doesn't deserve this, but I mean, it's a dog-eat-dog world, baby, and humans are on top.
For all these reasons and everything we've covered in today's lessons, I'm thinking I'm leaning in the direction of the humans.
3 groups, 3 guys each, dick, balls, and ass. You know what we're doing. He's not gonna like it, but you've got to play dirty. This is a I can guarantee you he hasn't been playing clean with.
As soon as the gorilla starts brutally mastering Bobby.
Even if we go the extra mile and take fatigue out of the equation, perhaps Mr. Gorilla has some slow-release adrenaline capsule that keeps his energy up for hours on end. He still has to breathe. What if the first 20 humans all attempt to shove an arm directly down his throat, packing Mr. Gorilla's trachea with chunks of finger and flesh? Gruesome, I know, but this battle deserves our most thorough contemplation. Block the windpipe, and his large muscles and vital organs can no longer. How you slice it, it's not looking good for Mr. Gorilla.
You gotta switch sides. A guy, a gorilla versus 99 dudes.
Now, were this battle to happen in a long, narrow hallway where only 1 or 2 humans can approach at a time, that would be a different story.
You're the one I am looking for.
If 1 or 2 humans can approach at a time, that But in an old swarming as possible, I've got a side of this. Now, second, that some people are not going to get absolutely royally jacked up, even despite the sheer. We're talking one, the much in the. Suppose the more accurate question might be, how many human lives does it take to subdue a gorilla? What do you think? Are you team human or team gorilla? Thanks for